Copyright C. 2008 by Robert J. Mrazek. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the prior written permission of the publisher. Little Brown and Company, Hachette Book Group, 237 Park Avenue, New York, WWII 1001-7. Visit our website at www.hachetteBookGroup.com. First ebook edition, December 2008. Little Brown and Company is a division of Hachette Book Group, Inc. The Little Brown name and logo are trademarks of Hachette Book Group, Inc. ISBN 978-0316-040983. Book designed by Fern Cutler de Vic. Maps by Julie Crick. Contents. Introduction: The Sentinels, Smiley. The Skipper, Swede. The Squire, Old Langdon. Tex, Bert and Harry. Grant and Whitey. Ozzie and Rite. Freddie, Eventide. He That Shall Live. When the Sea. Sister Sarah. Dog Day. The Galloping Dragon. Resurrection Blues. The Canal. The Groove. Divine Fire Out of the Ashes. Swede's Refrain. Homeward Bound. Epilogue. Appendix 1, Appendix 2, Acknowledgements, Photograph, Captions and Credits, Sources, Author Interviews, Bibliography about the author. Also by Robert J. Mrazek, The Deadly Embrace, Unholy Fire. Stonewall's Gold for My Son. 1st Lieutenant James Nicholas Mrazek, U.S. Army, 1st Battalion, 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment, Forward Operating Base, Iskan, Iskandaraya, Iraq, 2006 to 2007. They did their share. And the dawn comes up like thunder. Rudyard Kipling. Many men who never received mention gave everything they had. They're still out there. Gregory Boyington, USMC. Below the Sea of Clouds Lies Eternity. Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Ensign William Robinson Evans, Jr., age 23. Pilot, Torpedo Squadron 8, Norfolk, Virginia. December 7th, 1941. My dear family, what a day! The incredulousness of it all still gives each new announcement of the Pearl Harbor attack the unreality of a fairy tale. How can they have been so mad? Though I suppose we have all known it would come sometime. There was always that inner small voice whispering, "No, we are too big, too rich, too powerful. This war is for some poor fools somewhere else. It will never touch us here." And then this noon that world fell apart. Today has been feverish, not with the excitement of emotional crowds cheering and bands playing, but with the quiet conviction and determination of serious men settling down to the business of war. Everywhere little groups of officers listening to the radio, men hurrying in from liberty, quickly changing clothes, and reporting to battle stations. Scarcely an officer seemed to know why we were at war, and it seemed to me there is a certain sadness for that reason. If the reports I've heard today are true, the Japanese have performed the impossible, have carried out one of the most daring and successful raids in all history. They knew the setup perfectly, got there on the one fatal day, Sunday, officers and men away for the weekend or recovering from Saturday night. The whole thing was brilliant. People will not realize, I fear, for some time how serious this matter is. The indifference of labor and capital to our danger is an infectious virus, and the public has come to think contemptuously of Japan. And that, I fear, is a fatal mistake today, has given evidence of that. This war will be more difficult than any war this country has ever fought. Tonight I put away all my civilian clothes. I fear the moths will find them good fare in the years to come. There is such a finality to wearing a uniform all the time. It is the one thing I fear, the loss of my individualism in a world of uniforms. But kings and puppets alike are being moved now by the master destiny. It is growing late, and tomorrow will undoubtedly be a busy day. Once more the whole world is afire. In the period approaching Christmas, it seems bitterly ironic to mouth again the time-worn phrases concerning peace on earth, goodwill to men, with so many millions hard at work, figuring out ways to reduce other millions to slavery or death. I find it hard to see the inherent difference between man and the rest of the animal kingdom. Faith lost, all is lost. Let us hope tonight that people, all people throughout this great country, have the faith to once again sacrifice for the things we hold essential to life and happiness. Let us defend these principles to the last ounce of blood. But then, above all, retain reason enough to have charity for all and malice toward none. If the world ever goes through this again, mankind is doomed. This time it has to be a better world. All My Love Bill Introduction. Following its devastating attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese Empire embarked on one of the most stunning military campaigns in world history, conquering the American-held Philippines, the mighty British fortress of Singapore, Java, Malaya, the oil-rich Dutch East Indies, Sumatra, Hong Kong, Guam, and Wake Island. In the process, they virtually annihilated the far eastern fleets of Great Britain, the United States, Australia, and the Netherlands. In less than 6 months, the Japanese killed or captured more than 500,000 Allied soldiers and came to control the destiny of 150 million new subjects. They had conquered an empire that it took the Western colonial powers almost 4 centuries to acquire. Along the Pacific coast of the United States, panic-stricken Americans feared an imminent invasion. In February 1942, President Roosevelt ordered 112,000 Japanese Americans to be rounded up and sent to detention camps. It was a time of apprehension and alarm. For most Americans, the outcome of the war was in genuine doubt. In early May 1942, American codebreakers deduced from intercepted radio messages that the Japanese Imperial Navy was planning to eliminate the U.S. presence in the Central Pacific by drawing American forces into a final and decisive battle. Their target was Midway Atoll, consisting of 2 islands and an airfield lying 1,200 miles west of Hawaii. Gambling that his codebreakers were right, Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, committed his available forces to setting up an ambush. Midway has been called the most important naval battle ever fought between 2 great powers. The Japanese thought it would be a walkover, or in the words of one senior Japanese officer, as easy as twisting a baby's arm. After everything their Navy had accomplished up to that point, there was little reason to doubt his words. The Japanese Empire was at the pinnacle of its glory. Having destroyed the last vestiges of European colonial power in the Western Pacific, their confidence in their commanders, warships, combat aircraft, and each other was boundless. Many had come to believe that they were racially superior to the mongrelized and decadent Americans. Against the 5 Japanese battleships, 8 aircraft carriers, 14 cruisers, 55 destroyers, and dozens of auxiliary ships now heading toward Midway, Admiral Nimitz had a combined force of 3 carriers, 8 cruisers, and 13 destroyers, 24 ships against 162. Only 2 of his carriers, the Hornet and the Enterprise, were prepared for battle. His 3rd carrier, the USS Yorktown, had absorbed a 500-pound bomb hit in the Battle of the Coral Sea. Informed that the ship would require at least a month to be made seaworthy, Nimitz gave his repair division 72 hours to accomplish the task. In spite of these fearful odds, on June 4, 1942, the Americans chose to confront the Imperial Navy at Midway. In assessing the battle's importance, former Defense Secretary James Schlesinger wrote that it was far more than the turning of the tide in the Pacific War. In a strategic sense, it was a turning point in world history. Just 2 months later, the second pivotal battle of the Pacific War was fought on the island of Guadalcanal. Guadalcanal was the land-based strategic equivalent of Midway, a savage and bloody campaign that determined the outcome of Japanese aspirations to secure control of its vast new Pacific empire. Unlike Midway, the battle took place in malarial swamps and sweltering jungle, as well as in the skies above them. It is doubtful that a more harrowing succession of weeks ever took place in the history of warfare. Guadalcanal was the first of many Pacific campaigns in which the Japanese fought to virtually the last man. The challenge was compounded for the Americans by the fact that they were cut off from support and existing in part on supplies left behind by the Japanese. For those who fought there, wrote Admiral Samuel Eliot Morison, Guadalcanal was not just a name, it was an emotion. The Americans went into both of these crucial battles with vastly inferior forces. If the Japanese had won at Midway, they would have been free to advance eastward, taking the Hawaiian Islands and threatening the west coast of the United States. President Roosevelt would have been forced to abandon his strategy of fighting Germany first. History might well have turned out quite differently. The story of these two pivotal battles has been written many times, and far too well for me to replicate them once again. This book is not about the battles. It is about one small group of men who fought in both of them. A Dawn Like Thunder tells the story of one naval air squadron, a group of young Americans from every part of the country who began the war flying outmoded aircraft that launched unreliable torpedoes against enemy warships. Through a combination of courage, sacrifice, luck, and timing, it was the fate of these men to help change the course of history. More than 60 years later, the record of their contribution has faded into the past, and the last handful of survivors provide the only living link to their deeds in the first critical months of the Second World War. This book was not written to mythologize war in the 21st century. That would be a sacrilege. All but a few of the men depicted in the book were fighting to help win what they hoped would be a lasting peace, and then to come home and enjoy the rest of their lives. The novelist Stephen Crane was once asked why he wrote The Red Badge of Courage. "I wanted to be there," he said. "That is the goal of this book, to again bring alive on the page these extraordinary young men, who they were and what they did, for a modern generation of readers. This is their story." The Sentinels, Smiley Friday, 29 May 1942. Yus Chomut, Torpedo Squadron 8. His first glimpse of the Hawaiian Islands was just a distant smudge on the sun-splashed sea, but it was enough for him to feel a shiver of excitement. Like many of the Navy pilots crossing the Pacific on the military transport Chaumont, 24-year-old Ensign Corwin F. Morgan of Tampa, Florida, savored the prospect of high adventure awaiting him aboard the aircraft carrier USS Hornet. They called him Smiley. With his rugged, square-jawed face, he didn't look like a Smiley, and he didn't smile more than any other pilot in Torpedo Squadron 8. Morgan had earned his enduring nickname at a poker game back in Norfolk, Virginia, after joining the Torpedo Squadron shortly before the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Rain had washed out the afternoon's training flights, and a group of pilots had started playing poker. The game went on most of the night. Morgan was an inspired gambler and had won more than $200 when someone started dealing blackjack and he encountered a run of terrible cards, losing hand after hand. The sudden twist of luck struck him as absurd, and he couldn't stop grinning as he gave back half of what he had won. "I can't believe you, Morgan," said James Hill Cook, the boyish-looking Southerner with a deep drawl from Grand Cane, Louisiana. "You smile when you win and you smile when you lose. From now on, I'm calling you Smiley." The name stuck. Smiley Morgan had grown up in Richmond, Missouri, the self-proclaimed mushroom capital of the world. His father was the local veterinarian. One summer afternoon, the boy had been dozing near a swimming hole at his grandfather's farm when he happened to gaze up and notice a flight of barnstormers doing loops and barrel rolls over the county fairgrounds a couple miles away. Like a youth answering a religious calling, he had tramped through cornfields and pastures until he finally reached the fairgrounds, where he stood mesmerized next to his first airplane. At the University of Florida in Gainesville, he proved to be an exceptional athlete and a not-so-motivated student. Before he dropped out of college, he joined the civilian pilot training program and earned his flying license. Deciding to join the Navy, he was accepted for flight training. After he won his wings in Pensacola, Florida, Morgan was assigned to Torpedo Squadron 8 in Norfolk, Virginia. When he arrived at East Field in Norfolk, he was told to report to the squadron's commanding officer. Lieutenant Commander John Waldron had just returned from a training flight and was still wearing his flight suit. He kept Morgan standing at attention in his office while he quickly signed a batch of papers. Looking down at Waldron as he worked, Smiley thought he looked old enough to be his father, and then some. "Ensign," said Waldron without looking up, I'm going to give you your first duty in this squadron. Go over to the blackboard and print your name." Smiley wrote, "Corwin F. Morgan." Standing up, Waldron repeated it aloud and came over to shake his hand. His fierce-looking face looked gaunt. The imprint of flying goggles was etched on his cheeks. There was a lot for him to learn about flying a torpedo plane, he said, and he would have to work hard to master it all. They started every morning before dawn and worked until well after dark. "Welcome to the outfit," he concluded. That was one of the few times Smiley ever talked to the skipper alone. 9 days later, the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. From then on, Waldron ran the squadron like there was no tomorrow, 7 days a week without leet-up. Smiley had never worked harder in his life. As the months passed, he began to feel a deep sense of pride at having mastered flying in every kind of weather and at all hours of the day and night. Now he was on his way to war. There had been little for the pilots to do aboard the Chaumont as it crossed the Pacific. During the day, they sunbathed on deck, ate their meals in the wardroom, exercised, studied torpedo attack problems, and read the dog-eared books and old magazines in the small wardroom library. After dark, the ship was always blacked out in case a Japanese submarine lurked in their path. Morgan spent most of the night hours on the fantail with his friend Ensign John Tarman, a big, easygoing pilot from Cincinnati, Ohio. The two of them would sit against a stanchion, gazing backward as the ship's wake cut a crystal path behind them in the roiling sea, wondering what would await them when they finally arrived at Pearl Harbor. Torpedo Squadron 8 had been temporarily split in half back in Norfolk. In early March 1942, Lieutenant Commander Waldron and most of the senior pilots had gone to sea aboard the carrier Hornet, sailing for the West Coast via the Panama Canal, after which the carrier headed out to the Pacific to engage the Japanese. Waldron's squadron was equipped with the Navy's outmoded torpedo plane, the Douglas TBD Devastator. The second half of the squadron had stayed behind in Norfolk to receive delivery of the Navy's brand-new torpedo attack plane, the Grumman TBF Avenger. After the new planes had been flight tested, Smiley and the rest of the pilots had flown them across the United States. In San Francisco, the crews and their aircraft had been put aboard fast transport ships. Their goal was to catch up to the Hornet before the next big battle against the Japanese. The sea was almost flat calm as the Chaumont finally turned for the final leg of the passage between Molokai and Oahu, the islands lush and inviting beneath green mountains under the midday sun. All of the pilots crowded the deck railing to get their first look at Pearl Harbor. Like the others, the 24-year-old Morgan had seen the newspaper and magazine photographs of the devastation caused by the Japanese attack less than 6 months earlier. He thought he was prepared for what they would see. He was wrong after passing through the submarine nets protecting the entrance to the harbor. The Chaumont steamed slowly past Battleship Row. Lying upside down at one mooring, the capsized Oklahoma was dull brown in the sunlight. More than 2 football fields long, its rust-covered hull rose above the oily surface like a humpback whale. Next in line lay the battleship West Virginia, which had sunk at its mooring after taking 6 torpedoes and 2 armor-piercing bombs. Farther down the anchorage, a small utility vessel was tethered next to the shattered wreck of the Arizona, its work party of salvage divers trying to start a gas engine suction pump. What remained of the Arizona's superstructure above the waterline was nothing more than a rusting mass of battered metal. The officers' boisterous shouting suddenly ceased, and they sailed slowly past it in awestruck silence. If there was any lingering doubt about what they were fighting for, it ended there. When the breeze dropped, Morgan smelled the reek of crude oil mixed with the faded water seeping out of the ships. Along with the stench of the oil, he could smell something else. "Hundreds of guys never made it out of the ships," said one of the officers at the deck railing. "They're all still down there. Beyond the ships, the cluttered shoreline was fouled by almost a foot of sludge. A slew of dead birds were snared in the coils of barbed wire that had been strung along the beach in the days after the attack." Suddenly, another shout went up, and Morgan turned in time to see a gigantic aircraft carrier towering high above one of the Pearl Harbor dry docks. At 10 stories, the ship's island almost blocked out the landscape. Hundreds of workers were swarming over her, the flash of their torches arcing brightly across the water. Along with the welders and steam fitters, Morgan could see electricians crawling past fire-blistered hatches and torn bulkheads and dragging heavy electrical cables behind them. It reminded him of the scene in Gulliver's Travels in which the Lilliputians frantically tied down the giant with heavy hawsers. "It's the Yorktown," someone shouted, as the Chaumont nosed into its pier at Ford Island and came to a stop. The Yorktown was one of the 3 American carriers left in the Central Pacific after the Japanese had sunk the Lexington a month earlier. But where were the Hornet and the Enterprise? Morgan wondered as he anxiously scanned the rest of the anchorage. The other 2 carriers weren't in sight. Across the dock, anti-aircraft batteries were dug in behind mounds of sandbags. Armed military policemen carrying gas masks were manning a roadblock at the gate post to Luke Airfield, which occupied most of Ford Island. Carrying their overseas bags, the 17 pilots of Torpedo Squadron 8 disembarked from the ship. Lieutenant Harold Swade Larson, the strapping blonde Annapolis graduate temporarily in command, was waiting for them near the foot of the gangway with Lieutenant Langdon Fieberling, the second highest-ranking officer in their detachment. The pilots gathered in a loose circle. Larson told Fieberling to take them over to the bachelor officers' quarters and wait for him there while he went to find out where Lieutenant Commander Waldron and the rest of the squadron were. They set off on foot across Ford Island carrying their bags. As they passed the transport ship Hammondsport, a crane was already extracting one of their new bluish-gray Grumman Avengers from the ship's hold. The torpedo plane rose slowly into the air above them, its retractable wings folded back along the fuselage like a dozing mallards. At the gate post to Luke Field, Lieutenant Fieberling had to produce his Navy identity card before they were allowed through. When they came to the first hangar at the edge of the airfield, Morgan saw that it had been reduced to a steel skeleton by Japanese bombs. A bulldozer was scraping together a massive pile of charred timber, concrete rubble, and airplane parts. They found the bachelor officers' quarters at the end of the runway near the northern tip of the island, its once manicured lawn scarred by newly dug slit trenches. Inside the crowded lobby, the officers dropped their overseas bags and immediately headed toward the bar. The manager stepped forward to tell Fieberling that the new facility was full. There were men already sleeping in the corridors, he said apologetically. The detachment was welcome to eat its meals there, but that was all the BOQ could provide. "Where can we find a temporary billet?" asked Fieberling. The manager said that they might still have room over at the old BOQ, which was down near the shoreline along Battleship Row. Morgan remembered the smell from the sunken battleships as the men plodded over to the older facility in a long, ragged line. Through the trees that ringed the grounds around the building, he could see the tangled wreck of the sunken Arizona that they had passed on their way into the Chaumont's anchorage. At the lobby desk, the manager informed them that there was no room for them there either. Fieberling, who was leading man handsome, flashed a confident grin and asked for the manager's name, telling him that his squadron's orders to lodge there had come directly from Admiral Nimitz, and he would need to advise the commander-in-chief why his order had been disobeyed. It was a bald-faced lie, but the manager nervously disappeared into his office. A minute later, he came back out smiling at Fieberling as if he had just won the lottery. "I've arranged to set up cots for all of your men in the lanai," he said. The men moved their bags out to the BOQ's screened porch and sat down to wait for Swede Larson. When he finally arrived, his face was tense. He sought out Fieberling and the other senior officers. The Hornet had left port yesterday with the Enterprise, he told them bitterly. No one was saying where they went, but it sounded like the carriers were going into action. They had gotten there just one day too late. Swede said that he had been ordered to get their planes checked out as quickly as possible in case of another Japanese attack on Hawaii. The city was under martial law, and a curfew and blackout were in place after sundown. Swede said he was heading over to Luke Field to make sure the squadron's mechanics would have the planes ready to be flight tested in the morning. Langdon Fieberling called the pilots together and gave them the news. To a chorus of groans, he told them that because of the island-wide curfew, they were restricted to the base. There would be no excursions to the night spots in Honolulu. He then softened the blow by giving them the rest of the day off to explore Ford Island. Sitting on his newly unfolded cot in the screened lanai, Smiley Morgan watched Ensign Vic Lewis unpack his overseas bag. At 22, Vic was the youngest pilot in the squadron. It looked to Morgan like he had brought a library with him, including hardbound books on military history and ornithology. The prim, open-faced Lewis grinned at him and said he thought they would probably have a lot of time to read when they weren't flying. Smiley nodded encouragingly, but his own ambitions were decidedly different. When they weren't flying, he wasn't planning to do any reading. As soon as the curfew was lifted, he was going to head straight for the Royal Hawaiian Hotel to hopefully meet a beautiful Hawaiian girl. Across the porch, the tall, lanky John Tarman tossed his bag down on another cot. Morgan asked him if he wanted to explore the island with him, and Tarman agreed. Together they headed across the lawn and down to the edge of the anchorage. 2 cage masts that had once adorned the stricken battleships lay piled in a heap near the shoreline. Smiley and Tarman started walking south along the cluttered shoreline. Farther down the anchorage, they came to a long gangplank that led over to the deck of the battleship West Virginia. The deck and superstructure were coated with a film of oily scum, as if the ship had recently been refloated. At Smiley's urging, he and Tarman decided to go aboard. When they crossed the still-sloping deck plates to observe the extent of the damage, Morgan saw that the ship had been hit by a number of armor-piercing bombs. One of them had wrecked the port casemates, causing a big section of the deck to collapse. Behind a massive gun turret, he and Tarman encountered a team of salvage divers taking a break from their work. The divers confirmed that the ship had been raised about a week earlier and was to be towed over to a dry dock facility. One of them said that while he was searching an air pocket in a watertight compartment deep inside the ship, he had found a 1941 pin-up calendar. One of the sailors trapped inside the compartment had marked off the days after December 7 while he waited for rescue. The last date he had scratched off before he died was December 23, more than 2 weeks after the West Virginia was sunk. Morgan and Tarman decided they needed a drink and walked back to the bar in the new BOQ at the end of the runway. As they were drinking a cold beer, Smiley heard a booming laugh and his friend Ensign Bob Rees lumbered up to join them. Smiley hadn't seen him since they had gotten into trouble together in San Francisco. Rees was a relentless skirt chaser, and with his apple cheeks and reddish blonde hair, he occasionally scored. He and Morgan had been having dinner at the Bal Tabarine restaurant with Tarman and a few of the other pilots when Rees spied the legs on the Hatchek girl. An hour later, he had persuaded her to go bar hopping with him. Smiley was invited to go along, and they had stayed out until 4 in the morning before the 3 of them ended up at the girl's apartment. By the time Smiley woke up on the couch in her living room, they were already 2 hours late for Swede Larsen's final squadron meeting. When they reported in, an angry Larsen restricted them to the ship until it left port the following day. He thought of an additional punishment the next morning, ordering Rees to vacate the stateroom he was sharing with Morgan aboard the Chaumont and make the Pacific crossing on the Hammondsport, the older transport that had once ferried Key West passenger trains. It was carrying the squadron's planes and enlisted men. Now Rees was glad to be back with Morgan and the other officers. It was almost midnight when Smiley returned to the darkened porch facing the anchorage. Through an open window above him, he could hear Artie Shaw's Begin the Begin playing on a portable phonograph. It had been his favorite song before the war. The lanai was already filled with sleeping men when he stripped off his rumpled uniform and dropped onto his cot. Lying there in the darkness, he could smell Pearl Harbor, even if he could no longer see it. An hour later, he was still wide awake. Rolling over, he stared out into the night. From the far side of the trees fringing the shoreline, he could hear the slow, steady rhythm of the gas engine suction pump he had seen earlier that afternoon on the buoy tender anchored by the Arizona. He wondered what they could still be pumping out at this hour. Someone had managed to acquire a bottle of whiskey, and a few of the pilots were silently passing it back and forth between swigs. The lit embers of their cigarettes glowed like fireflies across the room, but the smoke didn't mask the sepulchral smell from Battleship Row. Morgan couldn't rid his mind of the horrible vision of the hundreds of men still entombed just a stone's throw from where he was lying. He forced himself to think of home, and the last Florida Gators football game he had gone to see in Gainesville with his girlfriend Caroline. It didn't work. As the hours dragged slowly past, his earlier excitement at the prospect of high adventure aboard the Hornet was replaced by somber thoughts on the grim reality of death. He never slept. The pump ran all night. The skipper, Sunday, 31 May 1942, northwest of the Hawaiian Islands, Uslin's Hornet. Torpedo Squadron 8. Each of the first days at sea dawned like a South Seas travel poster. Cotton clouds dappled a bluebird sky. The air temperature was almost balmy, and cool breezes drifted across the flight deck as the massive carrier plowed through long sea swells at a speed of 22 knots. Now the skies had grayed, and it was colder. Gathered in loose formation in the lee of the carrier's island superstructure, the 18 pilots of Torpedo Squadron 8 were going through their regular calisthenics program under the watchful gaze of their commanding officer. They all knew where they were going by now and what they were up against. Soon after the Hornet had left Pearl Harbor, the captain had read a statement over the loudspeaker to the entire crew. "The enemy is approaching for an attempt to seize the island of Midway," he had announced. "We are going to prevent them from taking Midway if possible. Be ready and keep on the alert." As the impending battle approached, John Waldron took every opportunity to observe the men of his squadron as they went through their daily routines, including the morning exercise regimen. He would stand off to the side with his feet spread, his leathery skin browned by the sun, gazing at them like a fierce bird of prey protecting its young Torpedo 8, was the only squadron aboard ship that did daily physical exercise. Every day, pilots from the other squadrons would stand across the flight deck with amused looks on their faces as Waldron's men went through their routine of push-ups and jumping jacks. Often, the others would shout sarcastic comments before disappearing below, laughing. Waldron was used to people making fun of both him and his methods. Back in his Annapolis days, some of the midshipmen had mocked him as the class redskin and a seagoing cowpuncher. There was a derisive edge to many of their jibes, as if he were some kind of hayseed with no social graces who had to be tolerated by the scions of the generations-old Navy families. It only made his ambition to succeed in the Navy burn more intensely at 42. He was almost 20 years older than most of the men he now commanded. Tall and rugged, he had the face and bearing of an Oglala Sioux warrior. In fact, he was descended from 2 of them on his mother's side. Born in Fort Pierre, South Dakota, he had grown up on an Indian reservation where his father sold vegetables to the local tribe in exchange for dried fish. He had never seen an ocean until his appointment to Annapolis in 1920. Now, 22 years later, he was considered to be one of the exceptional air squadron commanders in the Navy. His peers expected him to move up quickly now that America was in a shooting war. Aboard the Hornet, Waldron's 31-year-old executive officer, Lieutenant James C. Jimmy Owens, would assign one of the junior ensigns to lead the calisthenics each morning. Serious and efficient, Owens was so frugal he saved the tinfoil from his empty cigarette packs, carefully folding each square before storing it in his uniform blouse. He was the perfect subordinate to carry out the daily cascade of the skipper's orders and requests. A former quarterback at the University of Southern California, Jimmy Owens had been in the Navy long enough to serve under plenty of tough, uncompromising officers, but none of them had been anything like the skipper. The old man was like a force of nature, an incredibly hard driver at everything he did, and when he got the bit in his teeth, there was no stopping him. A few months after the squadron had been formed, back in 1941, they had been doing practice carrier landings in their old, worn-out Brewster SBN training planes off Norfolk, and a new pilot had been killed trying to land one. That was when the skipper had stormed up to Washington and told them he wouldn't allow his boys to go up in those planes anymore. Jimmy Owens was amazed when new replacement planes began arriving a week later. Most of the pilots in the outfit had been fresh from flight training when they joined the squadron. They had come from every part of the country: Oregon, Texas, Iowa, Massachusetts, California, Missouri, New York, Virginia, and Indiana. A few had grown up wealthy in cities like San Francisco and New York. Others had been depression poor and came from hard-scrabble towns with horse-drawn buggies for transportation and no running water or electricity. Nearly all of them had attended college. A few had gone to the military academies like Annapolis and the Virginia Military Institute, some to elite universities such as Yale and Berkeley, many to football powerhouses like Alabama and Texas A&M, and others to tiny schools like Reedley Junior College and Duluth State. Now they were all John Waldron's boys, proud to be reflections of the old man's unique leadership style. In private, they would grouse about his endless training demands, but they wouldn't brook criticism of him from an outsider, and the squadron was as tight-knit as a big Irish family. Surveying them across the flight deck, Waldron knew that they had come to trust him with their lives. To a man, they would follow him anywhere. It was a trust he didn't take lightly, and he didn't want to ever let them down. One inescapable fact deeply troubled him. The torpedo planes his men flew were terribly outmoded. Some of his pilots derisively referred to them as flying coffins, and by 1942 they weren't far wrong. American naval doctrine decreed that each American carrier should have 4 air squadrons: a fighter squadron, 2 dive-bombing squadrons, and a torpedo plane squadron. The dive bombers and torpedo planes were the enemy ship killers, the principal reason for the carrier's existence. In 1942, there were 2 ways to sink enemy ships: to dive bomb them or to put torpedoes in them. The bombers attacked from high altitude, diving on an enemy ship before releasing their payload. The torpedo planes went in at low altitude just above the wave tops to launch their torpedoes. The role of the carrier's fighters was to provide protection for the bombers and torpedo planes against the enemy fighters trying to shoot them down. 2 of the 3 aircraft types in the American carrier arsenal had recently been upgraded. The fighter squadrons were now equipped with Grumman Wildcats, the Navy's tough new pursuit plane. A new generation of dive bombers had also been added. The Douglas Dauntless dive bomber was capable of flying at 250 miles an hour and was equally rugged. The old Douglas Devastator torpedo planes were being phased out. They flew at little more than 100 miles an hour, the speed of the enemy's vaunted new fighter. The Mitsubishi Zero was reportedly 300. The Devastator's armament was grossly inadequate in an aerial gun battle. Against the 20mm cannons of the Japanese Zero, the Devastator had just 2 Colt Browning .30 caliber machine guns. One was operated by the pilot in the nose, and the second one fired by the rear gunner. Pop guns, the men called them, well aware of the Devastator's shortcomings. Waldron had ridden his new pilots hard from the start, ordering them to fly 4 hours in the morning and 4 more in the afternoon, in order to master formation flying and torpedo launching tactics. He made them fly constant bounce drills at all hours of the day and night in order to simulate landing on an aircraft carrier. Meanwhile, he had tirelessly railed to the Navy about the squadron's inadequate equipment, their underpowered aircraft, and the failure to supply him with practice torpedoes. Thanks to his constant hectoring, Waldron's squadron was the first one chosen to be equipped with the Navy's brand-new torpedo plane, the Grumman Avenger, manufactured in Bethpage, New York. With its 14-cylinder air-cooled radial engine, the Avenger was almost as fast as a Wildcat fighter and had steel armor plating to protect the crew, along with self-sealing fuel tanks that virtually swallowed bullets and a swiveling turret for the .50 caliber machine gun located in the center of the fuselage. It carried a crew of 3, including the pilot, who could fire a machine gun from the nose, the turret gunner in the center, and a radio man who could fire a 3rd machine gun from underneath the plane's tail section. When the Hornet departed for the Pacific back in March, the first batch of Avengers was just coming off the Grumman assembly line. Until the new planes arrived out in the Pacific, Waldron's pilots would have to fly the Devastators. Back in February, the Hornet had been chosen to launch the first air attack on Tokyo. In San Francisco, 16 B-25 Army Air Force bombers were lowered by crane onto the Hornet's flight deck. The daring raid was strictly an Army show led by Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle. Before the raid, no one was sure that a fully loaded B-25 bomber could be launched successfully off an aircraft carrier, but Doolittle had trained his crews to do just that. After dropping their bombs in Japan, his bombers would attempt to fly onto China, where they would land at air bases in Allied hands. And they had done their job. On April 18, 1942, the 16 B-25s had taken off from the Hornet in the face of gale-force winds and had hit their targets. After the planes were launched from the Hornet, the carrier turned around and headed back to Pearl Harbor. In early May, the first major Pacific naval battle took place between American and Japanese forces in the Coral Sea, southwest of the Solomon Islands. The Hornet did not participate in the action, which led to a Japanese tactical victory. The American carrier Lexington was sunk along with 2 other ships, while the Japanese lost the light carrier Shoho. Waldron was desperate to receive his new Avengers before the next major battle took place. When the planes arrived at Pearl Harbor aboard the transport ship, he was planning to work his senior pilots around the clock to qualify them. If there wasn't time for it, the younger pilots who had trained on them back at Norfolk would fly in combat. Either way, Waldron planned to lead them, but they hadn't come in time. Signaling that calisthenics were over, Owens sent the pilots off on a full lap around the perimeter of the huge flight deck, and the skipper headed down to the officers' wardroom for his daily powwow over coffee with Commander Ed Crehan. Ed Crehan was the stocky, heavy-jawed engineer officer on the Hornet and a close pal of Waldron's from their Annapolis days. He was also a member of the inner circle of the Hornet's captain, Mark Pete Mitcher, and he often picked up the latest scuttlebutt before anyone else. Waldron could share a confidence with him and know that the information wouldn't travel further. Waldron joined Crehan in the carrier's low-ceilinged wardroom, where the ship's officers ate their meals and gathered for meetings and briefings. It ran the entire breadth of the ship, with parallel rows of white linen-covered tables laid with flatware bearing the Hornet crest. With the Midway battle just a few days away, the Hornet's officers were excited about the chance to put a serious dent in the Japanese fleet and make up for the loss of the Lexington a month earlier. The Hornet had not arrived in time to participate in the Coral Sea battle. Midway would be her first test. That morning, the Hornet Air Group leaders would receive their first intelligence briefing from Lieutenant Steve Jurica, the senior intelligence officer aboard the Hornet. He would provide the latest information on the Japanese intentions at Midway, as well as Admiral Nimitz's proposed strategy for blocking them. After that, the Hornet's Air Group commander, Stanhope Cotton Ring, would outline his own plans for attacking the Japanese carriers. Up on deck, the morning's gunnery practice was inaugurated with the concussive blast of the ship's 5-inch guns. The noise reverberated through the ship like successive hammer blows. A few minutes later, the cannon salvos were followed by the stuttering racket of anti-aircraft machine gun fire. Their coffee break over, Ed Crehan left to resume his engineering duties, and Waldron joined the group assembling for the briefing by Jurica and the intelligence staff. Like John Waldron, the other 3 Air Squadron commanders were career naval officers and Annapolis men. They were Lieutenant Commander Samuel Pat Mitchell, who led the Hornet's fighter squadron, and Lieutenant Commanders Walter Rodee and Robert Ruff Johnson, who led the 2 dive-bombing squadrons. The Hornet's Air Group commander Stanhope Cotton Ring had graduated from Annapolis 1 year ahead of Waldron in 1923. The 2 men came from different worlds. They were very different men. Unlike the hard-charging Waldron, who had spent his boyhood years on Indian reservations in South Dakota and Saskatchewan, Canada, the reserved and courtly Ring had been raised in Quincy, Massachusetts, the son of a Navy Commodore. At 6 feet 2 inches, the handsome Ring liked to relax by playing a pear-shaped mandolin and was an expert at bridge. At Annapolis, he had been a magnet for attractive debutantes. When it came to the ladies, he was considered a snake by his fellow midshipmen. In those days, the homely Waldron had to scrap for female companionship once spraining both ankles when climbing over the wall after a nocturnal encounter. Later, he was docked 25 demerits for being discovered behind Bancroft Hall with 2 local girls observing Ring aboard the Hornet. Lieutenant Steve Jurica thought he would have made a superb Foreign Service officer, and in fact, Ring had served overseas as an assistant naval attaché. After returning from his embassy posting in London, he began carrying a British swagger stick. 3 years later, he was still carrying it tucked under his arm. It had made him an object of ridicule among some of the younger pilots in the group who thought it was a riding crop. When the Hornet had returned to Pearl Harbor after arriving too late for the Coral Sea battle, its air group had flown ashore on May 26 to their base at Iwo Field. Along with the pilots of the carrier Enterprise, they were looking forward to a 2-day liberty. While the Enterprise pilots headed to the Royal Hawaiian Hotel for 2 days on Waikiki Beach, however, Commander Ring had kept his entire air group at Iwo Field on full alert. It led to what one pilot called a near mutiny. Cool and aloof, Ring had no sense of humor to help him establish rapport with the pilots serving under him, and he didn't seem to care. The Hornet's captain, Pete Mitcher, was due to be promoted to Rear Admiral any day now. The scuttlebutt was that Ring would soon be leaving as Air Group Commander for a job on his staff. It couldn't be too soon for the Hornet's flyers. Few, if any, of the Air Group's pilots had confidence in Stanhope Ring's leadership or flying ability. He had made a number of serious mistakes on previous flights, including one embarrassing crash landing. While on a group training mission in the Gulf of Mexico, it had been necessary for him to turn over command to Junior Officer Gus Whithelm after he got lost while trying to lead the air group back to the ship. At one point, Lieutenant George Ellenberg, one of the Hornet's seasoned dive bomber pilots, joined with several other flyers to seriously discuss the idea of shooting Ring down before his incompetence cost men their lives. For better or worse, Ring would soon be leading them into battle. At Steve Jurica's intelligence briefing, the participants also included Captain Mitcher and the members of the Hornet's air staff, including Commander Apollo Suchek, the air officer, and Lieutenant Commander John Foster, the operations officer. Jurica told them that the Japanese fleet was expected to reach striking distance of Midway on the following Wednesday or Thursday. He then gave them a detailed and comprehensive breakdown of the ships in the Japanese armada, focusing on the aircraft carriers, which were the key to the Japanese hopes for success. He didn't tell them how the intelligence staff got all of this information, and no one asked, although it was widely suspected that analysts back at Pearl Harbor must have broken the Japanese code. Midway was located more than 1,200 miles northwest of Hawaii in the Central Pacific. It was a fortified U.S. territory, and its islands held 2 important airfields. By invading the islands, the Japanese hoped to lure the American carriers out from Pearl Harbor, where the massive Japanese striking force could destroy them. The Japanese Empire could then invade Hawaii, or simply consolidate its other gains in the Western Pacific. Admiral Nimitz's plan to defeat the Japanese invasion fleet was simple: ambush the Japanese carriers in the striking force while their air groups were off attacking Midway Atoll. Once the Japanese carriers were sunk, the enemy pilots returning from Midway would be forced to ditch in the ocean. Without air cover, the rest of the Japanese fleet would be ripe for the plucking by the American dive bombers and torpedo planes. Lieutenant Jurica went on to brief them about some of the air combat tactics employed by the Japanese carriers. The Battle of the Coral Sea had been fought less than a month earlier, and it had provided many useful lessons. Although the Yorktown's and Lexington's after-action reports had not yet been officially circulated, Waldron and the other squadron commanders knew that the air groups on the Yorktown and the Lexington had divided their fighter strength in the course of the 2-day battle. Half of the fighters had flown cover for the slow-moving torpedo planes, and the other half had protected the carrier's dive bombers from attacks by the Japanese Zeros on May 8th. Lieutenant Commander Joe Taylor had led the Yorktown's torpedo squadron in the battle. As the Yorktown's air group approached the Japanese fleet, 4 of its Grumman F-4F Wildcat fighters had stayed low with Taylor's slow-moving Devastators as they launched their torpedoes at one of the Japanese carriers. The remaining 2 Wildcats had flown cover for the Yorktown's dive bombers at a much higher altitude. A swarm of Japanese Zeros had come down to attack the Devastators, but were driven off long enough for Joe Taylor and his men to launch 9 torpedoes at the carrier, claiming 3 hits. All of his torpedo planes had returned safely to the Yorktown. The Lexington's air group had functioned in precisely the same way. The planes in the fighter escort were split up between the dive bombers and the torpedo planes, keeping the Zeros busy long enough for the Devastators of Jimmy Brett's torpedo squadron to make a successful run. In the 2 days of attacks, Brett had claimed 5 torpedo hits, and all but one of his Devastators made it safely back to their ship. Unfortunately, 3 of the 4 fighters covering them had been shot down. The dive-bombing squadrons had taken serious losses, too. Toward the end of his briefing, Jurika stressed to the squadron commanders that it would be a big mistake to underestimate the skill and courage of the Japanese pilots. The Zero was one hell of a fine aircraft, he told them. It would not be a cakewalk. The Japanese were really good after Jurika finished. Stanhope Ring informed the squadron commanders that he was planning to approach the upcoming battle differently than the air groups at the Coral Sea. He said that he was going to keep the Hornets fighters together as one unit. There would only be 10 of them available, and they would stay up to protect the dive bombers, which would fly at around 18,000 feet. Ring thought the Zeros would concentrate their attacks up there, leaving Waldron's squadron of Devastators to go in relatively untouched at around 500 feet above the ocean surface. The key, he said, was for the whole group to attack with tactical cohesion in a single high-low formation. He would personally lead the air group in a dive bomber. John Waldron had flown enough missions since 1927 to know that things didn't always go as planned. What if they got separated by heavy cloud cover or some other circumstance on the way to the enemy? His squadron would be separated from the others by almost 4 miles of altitude. He immediately spoke up, urging that the Hornet Air Group employ the same tactics that were used at the Coral Sea. When the meeting broke up, there was no final resolution of the question. Although Waldron was confident that his torpedo squadron could make hits on the Japanese carriers, he was deeply upset about this change in tactics. If nothing else, the briefing had convinced him that fighter protection would be one of the keys to a successful attack by his slow-moving planes, and success was all he was after. He wasn't about to give up fighter protection so easily. Pat Mitchell, who commanded the Hornets fighter squadron, agreed with him. So did Lieutenant Stan Rouleau, Mitchell's flight officer, after the briefing. Waldron returned to his pilots in Ready Room 4. Like the other squadron ready rooms, it was located close to the flight deck, so the flyers could reach their aircraft quickly when there was an order to man their planes. About 20 by 40 feet square, it was where they met for briefings, drills, and instruction in everything from torpedo plane tactics to enemy ship recognition. A teletype machine with a big screen on top of it sat at the front of the room, its keys ready to automatically print out information about enemy sightings and the latest weather information. The steel-walled room was big enough for each pilot to have his own cushioned chair with a reclining back and a small storage locker beneath the seat to stow personal gear. The right armrest had a retractable writing desk for the pilots to take notes on. As they waited for a mission, the flyers could read, sleep, or eat a quick meal, even though it was Sunday. The pilots had spent most of the morning on a torpedo attack exercise. If you know how to lead a target from any direction at every possible speed, you're almost certain to get hits. Waldron had drummed into them over and over. A few of the pilots looked up to him like a stern father. He had tried to put the stamp of his determination on every one of them. When he thought they were getting complacent back in Norfolk, he would stage an enemy attack exercise, a drill in which the squadron had to arm its planes and take off as if Japanese planes were about to attack. It required them to pitch in together, pilots and crews alike, to launch the planes while he stood by measuring their response time on his watch like a racehorse trainer. Waldron had toughened them in every way he knew to make them ready for whatever emergency might arise. Working with the plane crews, he had made sure that every aircraft was equipped with canteens, pocket compasses, emergency supplies, and other survival equipment in case they were shot down in the ocean. Someday, one of you might be all alone out there when something goes wrong, and at least you'll know what to do, he had told them. Just before they left Pearl Harbor, he had cajoled the Navy Materiel Office into giving them twin .30 caliber machine gun mounts that up to then had been allotted solely to the dive bomber squadrons. The new mounts were installed on every Devastator. He was well aware that some of the men had come to resent the amount of work he made them do, at least compared to the other air squadrons assigned to the Hornet. One of the ensign pilots privately referred to him as the old goat. But they were good. They had done everything he had asked of them. It had paid off all of the hundreds of hours of formation flying, the bounce drills, the carrier takeoff and landing drills, the fighter evasion techniques, the anti-aircraft fire avoidance tactics, the hours of bombing practice, the lessons in navigation, the fitness training, survival drills, and more torpedo firing tactics. Always more torpedo tactics. Together, they had come to the end of a long road. The training was over. They would be going into action in a few days. Now he would let them rest up, like a finely tuned football team before the Rose Bowl. When the attack exercise was finished, the skipper asked for their attention. They would soon be intercepting a large force of Japanese, he told them, and Torpedo 8 would be part of a coordinated attack with the rest of the Hornet's air group. He didn't mention that there would be no fighter protection for the Devastators. Without the protection of at least a few fighters, though, he knew his Devastators could be sitting ducks no matter how well he had trained these men. If only Swede Larsen had gotten there in time with the new Grumman Avengers, Swede Sunday, 31 May 1942, Luke Field, Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, Carrier Air Support Unit, CASU 5, to many of the junior officers who found themselves temporarily serving under him, Harold H. Swede Larsen was a bull-headed young martinet with the charming leadership style of Captain William Bligh of the HMS Bounty. The enlisted men who served under him hadn't read about Captain Bligh, but a lot of them thought Swede was a prick. One man had already thought about shooting him. He knew what the men thought of him, and he didn't care. Waldron had left him in command of the detachment when the Hornet went to sea. In Swede's vision of how to run a combat unit, he was the hammer. The men who served under him were the nails. For Swede, toughness and domination weren't a recent character development. His peers at Annapolis had noted the domineering side of his personality in his lucky bag yearbook citation, in an institution where young men were taught that privileges had to be earned. He was already used to getting his own way, once arranging a weekend pass down to Washington thanks to his uncle, Carl Stefan, who was a U.S. congressman. Bravado was at the heart of his personality. It had only gotten worse after Waldron departed for the Pacific with the rest of the squadron, leaving Swede in command at Norfolk to train the younger pilots on the new Grumman Avengers. Waldron had driven them hard, but the men sensed that each grueling exercise in the training regimen might one day save their lives, and they knew that Waldron drove himself just as hard as the officers and enlisted men he commanded. That wasn't the case with Swede. They quickly got the sense that he genuinely enjoyed being a bastard. No one doubted his guts or personal courage. In an aircraft, he took chances that sometimes bordered on reckless, but, unlike Waldron's, a lot of his methods seemed to have no purpose but to make their lives more miserable. He would often keep his pilots in the air until just after the mess hall had closed, forcing them to miss dinner. After the first few times, they knew it was intentional. Swede liked to rule by fear and public humiliation. Whenever he decided to upbraid one of the men, he invariably did it in front of the rest of them. It had led to simmering resentment, particularly among the enlisted sailors. After landing from a training flight a few months earlier, Larsen had climbed down from the cockpit and stormed over to the ground crewman who had been responsible for preparing the plane. "God damn it, you tried to kill me," he screamed in the enlisted man's face. "I don't know what you're talking about, sir," came back. "Aviation machinist's mate, Bill Tunstall." "You never filled my gas tanks, goddammit," he shouted. "I almost ran out of gas out there." "That's not true, sir," protested Tunstall. "You're a liar," shouted Larsen. Stepping back, Tunstall hollered over to Chief Petty Officer Ed Hawkins, who was in charge of the flights that morning. When Hawkins came up, Tunstall asked him to tell Swede what he had been doing just before takeoff. "You were topping off the fuel tanks," said Chief Hawkins, who, like Tunstall, was from Massachusetts and spoke with a clipped New England accent. "I was right, he. Larson glared at them as if they were both in on the conspiracy to murder him. "I'll remember this," he had shouted before stalking off. Swede was an enthusiastic hater. He particularly loathed Negroes and Jews. Above all, he hated the Japanese, and what he hungered for more than anything was a chance to go up against them in combat. He had already vowed to one officer that he would come home from the Pacific with the Medal of Honor. Now he was stuck at Pearl Harbor after arriving just 24 hours too late to join the Hornet as it headed into harm's way. The thought of missing the battle was enough to send him into a seething rage. Over the weekend, the squadron's new Avengers were put through a set of rigorous engine, instrument, and hydraulic checks. Then the pilots began flight testing each plane until it was pronounced ready, after which Larson would activate it to combat status. At around midday on Sunday, May 31, Larson headed over to the admin building to find out if there had been an update in their orders. Later that afternoon, Fieberling was working on the week's duty roster with several of the officers when Larson returned with electrifying news. He had been told to prepare 6 Avengers for a flight to Midway Atoll to augment the air garrison there. The planes would need to be equipped with belly fuel tanks in order to make it. The prospect of impending action apparently hadn't made Swede any happier than when he had left. They quickly learned why. Admiral Lee Noyes, who had issued the order, wouldn't let Swede lead the mission. As second in command, Fieberling would be taking the detachment. Swede told him to ask for volunteers for the other 5 planes. He would then make the final decision, and a list would be posted at the office in Carrier Air Support Unit 5. Word spread quickly about the upcoming flight. None of the pilots had any idea what the mission involved or what they would be expected to do once they got to Midway. Some of them didn't even know where it was, but they all decided to volunteer, particularly after they heard that Fieberling would be leading the mission instead of Swede. Smiley Morgan was among the first. "I'll pass along your request," Fieberling told him. Some of the pilots went directly to Swede. Ensign Gene Hansen, a second-generation Swede from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, sought him out to volunteer. Larson told him he couldn't go. "I need you here," he said. Meanwhile, the squadron's mechanics and ordnance men had begun to prepare the 6 aircraft for the long flight. As the first Avenger was towed into the enormous hangar, another group of men went to track down the auxiliary fuel tanks that were to be attached inside the plane's bomb bays. The pilots hung around the squadron office until they saw a yeoman pinning the typewritten list of who was going on the bulletin board near the door. Approaching it, Smiley Morgan felt the same sense of apprehension he'd experienced as a student when his exam grades had been posted at the University of Florida. He only had to glance at the list for a few seconds to see that his name wasn't there. It read, Lt. Langdon K. Fieberling, Commanding Ensign O.J. Gainier, Ensign A.K. Ernest, Ensign V.A. Lewis, Ensign C.E. Brannan, AMM 1C D.D. Woodside. Morgan felt a deep surge of disappointment. He could certainly understand why Ozzie Gainier had been chosen. He was the senior ensign in the squadron after Waldron's group left on the Hornet. But why Swede had chosen the rest of them, he had no idea. Albert Kyle Burt Ernest of Richmond, Virginia, felt a jolt of excitement when he learned he was going. It meant he was finally going to get away from Swede, and he was glad that Charlie Brannan was going too. The singles tennis champion at the University of Alabama, Charlie had been Bert's roommate back in Norfolk, and Bert had served as the best man at his recent wedding. The pilots who wouldn't be going began to slowly drift away. Langdon Fieberling sought out Smiley Morgan as he was heading out of the hangar and pulled him aside. Smiley was the navigation officer, and Fieberling wanted him to pick up all the charts he could find that would help them plan the flight. Perhaps seeing the lingering disappointment on Smiley's face, Fieberling told him not to worry, that they would all have plenty of chances in this war. Casu 5 suddenly came alive with furious activity. While mechanics swarmed under the bomb bays of the 6 Avengers, Fieberling brought the chosen pilots together for a preliminary briefing. Machinist's mate Bill McGee, who was helping fit a belly tank into one of the nearby planes, thought the pilots looked amazingly relaxed as they sat in a semicircle around Fieberling. As the sun touched the edge of the open hangar bay, he watched Charlie Brannan take off his uniform shirt so that his back could absorb the last rays. As night fell, the doors to the hangar were shut tight due to the strict blackout. Under the harsh glare of the hangar's shop lights, the 6 Avengers looked gigantic. With a wingspan of 54 feet, each one was almost as big as a bomber. While mechanics worked to attach the auxiliary fuel tanks, the pilots and crews headed over to the old BOQ to gather their footlockers and personal gear. On his way back to the hangar with the navigational charts, Smiley heard a bugler blowing taps at one of the military installations near Ford Island. Knowing that he wasn't flying with the others, he felt even more melancholy at the mournful sound. Inside the hangar, the frenetic activity continued. Surrounded by the noise of clanging metal, Ozzie Gainier couldn't stop thinking about his wife, Rite. She would be celebrating her 23rd birthday in 2 days. Restricted to the base, Ozzie hadn't been able to buy anything to send her. Sitting amid the clutter of machinery and personal gear, he sat down to write her a letter. As preparations were completed on each plane, it was towed out of the hangar to the compass rose at the end of the runway. At the compass rose, it was jacked up and slowly swung around in a full circle to make sure the compasses were running true. With a 1,300-mile flight in the offing, this was one of the most important steps in the process. Back in CAS U-5, Smiley was helping the pilots stow their gear aboard the planes when Darrell Woodside, the only enlisted pilot in the flight, walked over to him. Darrell had grown up in Clearfield, Iowa, population 170. "I just wanted to explain about the $10 I owe you," he said. When they had been flying the Avengers across the United States, bad weather had forced their flight down in North Carolina, and they had ridden out the storm there. Several of the pilots, including Darrell, had run out of money, and he had borrowed $10 from Morgan. "Don't worry about it," Smiley told him. "It's no big deal. Forget it." Woodside shook his head and said that if anything happened to him, he had made arrangements with Red Doggett to cover it after the next payday. Doggett was another enlisted pilot in the squadron. He owed money to Darrell from when they were back in Norfolk. "You'll get back," said Morgan, embarrassed. "Sure," said Woodside, "but just in case." They shook hands. The Squire, Sunday, 31 May 1942. US Hornet Officers' Wardroom. All that day it had been damp and chilly, with a dingy gray sky above them and ghostly patches of fog that would suddenly envelop the ship before releasing it a few minutes later. Due to the bad weather, patrol flights had been canceled and gunnery practice had been called off. Board the Hornet. Steve Jurica was conducting another intelligence briefing, this one to all of the pilots in the air group, and the low-ceilinged wardroom was packed with men. As he had briefed the squadron commanders earlier in the day, Jurica told them they would soon be confronting a huge Japanese striking force with carriers, battleships, and dozens of other screening vessels. A separate enemy invasion force was also on its way, he told them, with more carriers and battleships and transports loaded with Japanese soldiers. The Hornet wasn't alone. In addition to the Yorktown and the Enterprise, the carrier Saratoga was on its way from the West Coast to hopefully join the battle. In addition to the aircraft carriers, Midway Atoll was garrisoned with a group of Marine fighters and dive bombers, along with a squadron of B-17s. The next piece of news stunned the pilots of Torpedo 8. Jurica announced that a detachment of new Grumman Avenger torpedo planes had arrived at Pearl Harbor, and some of them were being flown out to join the air garrison at Midway. It had to be Swede Larsen's detachment of planes from Torpedo 8. 23-year-old William Robinson Evans, Jr. sat among the pilots of Torpedo 8 in the smoke-filled wardroom with his usual studied air of nonchalance. In truth, he was often far away from them, living in his imagination, visualizing another line in a new poem or essay, seeing the words come alive through his writer's eyes. The man his squadron mates called the Squire didn't think of himself as all that different from the others, but he was. Born into a Quaker family in Indianapolis, Indiana, On August 11, 1918, he was the youngest of the squadron pilots aboard the Hornet. He was certainly the only one in the squadron, maybe in the whole Hornet Air Group, who had decided to become a Navy flyer after reading a book. In 1940, he had been finishing his senior year at Wesleyan University in Connecticut when a friend lent him Wind, Sand, and Stars by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. It recounted the French pilot's real-life adventures flying mail all over the world for Aéropostale in the 1930s. To Bill Evans, it was far more than an adventure story filled with accounts of near-fatal crashes in the Andes and the Sahara Desert. It represented a soaring of the human spirit, for intertwined with these tales of danger and breathless beauty was Saint-Exupéry's almost mystical attitude toward the sea and sky, and his internal voyage of self-discovery to find his destiny. I, delivered, shall read my course in the stars, Saint-Exupéry had written. It was the book that changed Bill Evans's life, for inextricably tied to his creative and intellectual gifts was a similar thirst for adventure. More than anything, Saint-Exupéry's book appealed to his restless soul. In spite of his Quaker upbringing, Bill Evans was a pure romantic. From conscientious Eagle Scout, he had matured into a young man who enjoyed close-hauling a sailboat in fierce storms and racing a well-engineered car. One of his annual thrills was attending the Indianapolis 500 race that took place a few miles from his home. Behind Evans's calm facade and whimsical charm was an inner intensity that drove him to explore the limits of his mind and body. He brought the same spirit to every challenge, whether it was skiing and sailing or studying biology and poetry. His roommate at Wesleyan, Charles Gillespie, believed that in some inexplicable way Evans was on a higher plane than the rest of the students, possessing a fine-grained, visionary quality that set him apart. If this was true, he wasn't haughty or egotistical about it. To Gillespie, Evans did not appear unusually patriotic either, although one incident suggested that he held deep convictions on the subject. It was after England had entered the war, and they were talking one night in their dorm room about Gillespie's friend Neil, who was a Scottish exchange student at Union College. "How can he remain a student here while his country is at war?" Bill asked quietly. After reading Wind, Sand, and Stars, Bill Evans's new goal became flying. Upon his graduation with honors from Wesleyan, he was accepted as a Naval Aviation cadet and underwent flight training in Jacksonville, Florida. Flying high-speed aircraft turned out to be more exciting than any physical challenge he had ever undertaken. There are few arts in this world more closely akin to communion with the gods than flying upwards to the morning sun. He wrote to a friend while at Jacksonville. The pilots in Torpedo 8 knew Evans was different as soon as he joined the squadron in September 1941. At first, they weren't sure what to make of him. With his crew-cut hair and boyish face, he looked more like the product of an expensive New England prep school than a red-blooded pilot in the United States Navy. Off-duty, he often wore a tweed smoking jacket and two-tone saddleback shoes. When the others would head into Norfolk to try to pick up nurses, Evans usually stayed behind, with his head stuck in a novel or a book of poetry. The other pilots didn't need to romanticize flying. For them, it was something to be experienced, the sheer thrill of it down to the core. Bill Evans felt that too, but like Saint-Exupéry, his attachment to the sky was almost mystical, a spiritual thing. The rest of the squadron soon learned that while he might have had the soul of a poet, Evans could fly as well as any man in the squadron. And like most of the others, he was a natural athlete, although his favorite sports were skiing and tennis rather than football and boxing. As their training continued, he showed other strengths. In the seemingly endless classes Waldron conducted on technical flying issues, Evans's impromptu answers to his complicated questions usually came out like well-researched essays. Waldron wasn't easily impressed, but Bill Evans impressed him, which was why he decided to make him the squadron's intelligence officer. Later on, Waldron would turn to him to settle any argument the men got into involving politics or history. "Our Yale man will know the answer to that one." He would gently jibe him, well aware that Evans had gone to Wesleyan. The other pilots finally came to the conclusion that Evans wasn't putting on airs. Hell, they decided, he probably didn't even know he was different. It was just the way he was. In a joshing mood, one of them had called him the Squire, and the name stuck. After that, he was accepted. Aboard the Hornet, Evans spent a good part of his off-duty time writing in his personal journal. It wasn't a diary. He wrote on whatever was at hand, from the backs of envelopes and old stationery to colored index cards. He wrote poetry, letters, and his impressions of what took place around him. One sketch dealt with the death of a Hornet sailor and the funeral ceremony that took place on the hangar deck. 4 destroyers, 2 heavy cruisers, and an aircraft carrier flew their ensigns at half-mast in tribute to one reserve apprentice seaman, symbolizing as effectively as anything I have yet seen the tangible evidence that this nation holds the life of even its lowliest as worthy of tribute as the mighty. Where else in this world can such be so? Words speak poorly in trying to catch the mood of that last far journey across the horizon. Even in our thoughts, we cannot bridge the chasm which separates the mystery of life from the mystery to which we go. It is fitting that men and officers stand quietly in the sun, stand quietly while taps are sounded, stand quietly as the smallest of boxes returns the unexplainable to the unexplainable. How fitting that man and his creations take cognizance of these things in which they are so little. Tomorrow, or the next day, it will be done again and then again, as from the beginning of time, as we return mystery to mystery, and the wisdom of the sea accepts them all. When Waldron released the pilots from duty, one of the things Evans enjoyed most was taking solitary walks around the ship, especially after dark. The Hornet was 3 football fields long and below decks. He felt like he was plugged into the galvanic current of some huge alien life force, the internal organic components of which were never at rest. He wrote about his observations of the 2,000-member crew in their various jobs, with red, green, or yellow-colored lamps in each passageway, signifying the different workstations. He was struck by the obvious disparity between the lives of the men he served with up in officers' country and the enlisted men who were serving below decks. Exploring deep inside the ship, he would watch teams of men with iron bars chipping endless coats of paint off the rusting bulkheads. Down, closer to the propeller screws, he could feel the steel plates vibrating beneath his shoes as he walked through massive sleeping compartments, where the bunks were stacked 5 high from the deck to the ceiling. The smell of coffee usually drew him to the enlisted men's mess, which never stopped dispensing food and drink to the men coming on and off watch, while he and the other pilots tucked into a breakfast of steak and shirred eggs on monogrammed china in the officers' wardroom. The enlisted men ate their own fare of dry cereal with watery powdered milk, or navy beans in ketchup sauce on steel trays. He always finished his walks on the windswept flight deck. Standing there in the darkness, he could imagine the Japanese war fleet coming inexorably toward them as it closed on Midway, narrowing the distance with each passing hour. Like his hero Saint-Exupéry, who had joined the French Air Force to fight the German Luftwaffe, Bill Evans understood what was at stake if the Allies lost the war. He had recently written to a professor from his Wesleyan days, summing up his thoughts. "The fates have been kind to me. In a war where any semblance of pleasure is, to say the least, bad taste, I find many things that would please you. When you hear others saying harsh things about American youth, know how wrong they all are. So many times now that it has become commonplace, I've seen incidents that make me know that we are not soft or bitter, perhaps stupid at first, but never weak. The boys who brought nothing but contempt and indifference in college, who showed an apparent lack of responsibility, carry now the load with a pride no Spartan ever bettered. Many of my friends are now dead. To a man, each died with a nonchalance that they would have denied was courage. They simply called it lack of fear and forgot the triumph. If anything great or good is born of this war, it should not be valued in the colonies we may win or in the pages historians will attempt to write, but rather in the youth of our country who never trained for war, rather almost never believed in war, but who have from some hidden source brought forth a gallantry which is homespun, it is so real. I say these things because I know you liked and understood boys, because I wanted you to know that they have not let you down. That out here, between a spaceless sea and sky, American youth has found itself and given itself so that at home the spark may catch, burst into flame and burn high. If the country takes these sacrifices with indifference, it will be the cruelest ingratitude the world has ever known. My luck can't hold out much longer, but the flame goes on and on. That is important. Please give my best wishes to all of the family, and may all you do find favor in God's grace. Bill Old Langdon. Monday, 1 June, 1942, Loke Field, Ford Island, Pearl Harbor. Scarrier Air Support Unit, CAS 5. Although he was only 32 years old, Old Langdon was the name many of the younger pilots used in referring to him, as in, "Man, there goes Old Langdon." It was said with a mixture of envy and admiration, both for Fieberling's leadership style and for the sophisticated way he led his personal life. Langdon Kellogg Fieberling was a polished ladies' man. The other lieutenants called him Count, or Phoebe, to Lieutenant DeWitt Pete Petterkin. He was just Lang. A 1937 graduate of Yale, Pete Petterkin was one of the ground officers responsible for supervising the dozens of enlisted men who maintained and repaired the squadron's aircraft. He had become Fieberling's closest friend in Torpedo 8. Already going gray at the temples of his thick brown hair, Fieberling drove a bright green, highly polished Lincoln Zephyr convertible. When he was off duty, there would usually be a good-looking young woman riding alongside him in the passenger seat. Tall and slender, he dressed impeccably in tailored gabardine uniforms. More important to the men who served under him was the fact that his good-natured personality was almost the exact opposite of Swede Larsen's. There was no bravado in him at all. In the face of tough situations, he always seemed calm and self-contained. Although a full lieutenant, he projected an attitude that no job in the Navy was beneath him. If he decided that a hangar needed to be swept, he might start doing it himself, only to find himself surrounded by pilots and enlisted men anxious to help him finish the job. Usually, he would only have to suggest that something needed to be done for one of his men to eagerly undertake the task. Fieberling took his own share of abuse from Larsen, but always remained cool and seemingly unperturbed in the face of it. Without ever undermining Larsen's authority, he quietly urged the pilots to simply do their jobs until the whole squadron reconnected again under Commander Waldron on the Hornet. On the Sunday night before their long flight to Midway Atoll, he worked alongside the others to prepare the planes in CAS U-5. He had an ability to remember names and numbers and used the gift as they went over the checklists to make sure that all the crews and aircraft were equipped with everything they needed. At about midnight, he went around to each of the departing crews, urging the pilots and gunners to catch a few hours of sleep. Due to their nervous excitement, it came hard for all of them. At 060 on June, on the 1st of June, he brought the 5 other pilots together in the small squadron office at the back of CASU 5. Lieutenant Jack Barnum, the flight officer Smiley Morgan, the navigation officer, and Pete Petterkin, the engineer officer, joined them there. None of the pilots in the squadron had any experience flying great distances over water, and Swede Larsen had arranged for 2 Navy pilots who flew long-range PBY patrol bombers to accompany the detachment on the flight. Patrol pilots received far more rigorous training in navigation, and they were going to serve as the navigators for the trip. Aside from Ozzie Gainier, who was 27, the pilots ranged in age from 22 to 25. Vic Lewis was the youngest by just 1 day behind Charlie Brannan. Fieberling surveyed their solemn faces, keeping his eyes, voice, and manner calm and reassuring. They would be making a pretty long hop across the Pacific, he told them. Someone had said it might be the longest formation flight ever attempted using single-engine aircraft. The distance was more than 1,200 nautical miles, and the flight would take most of the day. They would be flying over open ocean all the way. The other pilots were well aware of what the result would be if a crew had to ditch in the middle of the Pacific. With a battle approaching, the chance of a recovery ship being sent for them was practically nil. Fieberling himself would lead the first element, with Bert Ernest on his left wing and Charlie Brannan on his right. Ozzie Gainier would lead the second element in right echelon behind Brannan, with Vic Lewis and Darrell Woodside on his wings. The two PBY pilots would fly in the flight leader's planes. There was to be radio silence all the way. No one knew how far their radios carried, and it was essential that the Japanese not be made aware of reinforcements being sent to garrison Midway. All communication would be made with hand signals. If Fieberling knew anything about their future missions once they reached Midway, he didn't tell them. He asked if there were any questions. There weren't. Standing up, he wished them all good luck and said it was time to man their planes. As the others grabbed their gear and headed out of the hangar, Fieberling motioned Pete Patterkin to remain behind. When they were alone, he grinned and said, "I'd like to ask you a favor, Pete." "Anything," said Peterkin. "If something happens to me out there, I was hoping you could visit Laura in San Francisco." He left the rest of it unsaid. Peterkin knew exactly what he meant. On the morning, the Chaumont had left San Francisco for Pearl Harbor. Fieberling had been standing at the railing between Smiley Morgan and Pete Patterkin as the ship passed Alcatraz Island and headed across the bay to the open sea. Looking toward the Oakland Hills, Smiley could see the unusual bell tower at the University of California at Berkeley. He suddenly remembered that Lieutenant Fieberling had gone there. "It will probably be a long time before I see her again." Fieberling had said wistfully. Morgan thought he was referring to his college alma mater, but Pete Kirkin knew he was talking about Laura Cassidy, the girl Fieberling had just asked to marry him. Lang had told him the whole story the night before. Fieberling said that he had always had a wild streak in him. After growing up in his parents' home on Wesley Avenue in Oakland Hills, he had met Laura in a class at Oakland High School. They dated until he left to attend Berkeley, and had continued going out together when Laura followed him there. It was clear to him that she wanted to get married, but he wasn't ready. A star of the University of California rugby team, he had joined the Phi Delta Theta fraternity. Then he discovered fast girls and convertibles, quitting college when his grades suffered. He had traveled around the country for 2 years working jobs at expensive resorts before eventually joining the Navy as an aviation cadet, earning his wings in 1937. For the next 5 years he had lived for the moment, playing the field and sweeping it clean. Shortly before the squadron was set to fly to San Francisco, he had been amazed to learn through a mutual friend that Laura hadn't seriously dated anyone since he had left, and was apparently still waiting for him in the hope he would one day come back to her. While flying across the country in his Avenger, Fieberling came to a horrible awakening. It was the stark awareness that he had wasted 5 years in casual love affairs while passing up the real happiness he could have shared with the one woman who truly loved him. In the darkness of his cockpit, he realized that he loved her too. As soon as the squadron arrived in San Francisco, he borrowed a car at the Alameda Naval Air Station and drove straight to her home. Later that night, he proposed to her, and she tearfully accepted him. They had 3 days together before the Chaumont departed. He had never been happier, he told Peterkin. His only regret was having let her down all of those years as they emerged from Cassu 5. Light was just beginning to seep over the roofs of the buildings on the eastern edge of Ford Island. In the coolness of dawn, the 6 blue-gray Avengers were lined up on one of the aprons next to the runway. The undersides of the wings and fuselages had been painted white. The planes were warmed up and ready to go. A large group of men had assembled near the runway to watch the takeoff. The crowd included most of the squadron's mechanics, ordnancemen, and other ground personnel who had worked all night to prepare the planes. The pilots who hadn't been chosen came too. Swede Larson arrived in a jeep as the 6 flight crews were ready to board their planes. He was holding a stack of brightly colored decals that he had planned to cement to the fuselages of the planes. Each decal showed a large closed fist. Underneath it, in large block letters, was the word "attack." Now there wasn't time to mount them. Instead, Swede handed one to each pilot and shook his hand. "There's going to be a big battle out there," he told them. He wanted each man to remember the motto of the squadron when they got there. Thrusting his right arm forward, he raised his closed fist high into the air. "Attack!" he shouted. "Attack!" Bert Ernest and Charlie Brannan were standing nearby, barely managing to suppress their grins. Brannan was always a practical joker. Aside from Dorothy, his wife of 2 months, and flying, he didn't take anything seriously. He had found a kindred spirit in Bert Ernest. When Larson's back was turned, the two of them silently brandished the salute that Larson had just demonstrated. After raising their fists aloft, they simultaneously extended their middle fingers into the air. The crews boarded the planes. At a signal from Fieberling, the pilots turned over the already warmed-up engines. He led them out onto the runway, and they took off in single file. Smiley Morgan watched the planes as they slowly climbed into the sky over Ford Island and headed west toward the horizon. As he said a prayer for them, the growling pitch of the 1,700 horsepower Wright Cyclone engines slowly faded into the distance. Tex, Monday, Rouen 1942, northeast of Midway Atoll. Yus Hornet, the skipper, stood up from his cushioned chair in the front row of Ready Room 4 and turned to face the 17 other pilots in his squadron. His eyes were deadly serious, and his words conveyed the magnitude of what they were up against. "They'll get here Wednesday or Thursday morning," he said. "I figure the odds to be about 2.5 to 1 against us." Tex Gay had listened to Lieutenant Eureka's briefing on Sunday, when the intelligence officer had described the carriers, battleships, cruisers, and destroyers that were part of the huge Japanese striking force. Tex didn't like the sound of the odds then either, and he didn't like the feeling they gave him in the pit of his stomach. "Based on all the current dope," Waldron said, "we'll probably be making our first attack against the Jap fleet early in the morning. When we're finished, we'll all return to the carrier, refuel, and make a second attack later in the morning." The skipper told them that he was trying to persuade the air group commander to let him make another attack after dark. His idea was that the Japanese would be punch-drunk and reeling from the daylight assaults, and the squadron could get in close for more hits in the darkness. "Get as much sack time as you can," he said, before adding, "and you might want to tidy up your personal affairs and write a letter home just in case some of us don't get back." Not for the first time since the Hornet had sailed, Tex Gay had to silently wrestle with a truly repugnant thought. He wondered if he would turn yellow when the moment of truth arrived and he was face to face with the Japanese fighter planes. The pressure of imminent battle was weighing heavily on him, and it was something he had to work hard to control. He wondered if the others were feeling it too. From what he could see, the banter among them continued unabated, as if they didn't have a care in the world. One of the pilots, Whitey Moore, seemed to sleep right through it all. Tex knew the strain had definitely gotten to some of them. Just hours before the Hornet had left Pearl Harbor for Midway, Eddie Fail, a Torpedo 8 pilot from New Jersey, who had grown up in France and was, of course, nicknamed Frenchie, had gone out by himself into a pineapple field near their barracks. He came back with a deep wound in his right leg. Frenchie's story was that he had been looking for a ripe pineapple and had accidentally fallen off a lava rock, driving the knife into his leg. Ensign Bill Evans had been the duty officer that day, and was a man who chose his words carefully. In the Torpedo 8 official log he wrote, 27 May 1942. En's Fail received at his own hand a knife wound in his right leg. Tex thought it was an accident. Frenchie did a lot of stupid things, but he was no coward. Either way, Frenchie had to be left behind in the hospital when the Hornet departed the next morning. "You might want to tidy up your personal affairs and write a letter home, just in case some of us don't get back." It had never struck Tex Gay that he wouldn't get back. It might happen to one of the others, but not to him. He would get through. The lessons he had learned in life were to do your best in the face of whatever challenge came your way. He wasn't one to dwell on things over which he had no control. He had been born in Waco, Texas, on March 8, 1917. His mother's people had arrived there by covered wagon. In the 1920s, his father built a good business in the Texas oil fields, handling the legal end of leasing development sites to the independent drillers called wildcatters. When his father's job forced them to move to Dallas, George had started his education at a private school. He was a typical young Texan in almost every sense but one. Although it was unusual for Texas boys to take swimming lessons, his mother had insisted he learn how. He never found out why. Tex experienced a life-changing event one summer when the family was attending the Texas State Fair. One of the oil companies had arranged to take people up on 20-minute sightseeing flights in a Ford tri-motor airplane. He asked his parents to take him, but they refused. His grandmother was standing off to the side, and when she saw the boy's disappointment, she said, "Come on, son. I came here in a covered wagon, and I'm not afraid of that thing." Once in the air, the two of them had a ball. Soaring over the fairground was by far the most exhilarating thing George had ever done. As soon as they were back on the ground, he wanted to go back up again, but a long waiting line stretched across the field. From then on, he wanted to fly a plane himself. After the stock market crashed, the family faced hard times. The oil fields were shut down, and his father was thrown out of work along with thousands of others. The boy helped the family make ends meet by working at a local drugstore for 10 cents an hour. He started a paper route, eventually taking over 4 of them. It wasn't enough, and the family had to split up. George's sister stayed with their parents, and he went to live with an aunt and uncle until his father found work again. Eventually, Tex saved enough money to attend the mechanical engineering school at Texas A&M, where he started in 1936. Hoping to fly airplanes, he joined the Reserve Officers Training Corps. He was forced to quit school 3 years later when his money ran out. By then, the war clouds over Europe were gathering again. Although his father was convinced that America would soon be in another war, he wanted his son to finish college. Tex made the case that he wanted to be a flyer. He took the physical for the Army Air Corps, but failed it. The Army doctor said he had an irregular heartbeat and wasn't suitable pilot material. However, a friend told him that the Navy was also looking for pilots. Surprisingly, he had no problem passing the Navy's physical exam and went on to earn his wings at Opelika, Florida. A month before Pearl Harbor, he was assigned to Torpedo 8. When Waldron wasn't running the squadron through their daily gauntlet of bounce drills and torpedo attack exercises, Tex had dated a lot of girls, mostly nurses. He was a roving and enthusiastic bachelor and enjoyed going out almost every night he was off duty. Some nights, he never had to go out at all. The girls came to the pilots. After December 7th, dashing Navy pilots became almost irresistible to the opposite sex. The opportunities were dazzling. By then, he was billeted in the new brick bachelor officers' quarters at Breezy Point on the Norfolk Naval Base. Security was lax. On Sunday mornings, there would usually be several women at the breakfast table or in one of the shower rooms. Now the fun was over. After thinking over the skipper's words about tidying up his personal affairs, he decided that it would probably be bad luck to write a last letter home. Besides, if anything happened to him, his parents would be able to read the diary he had started just before the Hornet left for the Pacific. None of his fellow pilots knew he was keeping one. Most of them wouldn't have believed it. Squire Evans, sure, but not Tex Gay. Unlike the Squire, he had never done any serious writing in college or reading for that matter. One day back in February, he had found an unused daily journal in a second-hand shop and suddenly felt compelled to begin writing a diary. Since the blank journal was from 1940, he had to change all the dates to correspond to 1942. Soon he was scribbling down his thoughts and impressions at the end of each day. He called it his log, just like the one the Navy provided for him to record all of his hours in the air. With strict censorship of correspondence enforced after the Hornet left for the Pacific, the diary enabled him to write things the Navy never would have allowed him to send home in a letter. He decided to put his most candid thoughts in it, including his assessments of the skipper, his fellow pilots, and many of the things they experienced together as the Hornet made its way out to the Pacific. In April, he recorded his excitement at discovering that the ship was carrying 16 Mitchell B-25 bombers, along with a full squadron of Army Air Force pilots and crews to fly them. He quickly realized he might soon be witnessing an important moment in history, had a big powwow in the wardroom. Colonel Jimmy Doolittle read telegrams of good wishes from General Arnold, Admiral King, and President Roosevelt. Then he told us the target, Tokyo, boy, oh boy. Things begin to make sense. Landing fields in China are already prepared, plans and dates set. We even have subs lying in Japanese harbors giving us daily reports, and that calls for Guts, April 18, just east of Tokyo. We stood on the catwalks, the anti-aircraft batteries, hanging from every spot to watch the planes prepare for takeoff. The second one stalled and almost settled in, but they all made it. With tears running down his face, Tex watched as each bomber headed west toward Japan. For the first time, America was striking back. Soon it would be their turn, and he hoped he was prepared. As the days had passed, he wrote of his fervent hope that the squadron's obsolete Devastators would soon be replaced with the new Grumman TBF Avengers. He had even begun to construct a model of the TBF from a drawing he had found in the pilot's handbook. The squadron's failure to receive them led to an angry entry in his diary. "Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing way out here. What really bugs me is being here with such poor equipment to work with while at home. A bunch of supposed-to-be Americans are kicking about a 40-hour work week. If we had TBFs, I don't know of a place in the world I would rather be than here with a chance to do our part." He continued to record any hint or rumor that suggested the Avengers might still be coming. "The TBFs were in Dago, San Diego not long ago. Hope we get them soon, and later in May. Still, don't have the TBFs. Wonder if we will ever get them now." As the Hornet drew ever closer to its rendezvous with the Japanese striking force off Midway, Tex knew they never would. Instead, they would have to fly the slow-moving Devastators and hope for the best. In all of his months of training, he had never actually launched a torpedo. In fact, he had never carried one in a plane. He had never even seen it done. They had been told that the Navy didn't have any to spare. Now, just like most of the others in the squadron, he would be carrying and launching one for the first time in combat. Sitting in the ready room, Tex remembered all the times the skipper had ordered them to fly low across the Virginia Panhandle, barely clearing hedgerows and scaring the hell out of herds of grazing Herefords, pretending that a tree line was a Japanese carrier, flat-hatting and so low on the bays and inlets that the long TBD propellers would sometimes slash the surface of the water. Every day, some farmer or fisherman would call in to complain, but Waldron always ignored them. Going in low was exactly what his boys would have to do, just as low as their guts would allow them to. That's what it all came down to, thought Tex Guts. He silently prayed he would have his share when the time came. Bert and Harry Monday, June 1942, Luke Field, Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, 070. The rubber tire streaks on the concrete runway swept past the Avenger's windscreen as the big plane rapidly picked up speed. Airborne. Bert Ernest glanced down to the right and glimpsed the shattered hulk of the Arizona. Off to his left, the Utah lay in its shallow grave on the north side of Ford Island. As the flight of Avengers banked to the west, the thought suddenly struck him that he had never actually flown out of sight of land before. He wasn't really bothered by the notion. The thought of flying more than 1,200 miles across the Pacific didn't concern him at all. It was a simple fact, like the powerful and reassuring roar of the radial engine in front of him. He had less than 90 hours of flying time in the Avenger, and a solid portion of that had been logged flying across the country. But he knew the plane was good. He had no qualms about taking it into combat, if that was what they were facing at Midway. She was the finest ship he had ever flown. He moved smoothly into position off Fieberling's left wing. Charlie Brannan came up on the right. The flight leveled off at 1,500 feet, and Fieberling headed west on a compass heading of 270 degrees true. The rising brilliance of the morning sun transformed the dark gray sea ahead of them into a soft aqua green. Bert's eyes swept the gauges on the instrument panel. Everything read normally. Inside the closed cockpit, the smells were all pleasingly familiar, from the hint of high-octane gas in the air to the pungent smell of hot metal. The plane was in perfect trim. He turned to look over at Charlie Brannan. The Joker was grinning back at him. He gave him the thumbs up. He had no idea what was waiting for them out there, but after all the months of hard training, he was finally on his way. He settled his behind onto the parachute pack and leaned back against the molded backrest. It seemed almost a lifetime ago that he had reported for duty to the squadron, but it had only been 5 months. After finishing flight school at Pensacola, his orders were to report to Norfolk, Virginia, on December 10, 1941. He had decided to stop home in Richmond first, and was sitting with his date in the dining room of the Country Club of Virginia on Sunday, December 7th, when someone called out from the men's bar that the Japanese had attacked Pearl Harbor. After immediately driving the girl home, he rushed to the Navy Department building in Richmond, telling the officer on duty that although he wasn't scheduled to report to his squadron for 3 more days, he was ready to pitch in if there was something they needed him to do right away. The officer had grinned and said, "Ensign Ernest, it's my fervent hope that the Navy can survive without you for 3 more days." He had trained under Waldron and Swede Larson for almost 6 months. It was the most rigorous set of challenges he had ever undertaken, and he had survived them all. His fitness reports attested to the fact that he was one of the most naturally gifted pilots in the squadron, if not the Hornets Air Group, even flying this brand new airplane. He felt prepared for whatever might come. The Avenger was almost flying itself now. His eyes found the 24-hour clock on the instrument panel. They were already 2 hours out of Pearl Harbor. The adrenaline rush he had felt at the takeoff was slowly wearing off. That was when he realized that he had forgotten to bring the thermos he had filled with coffee, just before the pilots' meeting in Casu 5. He wondered what the rest of the squadron was doing back at Pearl. They were probably being run ragged by Swede. He was glad to be on his way. Soon his thoughts wandered back home to Richmond, where Bert was born on April Fool's Day, 1917. He had grown up on Kensington Avenue near the old soldiers' home on the boulevard. As a boy, he remembered, he often watched the last surviving Confederate soldiers as they dozed on the porch or rocked their chairs in the afternoon sun. Although he had no great interest in his own rebel ancestry, his mother made sure he joined the Sons of Confederate Veterans. In high school, he developed a far more serious interest in jazz, and was one of a handful of white boys in the audience when Cab Calloway came to perform in Richmond. It was one of his most vivid memories. In the late 1920s, the state capital was still a sleepy southern town. Life moved slowly there, especially in the summer heat. Richmond society still rode to the hounds in pursuit of the fox. His father, James Ernest, was the chairman of the Country Club of Virginia. He kept a stable of horses and led many of the fox hunts. Bert was in the same class at school as the son of Governor Byrd. He was an early reader and partial to Tom Mick's stories. A very good student, he skipped 2 grades before following his brother Jim to the Virginia Military Institute. Sitting in the cockpit, he found himself wondering where his brother rats were at that very moment. His best friends from VMI were in the 17th Field Artillery. Flying was definitely more fun than lobbing artillery shells, he thought. VMI had been great, all except the midnight curfew on Saturday night, after which their weekend dates would sometimes get stolen by the Washington and Lee boys who lived a mile down the road. He remembered one of his roommate's dates waving from the veranda of one of the WNL fraternity houses in a bathrobe as the VMI cadets marched by on their way to Sunday chapel services. Not for the first time. He wondered why he had been one of the 6 pilots selected to go on the flight. Swede hadn't said a word to him about it. Was it because he was a good pilot, or because Swede thought he was expendable? Hell, they were all good pilots. Every one of them had gone through the pressure of elimination training before joining the squadron. Maybe he had been chosen because he had flown with Swede up to the Quonset torpedo range in Rhode Island and was one of the few men who had actually launched a torpedo. But Smiley Morgan had flown up there with them too, and he hadn't been picked. He thought about the 2 young crewmen flying with him in the plane. They were just kids, 17 or 18. He didn't know either one of them very well. J.D. Manning, the 18-year-old who had been assigned as his turret gunner, was lean and strong. Harry Ferrier, the radio man tail gunner from Springfield, Massachusetts, looked no more than 15. Bert might have flown with him back in Norfolk, but he couldn't remember for sure. Pilots rarely flew with the same crews more than once on practice missions. The way the plane was configured, there was no way for him to visually check on the crew. But if there had been a problem, one of them would have spoken up on the plane's intercom. He was feeling drowsy once more and unlatched the cockpit canopy, sliding it back far enough to feel a constant gust of cool air on his face. After using the piss tube to relieve himself, he took several sips of water from the canteen the plane captain had stowed near his feet. He hadn't thought to bring any food with him, and he found he was hungry. When his eyes ranged over the instrument console again, they were drawn to the name he had scrawled in pencil next to one of the gauges. He had written it there in large, crude letters just before they took off from Ford Island. Jerry Jenkins. After meeting her at a party in Richmond, he thought he was probably in love with her. She was smart and beautiful, a combination he found incredibly attractive. Jerry was a very classy girl, a student at Smith College up in Massachusetts. She had promised to wait for him until he returned from the Pacific. When he did, he figured he would probably ask her to marry him. The thought that he might possibly be killed in the war never entered his mind. He came from a military family. During the First World War, his father had enlisted in the Richmond Light Blues. One of his uncles had been a Navy aviator. His uncle Herb had served in the U.S. Cavalry. Coming back from France, Herb had decided to make the Army his career. He was now a brigade commander serving under a general named George Patton. Bert had wanted to be a flyer from the time he was 10 years old. He remembered the rush of exhilaration he felt right after hearing the news on the radio that Charles Lindbergh had made it solo across the Atlantic. A few months before that, his father had taken him to see one of Lindbergh's famous daredevil rivals, Clarence Chamberlain, at the Richmond airfield. As the flight of Avengers continued on their compass heading, he wondered where Lieutenant Commander Waldron and the rest of Torpedo 8 was. The last scuttlebutt he had heard before leaving Ford Island was that the Hornet was probably guarding the northwest approaches to Pearl Harbor in case of another Japanese sneak attack. It was only through a twist of fate that he wasn't already with them. Back in March, he had been told that he was one of the pilots who would be going with Commander Waldron when the Hornet left Norfolk. He had borrowed a footlocker and packed all of his personal gear in it for the long passage. It was already stowed aboard the carrier when at the last minute he was told that Hal Ellison, a married pilot from Buffalo, New York, was going in his place. He wasn't told why. At the time, he had felt only bitter disappointment. As the days passed, he got over it, especially after meeting Jerry Jenkins. But he had never found out the reason for the change. The flight of Avengers passed through a low cloud bank, and rain began spattering the windshield. He kept his speed steady until they broke out of the cloud cover. A minute later, he checked the clock again. They were better than halfway there. From his cramped position in the tail of Bert's plane, 17-year-old radioman gunner Harry Ferrier had an unobstructed view through the rear gun port of the three planes following them. Ensign Gainier led the second element, with Darrell Woodside on his left and Vic Lewis to the right, through the little porthole on the side of the fuselage. Harry could see Ensign Brannan's plane, too, although he was almost completely blind to everything unfolding ahead of them. Aside from monitoring the radio, the teenager had nothing to do for the entire flight. No one had broken radio silence. They had flown across hundreds of miles of the Pacific, but Harry hadn't seen a single ship, airplane, or any other sign of human civilization. As hour after hour passed, it seemed as if they were the ancient mariners, the first men to explore this remote corner of the world. The plane was a Honey, the best one he had flown in since joining the Navy. Back at Pearl Harbor, one of the mechanics had told him it was the first Avenger to ever roll off the assembly line at the Grumman factory up on Long Island. Since quitting high school to join the Navy, Harry had become a smoker, and he indulged his new habit while periodically checking his equipment to make sure it was functioning properly. Occasionally, he looked up the passageway of the fuselage to where Jay Manning was sitting in his turret gun harness, facing forward. Unlike Harry, Jay had the best seat in the plane. He could see what was going on in every direction. About 8 hours into the flight, the throaty roar of the engine suddenly changed pitch, and he saw the three planes behind him shift into a single formation. That's when he knew they had arrived somewhere and were about to land. Harry craned his head around to the side porthole and gazed downward. Staring into the glare of the afternoon sun, it was difficult to see anything on the surface of the dazzling sea. Then the tiny hump of a sandy beach suddenly materialized below him. It was Midway Atoll. As they came in to land, Harry's eyes took in the landscape beyond the beach. It was flat and sandy, and there were no trees. The island was small, completely dwarfed by the vast expanse of deep blue ocean. But what he saw below the plane sent a thrill through him. Wingtip to wingtip, the hardpan aprons along the two intersecting runways were crowded with combat planes. There were so many of them down there, it seemed they would barely have room to land. In the moments before the plane touched down, Harry saw a huge B-17 Flying Fortress, a warplane he had only seen in photographs. Taxiing off the runway, Bert came to a stop on one of the crushed coral parking aprons near the runway. The moist, salty air was tinged with the reek of aviation gas as Harry climbed out of the tail compartment. He was quickly surrounded by a crowd of naval officers, Marines, ordnancemen, mechanics, and other ground personnel. None of them had ever seen an Avenger before. One of the men joked that it looked like a pregnant Grumman wildcat. Most were suitably impressed. Lieutenant Fieberling asked that the belly fuel tanks be removed from the planes as quickly as possible and replaced with torpedoes. As the ground personnel swarmed around the planes, the Avengers' air crews were left to fend for themselves. It didn't take more than 10 minutes for Harry to learn why they had been sent out there. The Japanese were coming, a big invasion force with carriers and battleships, transports and shock troops, and a horde of attack planes. A few weeks earlier, Admiral Nimitz himself had come out to Midway to look things over. After that, everything had started to pop. This was it. Midway was where they would make a stand. This astonishing news didn't frighten Harry. He knew his job, and he knew that their new Avengers were really good. He felt sure they would hold their own when the time came. In the meantime, Harry was bombarded with questions about the latest scuttlebutt back at Pearl Harbor. The simple answer had to be repeated over and over. He had no idea what was going on. Someone told him to take his personal gear over to a string of tents pitched near the perimeter of the airfield. It looked like a hobo jungle with sagging canvas and crude lean-tos. He and the other enlisted crewmen from the 6 Avengers were assigned 2 6-man tents. They moved their gear inside before heading off to explore the island. The first thing Harry wanted to see was one of those big new B-17s. They were the biggest planes in the Army Air Forces, with 50 caliber machine guns sticking out all over the place. In addition to the Fortresses, there were 4 other Army planes, Martin B-26 Marauders that were supposed to be fast, bigger than the Avengers. They carried a crew of 7, including 3 machine gunners. The ordnance men had jury-rigged each Marauder to carry a torpedo instead of bombs. The B-26 crews seemed a little doubtful about their plane's ability to successfully launch a torpedo. They had arrived a few weeks earlier at Pearl Harbor with 6 planes, and the aircraft had turned out to be bulky even without carrying a torpedo. 2 of them had crashed while landing at Ford Island. Aside from the planes, the first thing Harry noticed on the island was the horde of big, oddly shaped birds called goonies. There were hundreds of them comically trudging around the island on their oversized triangular feet, seemingly oblivious to their human visitors. The birds were so trusting that they rarely got out of the way of either men or machines. When they were being chased, the gunnies would always try to run in the direction of the wind, just as a carrier would turn into the wind before launching its planes. Using their sizable wing spread, the birds would catch the upwind breeze and rise slowly into the air before coasting down to a stop 20 yards away to resume their search for food. Harry spent the rest of the afternoon walking around the island, which was alive in a whirlwind of activity. In addition to the 6th Marine Defense Battalion, a company of Carlson's Marine Raiders had arrived a few days earlier, and they were digging in to meet the expected Japanese attack. Those men seemed to be everywhere, bare-chested and dangerous-looking, wearing bandoliers across their shoulders, digging slit trenches near the shoreline, and setting up defensive positions. One group near the shoreline was filling empty whiskey bottles with gasoline to make Molotov cocktails. They had strung barbed wire everywhere along the beach. and most of the shore area had been laced with landmines. Machine gun nests were being set up to provide intersecting fields of fire at every point that Japanese assault troops might come ashore. Standing next to the bronzed Marine raiders, Harry Ferrier was well aware that he didn't cut quite so menacing a figure. In fact, he looked like a boy surrounded by grown men, as in truth he was. He might well have been the youngest enlisted sailor or Marine on the whole island, for the date that appeared on his birth certificate and Navy enlistment papers had been doctored. Harry's father had emigrated from Scotland and had died when Harry was 13. His insurance policy had lapsed, and Harry was sent to live with a family friend. When his mother married again, he was allowed to return home. The new husband turned out to be an alcoholic. Divorcing him, she married again. The third husband was both a drunk and abusive. Harry told his mother he wanted to join the Navy. At 15, he was still 2 years too young, even with her approval. Using a friend's typewriter, he changed the last number in his birth certificate and went down to the recruiting office to sign up. At his physical, the doctor told him he had hammer toes. 3 days after his 16th birthday, the Navy took him anyway. Just 120 pounds. He sometimes had to endure the nickname Runt. Harry Ferrier might have been pint-sized, but he was smart and worked hard. After recruit training, he had been assigned to radio school in Jacksonville, Florida, where he was a standout in his class and able to key more than 20 words per minute in Morse code. Assigned to Torpedo Squadron 8, he had again been promoted to the rank of Radioman 3rd Class. Now he was about to go to war. After exploring the island, Harry joined Jay Manning back in their tent. Both of them were excited, and the two teenagers began to discuss what they could do to help defeat the Japanese invasion force. Harry was the one who came up with the idea, and Jay agreed it was good. Heading over to their Avenger, they took several needed measurements before assembling what they needed. Using strips of masking tape, they made what hopefully looked like a set of individual machine gun ports along the front edges of both wings. After taping them into position, they painted big black circles in the center of each one. The idea was that the Japanese fighter pilots would be so scared when they got close enough to see the full array of machine guns that they would take off. Standing back to admire their work, they agreed that it wouldn't stop the Japanese striking force, but one never knew. It just might save their lives. Grant and Whitey, Tuesday, 2 June 1942, northeast of Midway Atoll. Us Hornet, the typed message had come down to Ready Room 4 from the bridge, along with the plan of the day, which itemized the mundane daily routines and chores aboard ship, such as 08 VB-8 Squadron airbedding on forecastle. The words of this typed message were neither routine nor mundane. They were electrifying. In the smoke-fogged room, Ensign Grant Teets listened to the message as it was read aloud by the skipper. An attack for the purpose of capturing Midway Island expected. The attacking force may be composed of all combat types, including 4 or 5 carriers plus transports and trained vessels. If presence of task forces 16 and 17 remains unknown to enemy, we should be able to make surprise flank attacks on enemy carriers from positions northeast of Midway. Further operations will be based on a result of these attacks damage inflicted by Midway forces and information enemy movement. The successful conclusion of the operations now commencing will be of great value to our country. Navy patrol planes were already searching the skies northwest of Midway in hopes of an early sighting of the Japanese striking force. The Japanese had scout planes, too. The skipper told them, and there was always the chance they might find the American carriers first. Things could break loose at any time. On the previous night, wild rumors had begun to course through the ship, passing from mouth to ear like a primitive telegraph system. The Japanese attack at Midway was just a diversion, according to one. The real invasion force had already slipped around Hawaii and was heading for San Francisco. Most of the rumors were ludicrous, but one thing was sure. They would be in combat soon. Ensign Grant Teets knew he should be focused on his first mission against the Japanese striking force, but it was hard. The reason it had become hard was a young woman named Diana. Grant had become unofficially engaged to her on the night before the Hornet had left Norfolk back in March. The first letter Diana had written to him was cheerful and upbeat. "Grant, dear, it's a beautiful spring day here. Trees are beginning to bud and flowers and shrubs blooming. Just too pretty to stay indoors. Mother and Dad came for a visit on Sunday. I told them everything, and Mother said to tell you that if you are half as good as I say, you are the one. No matter where you are or what you're doing, I love you, Grant, and pray for you every night. Hurry home and love always, Diana." Now, as he sat in the squadron's ready room, holding the letters he had received since, Grant looked like a heavyweight prizefighter who had just gone 15 rounds with Joe Louis. He was still trying to decipher them, as if they were in some long-extinct language. Whitey Moore, his roommate and closest friend, was the one man in the squadron who knew why. In a way, Whitey felt responsible for everything that had happened. It was his girlfriend Betty Watkins who had arranged the blind date for Grant and Diana about a month before the Hornet sailed for the Pacific. Diana was 22 years old and from North Carolina. Like Betty, she was a student nurse at Norfolk Naval Hospital, and she had recently broken up with her boyfriend after a long-term relationship. Grant liked her immediately. To start with, she was pretty, with long blonde hair and a trim figure. But he had dated a lot of pretty girls before and rarely asked them out a second time. Somehow, Diana seemed different. Part of it was her lilting Southern accent. More important, she said she was an outdoors girl, telling him she had grown up as a tomboy, fishing and hunting with her father in the woods of North Carolina. She also had a way of making him laugh, which took his mind off the war. He, Diana, Whitey, and Betty had had a great time that first night. Whitey was an incredible jitterbugger, the kind of fluid and acrobatic dancer who could twirl a small girl like Betty over his shoulder and pull her through his legs just like they did in the newsreels. At parties, other couples would often stop dancing just to watch them fly. Grant wasn't an exceptional dancer, but he enjoyed it, and so did Diana. She quickly learned that Grant was different from the Navy flyers who seemed always on the make when it came to a pretty nurse. A raw-boned 6-footer, he towered over Whitey, but his circus strongman physique belied a gentle nature and an unassuming personality. At first, it was hard for Diana to get him to talk about himself. It wasn't that he was shy, he just didn't feel he needed to prove himself in the company of others. When the evening was over, he asked her out again for the following night, and she accepted. From then on, they were together whenever their work schedules allowed it. Diana didn't wait for him to ask her to marry him. She proposed just 2 weeks after they met. She was honest in telling him about another young man she had fallen in love with before him, but said it had felt nothing like this. He tried to explain why it wasn't the most prudent thing to do. After all, they had known one another less than a month. He also told her the risks that went with marrying a Navy combat flyer and how he had watched 5 flight cadets die in accidents at Pensacola. He didn't mention that his mother frowned on wartime marriages and had cautioned him about what to do if the situation arose. Any girl worth having would be willing to wait for him. She had written, "Grant, you must be sensible in these times." But Grant had discovered there was nothing sensible about love. Growing up in the forested magnificence of Sheridan, Oregon, he'd been taught by his parents to always do the right and honorable thing. Everything he had accomplished, from his exploits on the football field to the track records he set under Coach Doc Swan at Oregon State University, reflected a serious young man who worked hard to make his family proud of him. His love for his parents and his sister Charlotte was central to his life. During the Depression, the Teets family had fallen on difficult times. It hadn't always been so. One of his great uncles was Commodore William Bainbridge, who had commanded Old Ironsides. Another ancestor had founded the town of Sheridan in 1866. When Grant was growing up there, his father had been a highly respected high school principal. After retirement, Bert Teets had gone through a succession of jobs, eventually setting up a small insurance business at home. Grant's mother, Jenny Teets, helped make ends meet by opening a small cafe next to the Yamhill River. In high school, Grant would eat his supper there after coming back from football practice and before doing his homework. In the summers, he worked at the plywood mill or in one of the lumber camps. It came as a shock to his parents when he first told them he wanted to fly. At the time, he had been a sophomore at Oregon State. A friend of his had joined the college flying program at an airfield near Corvallis, and Grant had become keen to try it himself. After finishing college, he went right into the Navy. During his months of flight training, Grant wrote more than 100 letters home, long, optimistic ones full of vivid descriptions of snap rolls, spins, loops, and whip stalls. They made his parents feel they were right there with him in the cockpit as he learned to meet each new challenge. Writing paper was often scarce, and some of the letters were written on sheets of scrap, every inch filled with his narrow, cramped writing. In many of them, he would include a money order to help them make ends meet. If he couldn't, he would apologize for not sending anything. A portion of the $62.50 he earned each month went straight home, as did most of his monthly poker winnings, which often exceeded his paycheck. In addition to being a star athlete, Grant was good at games. At the age of 12, he filled in at a bridge tournament attended by his parents. At the end of the evening, he had the highest score. He was even better at poker, playing conservatively but also having an instinctive sense of when to bluff. Over the months he served with Torpedo 8, he was usually the biggest winner in the squadron. Beneath the forbidding brow, he also had a dry sense of humor. One of the challenges the pilots faced aboard ship was sheer boredom. As they sat in the ready room one afternoon, he got up from his chair and walked to the front of the room. Turning to face the others, he said, "It has come to my attention that no one here is familiar with the process of making plywood. Let me enlighten you." He then began a lecture on the subject, speaking extemporaneously on the whole process from cutting down a tree to the final product. It was both illuminating and funny, and the rest of the pilots loved it. Although gentle in nature, Grant sometimes had to work at controlling his temper. Officers who thought it might be amusing to intentionally mispronounce his last name as Tits never did it a second time. When Swede Larson singled him out for one of his public tirades back at Norfolk, Grant had almost lost control and decked him. Afterward, he wrote home to say that it had helped him to mentally picture Swede as the hind end of a horse. On their last night in Norfolk, Grant and Whitey took the girls aboard the Hornet for a candlelight dinner in the wardroom. They wore their best uniforms, and the girls were on cloud 9. When the Hornet arrived in San Francisco, Grant received the next batch of letters from Diana. The words almost sent him into a tailspin. She was supposed to finish her nursing training and wait for his return. Her thinking had obviously changed. Dearest Grant, first of all, I might as well tell you, I hate this hospital and everything that goes with it. I'll go crazy if I have to live through much more. We were so happy together those few weeks, and to have it end with me here and you there. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Grant? Now that I'm living through these dark days, I must admit I am a coward and can't make it alone. What do you want me to do? I'll never finish nurse's training. I just can't. Love, Diana. How could he possibly be with her now? He was on his way to fight the Japanese. They were in the middle of a world war. He wrote back that it was just as hard for him, as well as the other flyers in the squadron who were married, engaged, or in love. They had to go on with their work and do their best. He said things were bound to get better when she no longer had to work nights. He received her reply when the Hornet arrived at Pearl Harbor. Dearest Grant, I have a confession to make last night. I went to the O Club with Bill Valentine, and I got plastered a toast to the boys at sea, to the boys on shore, to our engagement, to Brownie's marriage, and oh so many others, and was I sick? Bill's opinion of me isn't much, I'm sure. But that doesn't worry me. What do you think, Grant? It never would have happened if you had been there. I know, scotch and water. I'll never touch it again until you return, I promise. Whitey told him not to put too much stock in the incident. Betty had written to him about it, too, and said that Diana hadn't done anything wrong. All of the wives and girlfriends were just going nuts with worry. Anxious about Diana's emotional well-being, Grant fell back on his principal weakness, food. Already the biggest pilot aboard ship, He had put on 10 pounds since they had left Norfolk, and the skipper started ragging him that he wouldn't be able to fit in the cockpit. He didn't care. He was able to write on May 28th, the morning they left Pearl Harbor for Midway, assuring her that everything would be fine when he got back. He also took a minute to write a quick note to his parents in pencil. He wasn't sure where they were headed and wrote, "Someplace, somewhere. I'll do the best I can. Love, G." One of Diana's letters came in the next mailbag the Hornet received. "Grant, darling, I was thrown from my bike on my head and almost killed myself. And when I finally did come back to life, my face was ruined, I thought. The right side had lacerations upon lacerations, and my right eye was closed. I came out of the hospital yesterday afternoon. I don't feel like living. I want to see you so badly I just can't live much longer without you. No, I can't. But don't worry about me now, Grant, 'cause I'll pull through some way. Do you still love me, Grant? If you have changed your mind, well, I'll just end it all. It wouldn't be hard to do. Be sweet, darling. Don't stop loving me. All my love, Diana." Grant wasn't the only pilot struggling with anxiety. With each successive clanging of the ship's bells to toll the passing hours, the nervous strain on the men grew into something almost physical. They dealt with it in different ways. Sitting in the cushioned seat next to Grant Teets, Whitey Moore dealt with it by sleeping. His capacity for sleep had led Bill Evans to label him the somnambulist after a character in Saint-Exupéry's Wind, Sand, and Stars. It had also led to a wager among the other members of the squadron as to just how deep Whitey's slumber really was. They had waited to test the issue until Grant Teets was gone. No one wanted to take a chance that the big man would react negatively to the wager they had made, even though he and Whitey were always ribbing each other. Whitey would loudly threaten to whip Grant if he didn't stop ragging him. But it was said in good humor. When Teets left, the pilots gathered around Whitey's chair at the back of the ready room. As usual, he had a contented smile on his cherubic face, as if he was dreaming about a date he was on with Lana Turner. Tex Gay was ready with a charcoal stick. Reaching around the back of the cushioned backrest, he drew a thick black mustache across Moore's upper lip. Whitey never moved. A few seconds later, Gay added a goatee. Whitey kept breathing with calm regularity. That was when the skipper arrived. Seeing the pilots clustered around Moore, he walked over to find out what was happening. Realizing what they had done, he began chewing them out as a bunch of idiots, Whitey and Grant. They were definitely an odd couple, Mutt and Jeff. The biggest man in the squadron and the smallest. Grant had a beard like sandpaper. Whitey had blonde hair, the texture of goose down. Grant hated regimentation and chafed at the often petty rules that dictated their lives. Whitey could always roll with the punches. Since the time they had begun rooming together at Norfolk, the two men had grown exceptionally close. For one thing, Grant was able to confide to Whitey his concerns about Diana. Whitey had had his own star-crossed relationship in the past. The two men shared something else. They were both homesick. For Grant, it was a yearning for the ancient forests in Oregon, whose breathtaking beauty had a powerful hold on him. For Whitey, it was the mountains of West Virginia. He loved to reminisce about his hometown of Bluefield, located a half-mile up in the Appalachians. He missed its clear, cold winter mornings. He missed steam engine 1203 as it thundered past on the Norfolk Southern Main line under a full head of steam. He missed the hot dogs Gus Theodoro made for him down at the Doughboy on Bluefield Avenue, and he missed Catherine. Bluefield was a railroad town, the place where the Norfolk Southern Railroad had built one of the largest roundhouses in the country. 3 shifts a day serviced the gigantic coal-fired steam engines, each one with a 5-man nomadic crew that rode them around the country. The railroad workers needed a temporary place to live, and for many of them it was the YMCA, where Whitey's father, Lloyd E. Moore, was the manager. Kind-hearted and gregarious, he spent the Depression years easing the hardships of railroad families. Growing up, Whitey was strongly influenced by his father's attitudes and values. No one ever accused Whitey of having movie star looks, but he was the most popular boy in his 1935 graduating class at Beaver High School, primarily because he always seemed to make things fun for the kids around him. He was only 5'6", and the girls thought he was cute as a button. They enjoyed mothering him, and he seemed to enjoy it too. Physical and mental challenges came easy for him. Just about everything did except falling in love. That turned out to be the hardest thing he ever tried. On a break between classes during his second year at Bluefield Junior College, he had heard voices in the college theater and strolled inside. That's when he first saw her. Katherine Dunn was rehearsing for a school play. As if hypnotized, he walked down to the edge of the stage and stared up at her. He came to the next rehearsal, too. When he asked her for a date, she accepted. Along with curly chestnut hair and a wholesome smile, Katherine was smart. Her father cherished the classics, and Shakespeare's plays were read aloud by the family after dinner. In some ways, she seemed too good to be true. Early on, she told Whitey she had never kissed a boy. He did his best to win her heart, taking her to hear the big bands that came to the Colonial Theater in Bluefield. One Saturday afternoon, he drove her to see a piece of land he was hoping to buy someday. The pastures were separated by rows of ancient stone fences and looked out on magnificent mountain views. When Whitey left Bluefield to attend West Virginia University, she would come up to Morgantown for football weekends and to attend his Kappa Alpha fraternity parties. The girls stayed together at a rooming house, and the boys would come to pick them up, bearing gardenias. After his graduation from WVU, Whitey joined the Navy. Returning on leave after flight training at Pensacola, he proudly showed Katherine his new gold wings. On the morning he left to go back, he asked her to wait for him, and she agreed. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, all of their male friends enlisted in the service, and several months later, Katherine began dating an older man who was an executive at the local bank. The banker was in his 30s and too old to be drafted. When he asked her to marry him, she said yes and wrote to tell Whitey the news. Whitey knew he wasn't the first man to receive a Dear John letter, and he wouldn't be the last. At Norfolk, he met Betty Watkins, one of the nurses at the hospital. Betty was just over 5 feet tall and weighed 100 pounds. He felt like Gary Cooper standing next to her. There were nightly parties at the Breezy Point BOQ, and as the liquor began to flow, it was a standing joke for one of the pilots to say, "Just give those two the cork. That's all they need to get tight." He thought he was falling in love with her and wrote home to tell his parents so. He was older now, and with the war on, there wasn't time for a storybook romance. When he and Grant shipped out, Betty said she would wait for him too. Ozzie and Reti. Tuesday, 2 June, 1942. Eastern Island, Midway Atoll, Central Pacific. Oswald Ozzie Gainier had figured out the odds. He knew the Midway garrison faced an uphill battle against the Japanese invasion force coming at them. Ozzie and the other Avenger pilots had been briefed by Langdon Fieberling after Fieberling's meeting with the Marine Air Group commander, Colonel Ira Kimes. Secrecy was paramount to the success of Nimitz's ambush plan, and the forces on Midway were not informed that 3 American carriers would soon be rendezvousing only a few hundred miles to the northeast. As far as Kimes knew, the combined Army-Navy-Marine Air Group at Midway, along with the 6th Marine Defense Battalion, was all that stood in the way of the Japanese fleet. Kimes said he believed that the American carriers were all back protecting the approaches to Pearl Harbor. "We're alone," Fieberling told his pilots afterward. "The Japanese want these airfields. The planes we have on this island are everything. We've got to stop them." Nothing else is coming. Ozzie had already taken a careful look at the other aircraft in the garrison. Like the Avengers, some of the planes were really impressive, as good as anything the Army and Navy had in their arsenals. But aside from the flying fortresses, the 4 Marauders and a handful of Wildcat fighters and dauntless dive bombers, the rest of the combat planes looked like they came from the boneyard. Most of the fighters at Midway were Brewster Buffaloes. 6 months earlier, the British had sent their Buffaloes up against the Japanese Zeros over Singapore and Burma, and they had been slaughtered like their Great Plains namesakes. Most of the dive bombers were obsolete Vought Vindicators with canvas fabric skins so decrepit that their fuselages were wrapped with 4-inch-wide hospital adhesive tape to keep the peeling fabric in place. The Marine pilots who would be flying them were fresh from flight school, totally green. None of them had even seen a Vindicator before. Ozzy had calculated their chances with the same calm logic he brought to every aspect of his life. Like the other pilots, he had seen a copy of the general order prepared for the defense of Midway's 2 islands by Lieutenant Colonel Harold D. Shannon, who commanded the Marine battalion that would attempt to repel the Japanese invasion. Information available indicates that the Japanese plan an all-out attack on Midway with a view to its capture. This attack may start any hour now. Our job is to hold Midway. If the Japanese planned to take the 2 islands, it meant they were bringing a substantial force of shock troops, presumably enough men to overwhelm the 2,000 defenders dug in around him. Our aviation forces have been strongly reinforced. As long as we keep our aircraft flying, they can work on hostile carriers, transports, and other surface craft. That meant Japanese battleships and heavy cruisers, enough of them to protect their aircraft carriers, and enough to bombard the island's defenses to rubble if they won control of the air. After the Japs figure that our air force is out and that defensive installations have been sufficiently weakened, they will attempt a landing. This time they are coming to us, and we have the opportunity of a lifetime to reflect glory on our corps. An opportunity of a lifetime. That was one way of putting it. Some of the words in Shannon's order sounded like those of Colonel William Travis at the Alamo, or Custer at the Little Big Horn. Ozzy Gainier had grown up in Monroe, Michigan, the boyhood home of General George Armstrong Custer. He passed Custer's statue every day on his way to school. The trumpeting of glorious deeds didn't go a long way with him. The words were obviously meant to inspire the men, but Ozzy hadn't found too many defenders at Midway who were out for glory. The men he met went about their jobs with quiet determination and an awareness that the Japanese had to be stopped. To have a chance, the Midway air garrison would have to intercept the Japanese force before it got to Midway, take them by surprise, and inflict enough damage to make them turn back. If the enemy carriers and battleships got through, there would be no way to save the island, even with a couple thousand salty Marines defending it. Molotov cocktails and machine guns wouldn't stop a carpet bombardment by battleships. In most places, the island's water table was only 3 feet beneath the surface of the sand. There was no way to dig deep bunkers. After the Japanese battleships finished shelling the island with 14-inch guns, there wouldn't be a lot of men left. At the same time, Gainier and the others knew they had to fight with whatever weapons were available, and the battle had to be really important if Admiral Nimitz had come out here himself to look things over. PBY patrol craft had been dispatched to the north and west in hopes of spotting the Japanese advance ships as quickly as possible. Toward dawn, the pilots would warm up their aircraft and wait in the cockpits in case the Japanese arrived early. At least it wasn't cold. Ozzy Gainier had always hated the cold. Back in Norfolk, Torpedo 8 had trained through one of the harshest winters in local memory. At night, they would do landing practice drills with the cockpit canopies wide open. The constant blast of frigid air had been brutal as he sat in the middle seat behind a succession of new pilots flying around Monogram Field in the darkness, sometimes no more than 50 feet over the trees. Frozen to the bone, he knew that the green pilot in front of him was one small miscalculation from killing them both. Growing up in Michigan, Ozzy had come to hate the winter. His father, Ezra Gainier, was descended from French Canadians and seemed oblivious to it. The only part of Michigan winters Ozzy enjoyed was Christmas. There were 8 children in the family, and Ozzy was the second oldest. Each year they would search the nearby woods for the perfect tree and decorate every room in the 3-story house with fresh evergreen boughs. The year before he started high school, he had bought a Santa costume with a large molded Santa mask. On Christmas Eve, he waited until bedtime to set up ladders against the 2 sides of the house where the kids slept in the 2nd and 3rd floor bedrooms. While the little ones were still awake in their beds, he surprised them by throwing open their window and tossing their bag of gifts inside. While they were still screaming with excitement, he ran around to the other side of the house and did the same thing for the others. Though he finished high school, he hadn't taken to higher education. He lasted just 1 day as a freshman at Michigan State before going home again. Something about it didn't feel right. After working for a year, he went back the next fall to try again. This time he lasted 3 days, forfeiting the entire fall semester tuition of $15. By then, he was 20 years old and bored with small-town life. The wanderlust was in him, and he left Monroe in the empty boxcar of a westbound freight train. For 6 months, he crisscrossed the West, working odd jobs and occasionally living in hobo jungle. Remembering that one of his cousins had married a lumber baron in Central Oregon, Ozzie hitchhiked up there and asked for a job. After several months of cutting down trees, he decided that an education might be more enjoyable after all. He started at Michigan State again, and this time it took an English major. He also became an intercollegiate track star, eventually breaking all of the Michigan records as a pole vaulter. And then he met Rite. There was definitely such a thing as love at first sight. He was living proof of it. With perfect symmetry, the tall, willowy blonde felt exactly the same way about him. Rite thought Ozzie seemed larger than life, as if he had already seen it all in his 24 years. Rite had just started her sophomore year at college. The first dance that fall was at the Phi Delta house, and Ozzie asked her to dance. He had just won the college middleweight boxing championship and looked like a man among boys. He walked her home from the party. From that night on, she didn't date anyone else. A few weeks later, he told her he loved her and took her home to Monroe to meet his family. In his final year of school, Ozzie decided to become a Navy pilot. By then, the war in Europe was raging, and he believed America would be drawn in soon. Accepted for flight training. He left for Pensacola in the summer of 1941. Rite had just started her junior year when Ozzie called her from Florida and said, "I want you here with me." He told her that Navy regulations prohibited him from marrying her for 2 years, but they would get married as soon as it was legal to do so. In the meantime, he missed her too much to wait. For Rite, it was an easy decision. Although her sister Florence, who had been helping Rite with tuition bills, hit the roof. She angrily demanded that Rite finish her schooling before anything else. "I'm going," said Rite. Ozzie found her a studio apartment over a garage in Pensacola, but it was rare they were in it together. Training pilots were given few privileges. She saw him 2 nights out of every 14. Her days were spent working in the local dime store to help pay their bills. When Ozzie won his wings, they were secretly married in front of a Miami justice of the peace. Rite couldn't afford a wedding dress. He wore his navy blues, and she wore a navy-colored dress and matching hat on training missions. He would often fly over their little apartment house. Rite knew it was him because they had arranged a signal in which he would gun the engine 3 times in low pitch as he came over. She would come running out into the yard and wave up at him. By the time Ozzie joined Torpedo 8, the Navy had relaxed its ban on marriage, and Rite joined the small band of pilots' wives at Norfolk. Commander Waldron's wife, Adelaide, put her at ease from the start. Adelaide had a great sense of humor and had seen just about everything. She was there for Rite with wise advice. When Ozzie and the other pilots were ordered to fly the new Avengers to San Francisco, the wives followed, driving together to catch up to them before they left for the Pacific aboard the USS Chaumont on their last night together. Ozzie took Rite to Fisherman's Wharf, where they shared a candlelight dinner. When he left their hotel the next morning, she gave him one last hug, only breaking down after he was gone. A few hours later, there was a knock at the door of her room. When she opened it, Ozzie was standing there with a huge grin on his face. "We're not sailing today," he said. "We've got one more night." When the time came for their final parting, it was even harder than the previous one. With a reassuring smile, he said to her, "Don't worry, darling, I'll come back." Now, at Midway, all he could do was wait. There was no way to predict the future, but if he had to cash in his chips, he honestly felt that he had enjoyed a good life. Today was Rite's birthday, June 2. She was 23 years old. Freddie, Wednesday, 3 June 1942, U.S. Hornet Torpedo, Squadron 8, and although he had been part of the squadron for less than a week. Fred Mears was still lobbying the skipper to let him fly with the others when they sprang the ambush on the Japanese fleet. After arriving at Pearl Harbor in early May, he had been assigned to the torpedo squadron on the carrier USS Lexington. While he was enjoying a week of liberty in his suite at the Royal Hawaiian Hotel, a rumor began to spread that the Lady Lex had been torpedoed and sunk in the Coral Sea. It was true. On May 27th, a typewritten note arrived at the hotel ordering Fred to report immediately to Kaneohe Bay Naval Air Station. Putting on his uniform, he flagged a taxi and headed over to the duty office. At Kaneohe, he was told to report to Commander John Waldron at Torpedo Squadron 8. Temporarily based at Iwo Field through the grapevine, Fred had heard that a big battle was brewing in the Central Pacific. This might just be his ticket to the party. He hustled over to Iwo, only to be kept waiting along with other pilots who were hoping to join the squadron. When he got in to see Waldron, the craggy old officer was brusquely polite. The truth was that Waldron didn't want him. Although Mears had flown plenty of hours in a Devastator, he had never actually landed one on a carrier. With the Hornet's departure just hours away, Waldron told Mears there was no time for him to become carrier qualified. Fred promised Waldron that he would spend every waking hour aboard ship learning what he needed to know. The skipper finally relented, signing his transfer papers. True to his word, Mears had put his Yale-educated mind to work absorbing the tactical lessons in Waldron's Bible, spending hour after hour getting up to speed on things that had been drilled into most of the others over the course of 6 months. To Mears, the pilots in Torpedo 8 were like a big, boisterous family. It was also clear they did not yet view him as part of it. Occasionally, the skipper would take a few minutes to test him on one of his tactical exercises. Fixed with Waldron's intimidating stare, Mears usually gave the right answer. With 12 hours to go before the expected arrival of the enemy fleet, Fred was still waiting for Waldron to decide whether he could fly. Even though he had never landed on a carrier, he was sure he could do it. When it came to flying, he was convinced he could do anything. At 26, Fred Mears had faithfully pursued 2 passions in his young life. The first was flying combat aircraft. The faster and more maneuverable, the better. He loved taking an airplane right to the edge. Danger was his ultimate high. His second passion was women, and he could afford to indulge them both. Fred wasn't just any fly jockey. Frederick Mears III was born on Christmas Day, 1915, to an influential society family in Seattle, Washington, old money, as the social arbiters used to say. His sisters called him Freddie. Fred's father, Colonel Frederick Mears, was a brilliant engineering officer who had been chosen to oversee the construction of the Alaska Railroad across hundreds of miles of tundra and wilderness. He had created the city of Anchorage, Alaska. His uncle was Lieutenant General Jonathan Wainwright, who had commanded all the American forces in the Philippines after President Roosevelt ordered General Douglas MacArthur to leave Corregidor. Less than a month earlier, Wainwright had been forced to surrender those forces and had gone into Japanese captivity. Fred had enjoyed a privileged childhood, growing up in an imposing home next to Lake Washington. His upbringing was focused on godliness, service, and intellectual attainment. When he went east to study at Yale, he was exposed to less righteous behavior. Perhaps in reaction to the chaste piety enforced at home, Fred discovered that he adored the opposite sex. His passion had nothing to do with courting a life partner. He was entranced with the species. He loved their complexity, their perfumed scents, and their myriad moods. Along with his academic pursuits, he became a student of women. It became his metaphorical major at Yale. Anyone who doesn't appreciate the varied pleasures a woman adds to a man's existence, he wrote in his diary, hasn't been without one very long, or else is a damn fool. Fred conducted his alternative studies with debutantes in Seattle, feather dancers in Tijuana, Mexico, and lovely movie extras desperate for Hollywood stardom. As the war drew closer, the love of flying supplanted his passion for women. He drove every plane as fast as possible, even the ones that weren't designed for speed. Although he exhibited the unrestrained temperament of a fighter pilot, the Navy put him into the slow-crawling Douglas Devastator. His response was to try to make the torpedo plane act like a fighter. All in all, he loved the flyer's life, discovering that he bonded just as easily with his fellow pilots as he had with his female friends. He enjoyed the camaraderie, the endless discussions of flying tactics, and their nights on the prowl together. "It's going to be awfully drunk out the next few days," he wrote after receiving one weekend pass. Sitting in a nightclub after the Pearl Harbor attack, he and 3 of his closest pals, all Navy pilots, had torn a dollar bill into 4 parts, one for each man. Each vowed to keep his peace as a lucky talisman. Now, less than 6 months later, 2 of the 3 others were already dead. Fred was still waiting for Waldron's decision on whether he would fly when the skipper strode into the crowded ready room. He was carrying a stack of mimeographed pages. The banter suddenly ceased when Waldron began to pass out the sheets to the men sitting at the front of each row. Silently, they all read the single page. "Just a word to let you know how I feel. We are all ready. We have had a very short time to train, and we have worked under the most severe difficulties, but we have truly done the best humanly possible. I actually believe that under these conditions, we are the best in the world. My greatest hope is that we encounter a favorable tactical situation. But if we don't, and worst comes to worst, I want each of us to do his utmost to destroy our enemies. If there's only one plane left to make the final run-in, I want that man to go in and get a hit. May God be with us all. Good luck, happy landings, and give 'em hell. Don't worry. We'll be back, Skipper," said Bill Abercrombie. "I'm leaving for Kansas City in the morning." Abercrombie hated flying the slow-moving Devastators, but he had a knack for relieving tension with his irrepressible sense of humor. Once when they were lost on a training flight, he had radioed, "Any idea how far we are from Kansas City?" Kansas City was his hometown and his lodestar. As the pilots got up to leave the ready room, Waldron walked over to Fred Mears. "You're not going on the first strike," said the skipper. Trying to soften the blow, he added, "Maybe the 3rd or 4th mission." Fred understood. Only if they took a few losses and were really desperate would he have a chance to see action. Maybe the skipper was right. It was clear there would be plenty more battles to come. Eventide, Wednesday, 3 June 1942, northeast of Midway Atoll. Us Hornet, Torpedo Squadron 8, 222. Most of Waldron's men were asleep in their berths, or at least making the effort. After a spirited poker game in Grant Tietz's room, Abby Abercrombie and Grant had ended up the big winners as usual. Jimmy Owens had taken it on the chin. Whitey and the other players just enjoyed the ride. The bantering didn't seem any different than in the past, although when the game broke up, the players all shook hands. In his stateroom, John Waldron removed a page of stationery from the drawer of his desk and began writing a letter to his wife, Adelaide. Most of the pilots hadn't taken his advice about writing home. Few, if any, thought they were marked for death. At the age of 42, Waldron knew mortality was all too real. Death could come at any moment in the air, and he had narrowly escaped it at least 6 times since winning his wings back in 1927. Adelaide understood. He had met Adelaide Wentworth at a Navy dance in Pensacola, her hometown. He immediately began courting her. They were married in 1929, the year the stock market crashed. His Navy career eventually took them all over the country. Along the way, they raised 2 daughters. Nancy and Ann Adelaide had provided a shield of unconditional love and support through the many lean years. She was the ideal Navy wife, uncomplaining about his long absences, and always ready to help the wives of his younger officers by employing a combination of humor and sympathy to support them during the same tough times she had experienced. Waldron knew she would understand everything he was about to write to her. Dear Adelaide, there is not a bit of news that I can tell you now except that I am well. I have yours and the children's pictures here with me all the time, and I think of you all, most of the time. I believe that we will be in battle very soon. I wish we were there today, but as we are up to the very eve of serious business, I wish to record to you that I'm feeling fine. My own morale is excellent, and from my continued observation of the squadron, their morale is excellent also. You may rest assured that I will go in with the expectation of coming back in good shape. If I do not come back, well, you and the little girls can know that this squadron struck for the highest objective in naval warfare, to sink the enemy. I love you and the children very dearly, and I long to be with you, but I could not be happy ashore at this time. My place is here with the fight. I could not be happy otherwise. I know you wish me luck, and I believe I will have it. You know, Adelaide, in this business of the torpedo attack, I acknowledge we must have a break. I believe that I have the experience and enough Sioux in me to profit by and recognize the break when it comes, and it will come. I dislike having the censors read a letter from me such as this. However, at this time I felt I must record the thoughts listed in the foregoing. God bless you, dear. You are a wonderful wife and mother. Kiss and love the little girls for me, and be of good cheer. Love to all from Daddy and Johnny. I acknowledge we must have a break. He had been fighting for one most of that day, for the last 3 days. It was fighter protection. That would be the biggest break they could possibly have, and he wasn't through trying to get it. Earlier that day, the pilot of a PBY patrol plane had radioed that he had spotted elements of a Japanese naval task force about 700 miles west of Midway. That report was quickly followed by a coded dispatch from Admiral Nimitz in Pearl Harbor that indicated he already knew it wasn't the Japanese striking force. From SINCPAC Urgent X, that is not the enemy striking force. X, that is the landing force X. The striking force will hit from the northwest at daylight tomorrow X. By then it was clear to Waldron that the intelligence people had broken the Japanese code. Later in the day, there had been another conference in the wardroom. All the squadron commanders were there with Stanhope Ring and the air staff. Waldron made his case again for giving his torpedo squadron fighter protection. He believed the Devastators needed at least 1 or 2 Wildcats to keep the Zeros off them long enough to get rid of their torpedoes. Waldron urged Ring to follow the approach used by Admiral Fletcher's carriers at the Coral Sea a month earlier, when half of the fighters went in low with the torpedo planes and half stayed up high with the dive bombers. Pat Mitchell, who commanded the Hornets' Wildcat fighter squadron, continued to back Waldron all the way. Pete Mitcher, who had been promoted from captain of the Hornet to admiral 2 days earlier, made the final decision. All 10 of the Hornets' Wildcat fighter planes would stay up to protect Ring and the dive bombers. Waldron's squadron would stay in tight formation, but 20,000 feet below the others. The entire air group would attack together when they found the Japanese Mitcher, was convinced the Japanese would be keeping their Zero fighters at higher altitude and would therefore focus their attacks on the dive bombers. He made another point. At the Coral Sea battle, the Zeros had proved faster and more maneuverable than the Wildcats. At higher altitude, the Wildcats would have more maneuvering room. Waldron couldn't believe it. If the Wildcats couldn't duel with the Zeros at low altitude, what chance would his Devastators have at less than half the Wildcats' speed, and particularly if they got caught alone? The fight was over. Now he could only follow orders. Back in his stateroom, Waldron finished his letter to Adelaide and began another one to his young daughter Anne in the Torpedo 8 ready room. Tex Gay was wrapping up his last assignment. As the squadron's navigation officer, one of his jobs was to make sure every pilot had a mimeographed copy of the charts covering the expected area of operations. Completing the chore, he went back to his stateroom. Bill Creamer, his roommate, was sacked out in the upper berth. The stateroom desk was covered with their 2 latest projects. Creamer was carving a bowl out of koa wood. Tex's unfinished model of the new TBF Avenger sat next to it. Clearing the mess away, he sat down to write an entry in his daily diary. June 3. Everybody is standing by ready. I have checked my plane until I know every bolt on it. It's in the pink. I hope I can get about 45 inches of mercury out of it. I may need it. Got some spare rounds for Huntington, and had Watson put the other 350 rounds in my fixed pea shooter. Things are oiled and ready. In another squadron stateroom, Rusty Kenyon decided to take the skipper's advice and write a letter home. Ever since the Hornet left Pearl Harbor, he had seemed increasingly nervous to some of the other pilots. They didn't know that his wife, Brownie, was about to give birth to their first child. When he was finished with the letter to her, he sealed it in an envelope. Grant Teets had already written one to his parents. Upbeat and sensible, it took a different tone from some of the others. There was no hint of concern about his immediate future, only a quick squaring away of his affairs. All my bills, every one, is paid. Income tax, gas, insurance, O-Club are all paid. My bank account is located at Southern Bank of Norfolk. Enclosed, you will find a check that will help out with incidentals. I was lucky in poker last night. My civilian clothes are packed in a large box belonging to Whitey Moore. I guess this is about all. If I had a drink now, it would be a toast to the Japanese Navy. Bottoms up. Write soon. Love, Grant. At least one other pilot in the squadron was still awake, too. Bill Evans had been busy organizing all of the material he had written since starting flight training before Pearl Harbor. Copies of his letters, his poems, the whimsical sketches, everything. It made up a thick packet, and he thought some of it was good. Finding a mimeographed copy of an old Hornet plan of the day, he scrawled a line on the back and placed it on top of the pile. Respectfully dedicated to those of the confused generation who, being born during a world war, were taught that peace was the only touchstone to man's happiness, and fought another war to make it so. He had finished his latest poem. He usually continued to make changes to his work as he thought of more evocative words and phrases. This time, he decided to leave it alone. The essence of it was there in a few of the lines from the longer poem. Transition. To this day have been given in perfect normalcy. 24 hours, a sunrise, sunset, starlight, waking hours and sleep. In all respects, men walk quietly, speak as usual, draw breath with the same regularity that for every minute they have always breathed magazines, poker games, and phonograph records. Someone whistles Stardust because years ago he learned to like a song, and now its melody stays with him forever. For this is forever. In the past 24 hours, all are facing for the first time, despite statements of a few to the contrary, the magnitude of war. Ahead, just beyond each wave that greets the bow, a new life begins, newer than any. Can by the coldness of intellect imagine. A life where nations play at gambling for the world, and each player ontes its life blood. Yesterday we were veterans of all the life behind. Today some giant handwipes clean the slate, and each is born in equal magnificence, from which he may build or destroy himself. Wednesday, 3 June 1942, Eastern Island, Midway Atoll, Torpedo 8 Detachment, 2,200. Although he craved a few hours of sleep, Langdon Fieberling decided to walk over to the enlisted men's encampment. Arriving there, he asked the chief to bring together the enlisted crewmen who would be flying in the morning. Up to that point, everything that Harry Ferrier had learned about their mission was through the rumor mill. That was enough to make some of the other men pretty apprehensive about their chances. If Fieberling shared their assessment, it wasn't reflected in his words now. Standing tall in the darkness, he sought to put them at ease, his voice calm and reassuring. Harry thought the lieutenant could almost walk on water. Not only was he a great pilot, but he was one of the few officers Harry had met who treated him as if his opinion had real value. Just a day earlier, Fieberling had confidentially asked Harry whether one of the enlisted men, Howard Pitt, was capable of fulfilling his duties as the radioman tail gunner in Ozzie Gainier's aircraft. Harry assured him Pitt would do a good job. The lieutenant accepted his advice. Fieberling now told them that the enemy would arrive after dawn the next morning. As far as he knew, the forces they had on the island were everything there was to stop them. According to the briefing he had received, the American carriers were back protecting Hawaii. "I would just ask you to do your jobs, and we ought to come out all right," he said. As he talked, his confident attitude seemed to infuse itself into the little group. Harry could feel it, too. Tomorrow, he would be ready for whatever they came up against. Across the encampment, Ozzie Gainier was finishing a last letter to Reet. If anything did happen to him, He wanted her to know just how much she meant to him. He sealed it and buried the letter with the others he had written in one of the metal ammo boxes near his tent. All of the men in the air squadrons had been told to bury their valuables. In the event the Japanese took the island, there was to be no evidence of which American units had been there. Sitting nearby, Ensign Vic Lewis tried not to dwell on what might happen to them at dawn. Like Gainier and the others, he hoped to do his best, no matter what the risk. For most of his life he had not been a risk-taker. In some ways, Vic was like the innocent and determined young Jimmy Stewart in the movie Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. He was so earnest and polite that his mother would sometimes say, "Gee, I hope he has fun sometimes." To earn the money he needed for college, Vic worked at the Howard Johnsons near his Randolph, Massachusetts, home, wearing a white shirt and tie and washing dishes. After his 10-hour shift, he loved to cool off by going for a swim at a local pond. There had been an accidental drowning death there a few years earlier, but most people had forgotten it. Not Vic. While other boys would plunge into the water and swim straight across, he would cautiously swim around the edge of the pond. Few things could stop him when he set his mind to something. One Christmas Eve, the unplowed snow in Randolph was 4 feet high on the streets. Vic skied to the Episcopal Church for the evening service, standing the skis up in the snow outside the door. He was one of the few people who made it. Vic was raised on the virtues of tolerance and open-mindedness. His father, Maurice, was Jewish and a traveling salesman for American safety razors. His mother, Serena, was Swedish Protestant. Vic met Anna McGrory at Stetson High School, and they liked one another immediately. When they began dating, Anna's parents were less than thrilled with the match. Strict Catholics, they did not countenance her possible marriage to an Episcopalian, much less one whose father was a Jew. Yet they couldn't help but like him. Vic and Anna continued dating all through college. In spite of her parents' objections to marriage, the two agreed they would work it out somehow in the future. Flying had always intrigued Vic, but it seemed to go against his cautious nature when he announced to the family in January 1941 that he had applied to join the Navy flight program. During flight training, he was judged to be a good pilot, but one who always flew by the book. After Vic had been assigned to Torpedo 8 at Norfolk, an incident occurred that changed his outlook on life. He was flying a training mission in an old Devastator. The plane had rubber flotation devices installed inside each wing so that if the plane was forced to ditch in the ocean, the flotation bags would automatically inflate and keep the aircraft on the surface long enough for the crew to escape. The training mission called for Vic to drop 12 100-pound bombs on a practice target. His takeoff from Norfolk's East Field was routine, but as they climbed out over the sea, the plane began to yaw wildly to port. Machinist's mate Bill Tunstall, who was riding in the middle seat, called out to Vic on the intercom that one of the flotation devices had burst free from its compartment and inflated. Without hesitating, Vic kicked hard on the left rudder and dove toward nearby Chambers Field. As they came in for an emergency landing, Tunstall saw that a high sea wall protected the runway from the sea. Getting over it was going to be close. The unstable plane cleared the seawall by inches. When the Devastator dropped to the runway, one wing slammed into the tarmac, dislodging the bombs from their racks as the plane skidded to a stop, just short of several parked aircraft. After climbing down from the cockpit, Vic glanced around at the scattered bombs. "Well, I'll be damned," he said. Bill Tunstall and the other crewmen came over to thank him for saving their lives. From that day on, Vic Lewis was no longer the young man who swam around the edge of the pond. On the other side of the Midway encampment, someone told Bert Ernest that they were selling beer over at the Marine Supply Shack. Before turning in, he and Charlie Brannan decided to find out. The little ramshackle structure was nothing more than framing timbers covered with plywood. It was lit by 2 naked light bulbs hanging from coated wire. Inside, Brannan's head almost brushed the ceiling. A group of Marines were standing at a wooden slab countertop. Behind the counter were shelves with standard-issue personal items like tooth powder, soap, razor blades, and socks. Several cases of warm beer were stacked along the back wall. Right then, Even warm beer looked good to Bert and Charlie. "2 beers," said Bert. "You got to have chits, sir," said the flat-nosed Marine behind the counter. "I've got cash," said Bert. "Isn't that good enough?" "I can't sell you beer without chits, sir," said the Marine. "What is a chit?" asked Charlie. Bert shook his head at the absurdity of it all. Here they were out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, 1,000 miles from nowhere and about to go into battle, and some young jarhead was giving him this bullshit. "You got to buy a chit, sir," repeated the storekeeper. "Then I can give you a beer." Bert glanced around at the other Marines. These boys weren't pilots. They had to be part of the defense battalion, Carlson's Raiders from the look of them. He realized this was probably their way of giving the Navy pilots a rib. In the Navy, the standing joke about a typical Marine's social ambitions consisted of getting screwed, brewed, and tattooed. He had no idea how much each chit was worth. Pulling out his wallet, he said, "Give me $5 worth." The Marine counted out an inch-thick stack of coupons and handed them over. "A beer costs 1 chit," he said. Heading back outside, the 2 young pilots stood in the darkness and took their first sip of beer. It smelled like warm piss. "It's a long way from the top of the mark," said Charlie on their last night in San Francisco. The 2 of them had gone to the top of the mark on Nob Hill, the traditional farewell spot for Navy officers heading overseas. After sipping ice-cold cocktails and watching the sun go down over the Golden Gate Bridge, they were about to go back to the ship when a group of businessmen came in. One of them struck up a conversation. After learning that the 2 pilots were shipping out in the morning, he offered to take them to a private nightclub in the city. It was called Cat's Eyes, he said. When they got there, Bert and Charlie understood why. Tucked away in a discreet apartment building, the place was filled with high-class hookers. Although they were both offered the free services of one of the girls as a parting gift, Charlie laughed and said the offer had come a little too late. He had just gotten married, and Dorothy wouldn't approve. Bert added that he wasn't planning to do anything he couldn't tell his mother about, at least not yet. After watching the action for a while, they reported back to the Chaumont as they finished their beers outside the Marine's shack. Charlie talked about Dorothy and how she had given new meaning and importance to his life. Until he met her, he had had no idea what to do with his life when the war was over. Now he knew. He planned to go into business with his father in Montgomery, just as the old man had always hoped. Although they had only been married for 2 months, he hoped Dorothy was pregnant. Bert still had no idea what he wanted to do. Jerry Jenkins said she would wait for him, but he didn't think he felt the same way about her that Charlie felt about Dorothy. After deciding that 1 warm beer was enough for them, the 2 friends split up to go back to their bunks. Charlie was sleeping in a tent with 2 other Avenger pilots. Bert had been invited to sleep on a real mattress in one of the permanent ready huts shared by Marine fighter pilots near the field. He was walking along the edge of the runway under the pale moon when he happened to look down and saw what looked like a dollar bill lying on the surface of the hard-packed coral. He stopped and leaned down to pick it up. Looking more closely, he saw it was actually a $2 bill. He had never seen one before. They sure didn't make very many. Maybe it was a good omen. Folding it up, he put the bill in his wallet. "He that shall live. This day and see old age, Thursday, 4 June 1942, USS Hornet, Torpedo Squadron 8, 0130. 9130, Tex Gay awoke to the stabbing beam of a flashlight aimed into his eyes. "Reveille, sir," came a disembodied voice from the darkness. Through the open doorway, he could hear the other pilots being wakened all along the passageway. Sitting up, he realized he hadn't taken off his uniform before climbing into the bunk. Bill Creamer was getting out of the upper berth as Tex went down to the head to wash. Most of the pilots were still groggy from interrupted sleep when they began trudging down to the ready room. A few detoured to the Hornet's wardroom to revive themselves with a cup of coffee from the big urn near the door. Once they were all there, no one seemed to have much to say. The big square reflector screen over the teletype machine at the front of the room remained dark. They knew the teletype keys would start chattering as soon as anything important happened. In the meantime, All they could do was wait. Whitey Moore immediately reclined the backrest of his chair and went to sleep again. Japanese and U.S. force dispositions, June 4th, 1942. Tex noticed the tactical formation plan for the upcoming attack posted on the blackboard at the front of the room. He went up to see if anything had been updated from the skipper's original orders on May 28th. Nothing had changed. They would be flying in 2 divisions. Waldron would lead the first one, which consisted of 8 Devastators in 4 two-plane sections. Lieutenant Raymond Moose Moore was next to him. Bill Evans would be flying behind the skipper in the second section along with Hal Ellison. Lieutenant Jeff Davis Woodson and Bill Creamer formed the third section. Whitey Moore was in the last section, next to Jack Gray, a big Missourian with a fondness for Richard Wagner's operas. He often tortured his roommates by playing them on his portable phonograph. The 2nd Division, 7 planes, would be led by Jimmy Owens. Rusty Kenyon would be flying on Owens's wing, followed by George Campbell and Bob Miles, the tall, taciturn enlisted pilot who had been chosen to replace Frenchy Fail. The third and last section consisted of Abby Abercrombie, Grant Teets, and Tex. As navigation officer, Tex was bringing up the rear, so he wouldn't have to waste time trying to stay in formation as he consulted his charts. Tex felt calm, almost relaxed. Across the warm room, some of the pilots were talking in low voices about how close the Hornet needed to be to the Japanese fleet before an attack could be launched. Tex wasn't worried about it. Thankfully, that decision rested with the wise men up on the bridge. Like the others, he knew their PBY patrol planes were spread out for hundreds of miles to the northwest of Midway, searching for the Japanese striking force. When it was sighted, the teletype keys at the front of the ready room would start clacking like mad. Having had less than 3 hours' sleep, he dropped into his cushioned chair, reclined the backrest, and dozed off. Tex woke again to the sound of raised voices and the realization that a few of the pilots were getting increasingly restless. Where are the goddamn Japanese? Why was it taking so long to find them? At 0300, Jimmy Owens stood up and announced that they could go down to the wardroom for breakfast in groups of 2 or 3, Eastern Island, Midway Atoll. Torpedo 8 Detachment. 0335, Bert came awake in his bunk to the rumbling blast of radial aircraft engines. Lying there in the hut, he decided they must be the B-17 Flying Fortresses warming up in their revetments across the airfield. A few minutes later, he heard the Marine pilots getting up from their bunks and putting on their flight suits. Bert followed them out into the darkness. Checking his watch, he saw that it was almost 400, about a half hour before dawn. The sky was full of stars. There was a light breeze coming off the sea. While the Marine pilots headed over to the mess tent to grab some coffee, Bert decided to go straight to his Avenger. Although he hadn't eaten anything since the previous evening, he wasn't hungry or thirsty. When he got to the plane, Harry Ferrier and J.D. Manning were doing last checks on their weapons and equipment. After carrying out his own pre-flight routine, Bert climbed up into the cockpit. Turning on his instrument lights, he went through the same steps he had automatically performed hundreds of times since leaving flight school, setting the fuel selector, confirming that the altimeter and the elevator tab were set on 0, adjusting the rudder tabs, moving the rudder with his feet, feeling the ailerons respond to the control stick in his right hand. Everything felt right. When he was ready, he fired the engine, checking to make sure the oil pressure came straight up to its normal gauge setting. Then feeling the familiar set of vibrations as the engine slowly began to steady. In the starlight, he could distinguish the outline of the Avenger ahead of his on the flight apron as its crew went through the same routines. On one of the 3 runways, AB-17 was revving its engines in final preparation for takeoff. Letting go of the brakes, the giant bomber slowly gathered speed until it took off and disappeared into the dark sky. It was quickly followed by another one, and still another, until 16 of them were gone. Bert glanced at his watch again in the glow of the instrument lights, 0415. When it was obvious his engine was warm, he cut the power and settled back in the cockpit to wait. One by one, the rest of the Avenger pilots shut down their engines until things were quiet again. They would take off as soon as the Japanese striking force was spotted. In the cockpit of the last plane, Darrell Woodside settled back too. He was the only enlisted pilot flying in the detachment, and Darrell had mostly kept to himself since they arrived on the island, checking and rechecking all of the systems and equipment on his plane. Until a year earlier, he had been a machinist's mate, just like the men who serviced the airplane now. In some ways, he felt like he was still one of them. Even though the officers in the squadron treated him as an equal, he often felt ill at ease around them. They were all college men. Darrell had barely finished high school. After the Depression hit, he had often thought of quitting school to help out his family. But there weren't any jobs, at least not in rural Clearfield, Iowa, population 170. One morning he had come to school smelling like skunk. One girl noticed it as soon as he came through the door of their homeroom. Then they all smelled it. No one said anything. The girls knew that Darrell was trapping small animals to help put meat on the family table, and then selling the tanned pelts for whatever he could. Every family in Clearfield did what they had to do to keep going. The Woodside's old frame house had no electricity or running water. No one else in Clearfield had it either. Darrell's father, Leo, had been a wizard when it came to repairing small engines, but with almost everybody out of work, few people could afford to pay him for it. After graduating from Clearfield High School in 1937, Darrell joined the Navy. Like his father, he had an almost instinctive sense about engines, small or large, and he was quickly promoted to aviation machinist's mate. After a year, he was recommended for flight training, which was extremely rare. The Navy had chosen well. After earning his wings, Darrell wrote home that he would rather fly than eat. Darrell also had a secret he hadn't shared with any of the other pilots. The only guys in the outfit who knew about it were Billy Bragg and William McGee, two enlisted men back with the rest of the Avenger crews at Pearl Harbor. The only reason they knew was that they had been traveling with him when he was ordered up to the propeller school at Providence, Rhode Island. That's where the singer Darrell was dating had been appearing with her band. Her name was Norma Eggstrom, and she often performed with the Benny Goodman Orchestra. At first it didn't seem possible to Darrell that she really liked him, but it turned out that she came from the same kind of family he had, and they just seemed to click. At 22, Norma was a year younger than he was and had grown up dirt poor on the plains of North Dakota. Darrell thought he might be in love with her. He knew he wasn't alone. A lot of guys were in love with her. Her stage name wasn't Norma Eggstrom. Somewhere along the line, it had been changed to Peggy Lee. In the lead cockpit, Lieutenant Langdon Fieberling was wrestling with the most important decision he had ever made in his life. It involved the plan for their mission that had been finalized by Lieutenant Colonel Kimes, the Marine Air Group commander on Midway. Under Kimes's plan, the Avengers, the B-26 Marauders, and the mixed force of Vindicator and Dauntless dive bombers were all going to rendezvous above Midway and then proceed out together in joint formation. Once the Japanese fleet was located, the combined air group would make a coordinated attack. Langdon Fieberling had serious doubts about the wisdom of the strategy. Sitting in the darkness, he was weighing the consequences of disobeying orders against his belief that Kimes's plan would almost guarantee failure. For one thing, the group formation would be going out without fighter protection. Midway's fighters had been ordered to defend the islands against the incoming Japanese airstrike that would inaugurate the battle. Without fighter protection, the single advantage his Avengers had was speed. If they were going to have any chance to penetrate the enemy fighter groups that would be protecting the Japanese fleet and get in close enough to launch their torpedoes, speed was essential. The dive bombers, particularly the old fabric-wrapped Vindicators, were as slow as molasses, and in any case, they would be attacking from a much higher altitude. Over the previous 2 days, Fieberling had gone back and forth on the subject with Kimes and his deputy, Major Vern McCall, at the Air Operations Bunker. At one point, Fieberling had been ready to concede the issue and had informed the other Avenger pilots that they would all be attacking together. Now that he was facing the reality of it, he wasn't sure. Fieberling wasn't the only one concerned about Kymes's ability to make sound tactical decisions. General Willis Hale, an Army Air Force brigadier who was sent to Midway to help plan the air defense, privately believed that Kymes was breaking down under the stress of preparing for the battle. Hale thought Kymes's deputy, Major McCall, was in no better shape. It wasn't a good situation. Once they found the Japanese fleet, Fieberling had told his pilots he would lead them toward the carriers. If there was only one, they would divide into two formations. Fieberling would lead one and Ozzie the other. One formation would aim for the carrier's port bow and the other, the starboard bow. Regardless of which way the ship turned, they would have a good chance to hit her. If there was more than one carrier, each pilot would select the best target of opportunity presented to him. Fieberling strongly urged them to wait until they were close enough to the carrier to guarantee a hit. As the approach of dawn slowly brought the other Avengers into clearer focus against the eastern sky, Fieberling continued to weigh his decision. He had been trained by Waldron to fight alone if necessary. This might be one of those times. Once they were airborne, his pilots would follow him wherever he led them. More than anything else, he wanted to give them the best chance to complete their mission and make it home safely. Us Hornet Torpedo Squadron 8, or 440. After the Torpedo 8 pilots had eaten breakfast in the wardroom, Fred Mears thought they seemed a lot more animated, cracking jokes and fooling around in their usual way. A few minutes later, the keys of the teletype suddenly began clicking. Everyone stopped what they were doing to watch the big reflector screen. It wasn't the news they were hoping for. The laconic message simply stated that Navy PBYs and Army bombers had attacked an enemy force southwest of Midway. The pilots knew by then that it had to be the Japanese invasion force escorting the troop transports. The enemy striking force containing their big carriers would be coming from the northwest. The plan was to destroy those carriers while their air groups were off attacking Midway and before they could return to the ships. If the ambush was successful, hundreds of Japanese aircraft would be forced to ditch in the sea without air cover. The rest of their armada would be ripe for the plucking. Glancing at his watch, John Waldron said, "It's almost dawn. This is when they will attack, if they're coming." The pilots waited for another message to come through, but the teletype machine remained stubbornly silent. Eventually, everyone began to settle down again. Rusty Kenyon was compiling a collection of limericks and asked if any of them knew a good one. Fred Mears replied that he would be glad to contribute several, and began. There was a young girl from Madras who had a beautiful ass, not rounded and pink as you probably think, but with long ears, a tail, and eats grass. Rusty was furiously trying to write down all of the words as Fred spoke, but had to ask him to repeat it. Then Mears started on a new one. The skipper came over to join them. Grinning, he began to recite one of his own favorites. Rusty copied the new limericks onto a single sheet of paper and put it in the pocket of his flight suit. Eastern Island, Midway Atoll, Torpedo 8 Detachment. 0555. The eastern sky slowly turned a lurid orange. Still sitting in his open cockpit, Bert tried not to think about what might be waiting for them out there. It didn't matter anyhow. He had joined the club. It was time to pay his dues. And it was impossible for him to believe that whatever the situation they found out there, he couldn't find a way to deal with it. He remembered when he was going through training, and the subject came up about the Japanese fighting capabilities in the air. One of the instructors had said, "Forget them. They're nothing. We'll take care of them in no time." But that instructor had never met a Japanese pilot in combat. Bert had never talked to anyone who had actually gone up against a Japanese plane. It was all completely new. Across the field, ground support people were doing last-minute checks on several of the Marine combat aircraft. Suddenly, a siren began wailing, and he looked up to see a jeep racing toward them along the narrow apron at the edge of the runway. It stopped with a squeal of brakes at Fieberling's Avenger. A Marine officer jumped out and scrambled up onto his wing. Bert could see them talking animatedly, and then the officer jumped off. A few moments later, Fieberling's engine fired. Another Marine suddenly materialized at the side of Bert's plane. "Enemy force at 320 degrees, 150 miles, he shouted up at him. Lightly pressing the electric starter, Bert brought his engine to life. Lieutenant Fieberling was already taxiing forward, and Bert followed him out onto the runway. Charlie Brannan taxied along behind them, followed by Ozzie Gainier, Vic Lewis, and Darrell Woodside. The Marine fighter planes were taking off. Fieberling had to wait until the last of the 24 Buffaloes and Wildcats had climbed into the sky. Then it was their turn. Bert listened to the comforting roar of his Wright Cyclone engine as he cut loose behind Fieberling down the runway leading north. In the tail section, Harry Ferrier hadn't bothered to put on a flight suit. He was wearing dungarees, a white T-shirt, and a blue baseball cap. Gazing through the plexiglass, he watched the concrete surface of the runway separate from the rear wheel as their plane soared into the air. The two sections of Avengers joined up in their designated formation, with Ozzie Gainier bringing the second section into right echelon about 100 yards behind Charlie Brannan, who was flying on Fieberling's right wing. Bert was on the left. They climbed through the brightening sky to an altitude of 2,000 feet and leveled off. When Bert looked back toward Midway, the B-26 Marauders and the mixed group of dive bombers were still taking off from Eastern Island. Based on the plan, they were now supposed to circle at the rendezvous point until the rest of the air group joined up. Instead, Lieutenant Fieberling turned straight onto a course of 320 degrees true, the heading that would take them to the Japanese fleet. Without any further signal, Fieberling goosed his speed up to 160 knots and led the Avengers northwest toward the distant horizon. They had only been in the air a few minutes when the voice of Jay Manning broke in on Bert's intercom. "They're hitting Midway, Skipper," he called out. Behind them, the first air squadrons of the Japanese striking force had begun bombing the atoll. From his turret, Manning watched the explosions burst on Midway as tracers from the Marine anti-aircraft batteries shot up at the Japanese planes. Bert suddenly spotted a flight of aircraft speeding toward Midway. They had big red meatballs on their wings. One of them broke away to make a direct pass at him, but it veered off at the last moment without opening fire. Fieberling kept the formation steady on its course, leading them up toward the scattered cloud cover at 4,000 feet. As they were climbing, Bert glanced to his right. Charlie Brannan was over there grinning at him through his side windshield. They had just survived their first encounter with the enemy. Bert grinned back. In perfect harmony, they raised their closed fists at one another in mocking tribute to Swede Larsson's attack signal. Then they each extended their middle fingers. "Northeast of Midway Atoll. Us, Enterprise, Flag Bridge 0607. Rear Admiral Raymond Spruance, the commander of Task Force 16, which included the Hornet and the Enterprise, had been standing near the radio loudspeaker tuned to the frequency used by the PBY search pilots hunting for the Japanese fleet. At 0603, he heard the startling message that 2 Japanese carriers had been sighted, and they were heading for Midway. While his excited staff began plotting the relative positions of the 2 fleets on their navigation charts, he waited in a corner short and slender. He was dressed for the battle in the same informal uniform he had adopted since coming aboard the Enterprise a week earlier. Black shoes, khaki trousers, khaki shirt with the sleeves rolled up, no tie. Prior to leaving Pearl Harbor, Admiral Nimitz had issued instructions on how Spruance was to employ his forces. The most important goal was to destroy the Japanese carrier force. But Nimitz had also warned, "You will be governed by the principle of calculated risk, which you shall interpret to mean the avoidance of exposure of your force without good prospect of inflicting, as a result of such exposure, greater damage to the enemy." The meaning was clear. Under no circumstances was he to lose the carriers. If Spruance decided to be cautious, he might deploy only a portion of his air squadrons in the first attack against the Japanese carriers, holding a reserve force in readiness in case of a reversal. If he decided to be bold, he could launch every available aircraft from his 2 carriers and face the consequences. It was not in his nature to be bold. Since coming aboard the Enterprise, Spruance had been carrying with him a small rolled-up navigational chart called a maneuvering board. None of the members of the staff knew what was recorded on it, if anything, but many assumed it held secret navigational data provided by naval intelligence. Although the admiral took it everywhere with him, he never unfurled it. Spruance was about to make one of the most important decisions in the Pacific War. He waited as the air operations officers continued to use their metal dividers and parallel rulers on the big chart tables, completing their calculation of the location of the Japanese carriers in relation to the American task force. When they were done, Spruance finally unfurled his little maneuvering board. One of the staff officers was shocked to see that it was blank. Without asking for the air staff's navigational solution, the admiral calmly asked them to repeat the ranges and compass bearings they had used to make their calculations. After taking a few moments to plot the bearings on the maneuvering board, he used his thumb and forefinger to roughly estimate the distance between the two fleets. "Launch the attack," he said in a soft voice. The time had come to roll the dice. Spruance had decided to commit every available plane under his command to the attack 120 fighters, dive bombers, and torpedo planes from the Hornet and the Enterprise. To the south, Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, who was in tactical command of both carrier task forces from the USS Yorktown, was preparing to launch his own air squadrons. Spruance was taking the extraordinary gamble that the rest of the Japanese carriers in the striking force were steaming in close proximity to the two that had been sighted by his patrol planes. If he was wrong, all hope of surprise would be lost, and the second group of enemy carriers would be free to launch a counterstrike against his badly outnumbered force. Northeast of Midway Atoll. US Hornet Torpedo Squadron 8, 0610. In the officer's wardroom, Rusty Kenyon had just finished a portion of baked beans, his favorite item on the breakfast menu, when all of the claxons and bells in the ship seemed to go off together. "General quarters," came an ear-splitting voice over the ship's loudspeakers. "Flight quarters, all pilots report to your ready rooms." Rusty ran back to Ready Room 4 in time to see the reflector screen over the teletype flash the message. Many enemy planes headed for Midway bearing 320 degrees. As they all stood riveted in front of the screen, the teletype continued clattering out messages. "All fighter pilots man, planes on flight deck. Hornet base course 240 degrees. The Hornet had more than doubled its speed and was heading southwest." Over the loudspeaker a voice declared, "The enemy main body is now attempting to take Midway. We are heading toward Midway to intercept and destroy them." Soon the teletype began chattering again. "Pilots of all scout bombers and torpedo planes on flight deck except squadron commanders. Man your planes. Squadron commanders and group commanders remain in ready rooms for latest instructions." Inside Ready Room 4, it was controlled pandemonium as the pilots rushed to gather the plotting boards, helmets, goggles, and survival gear stored in the compartments under their cushioned seats. While putting on the flight equipment, they kept their eyes intent on the messages streaming across the reflector screen. Another message quickly followed. "Correction. Do not man planes until directed." A groan of frustration greeted the new order. As the pilots waited for another message to head for the flight deck, the same modulated voice blared out from the ship's loudspeakers. "We intend to launch planes at 07,000 to attack enemy while their planes are returning from Midway. We will close to about 100 miles of enemy position." Standing at the front of the ready room, Waldron gave the pilots their final instructions, telling them that he thought the Japanese carrier task forces would swing together and retire just far enough so that they could retrieve their planes from the first strike. He told them not to worry about navigating, just to follow him. "Maybe it's the Sioux in me, but I have a hunch the Japanese ships will be in a different position than our reports have them," he said at the end. "I won't hesitate to run this squadron dry of gas in an effort to find them. In that case, we'll all sit down in the water together and have a nice little picnic." "I have no doubt that we'll be back here by noon," said the skipper. "But if we find ourselves alone and outnumbered by the enemy planes on the way into attack, we'll keep boring in toward the carrier. If there is only one man left, I want that man to take his pickle in and get a hit." With a sardonic grin, Moose Moore turned to Tex and said, "You'll never get a hit, Gay. You couldn't hit a bull in the tail with a 6-foot rake." "Stung," Tex answered. "I'll get a hit." Hal Ellison leaned over and extended his hand to the Texan. "Good luck," he said. "Same to you," said Gay, shaking his hand. Ensign Hank Carey, a fighter pilot aboard the Hornet who was not scheduled to fly in the first launch, came into the ready room to wish good hunting to several pilots who were his close friends. He heard Waldron's dramatic last words to the squadron. There was a period of silence. Carey heard Waldron say, "Godspeed." A few moments later, the order came that they had been waiting for all morning. "Pilots man all planes," read the reflector screen. As they crowded toward the door, another order came through the loudspeaker for the air squadron commanders to immediately report to the bridge. Pete Mitcher was waiting there when his 4 air squadron commanders assembled for the hasty conference. The first one to arrive was Pat Mitchell, the skipper of the fighter squadron. Mitchell had gone up to the bridge resolved to make one more attempt to convince Mitcher that his 10 Wildcats should fly cover for the torpedo planes. It would be the last chance for Mitchell to make his case. Mitchell was no smooth talker, but he knew Mitcher respected him. He had handpicked him for this fighter command. And like Mitcher, Pat was all Navy. He had graduated from Annapolis in 1927. His brother Bill was Annapolis 24. The newly promoted Admiral Mitcher was standing with the members of his air staff when Mitchell came up and saluted. Without preamble, he requested that his squadron be assigned to fly cover for Waldron's Devastators. There it was. He had said it. Not just part of his fighter squadron, or even half of it. All of them. Without a pause, Mitcher shook his head and told Mitchell he would stay up with the bombers. His tone made it clear that the decision was final. "You'll protect Commander Ring and the dive bombers," Mitcher told him as the other squadron skippers arrived together on the bridge. Along with Ring, the assembled group included Mitcher's air officer, Apollo Sushek, and his operations officer, John Foster, as well as Walt Rodee and Ruff Johnson, who commanded the dive bomber squadrons and the bridge watch officers. With Mitcher looking on, Commander Ring said that he was planning to fly a course of 265 degrees, which was almost due west, and more than 30 degrees to the north of the Japanese fleet's last reported position, 234 degrees southwest. John Waldron spoke up in immediate disagreement. He proposed a course of 240 degrees, which took into account the last fleet sighting, as well as the possibility that the Japanese had swung back to the north after launching their first strike. In response, Mitcher told Waldron and the others to follow the course Ring had given them. Ensign Fred Mamer, one of the watch officers, stood transfixed as he listened to the heated argument. Northwest of Midway Atoll, Torpedo 8 Detachment, 0655. The 6 Avengers of Torpedo 8 flew northwest across an empty cobalt sea. Lieutenant Fieberling never deviated from his base course of 320 degrees. They remained at an altitude of 4,000 feet. The Marine back at Midway had said the reported distance to the enemy fleet was 150 miles. At their cruising speed of 160 knots, they should have sighted it already. Maybe someone had made a mistake. From his position at the far left of the formation, Bert suddenly spotted the wake of a ship dead ahead of him. The ship was moving southeast, almost directly toward them. Bert had studied all of the recognition profiles of Japanese warships. This was no warship. It looked more like a transport. A piece of cake, he thought. Then he looked past the transport to the northeast. Japanese warships covered the whole expanse of ocean as far as he could see. Bert had never seen a fleet before, not even an American one. This looked like the whole goddamned Japanese Navy. A battleship was in the first group. The damn thing was so huge it couldn't be anything else. Beyond the battleship was a big aircraft carrier. A second carrier was steaming along right beside it. They were surrounded by a phalanx of cruisers and destroyers. Fieberling had led them straight to the enemy, 6 torpedo planes against the whole Japanese striking force. Enemy fighters. Jay Manning called out on the intercom from his turret gun. Suddenly, the Zeros were all around them, too many to count. Bert watched them hurtling past from every direction, high and low. They were astonishingly maneuverable, and so many that they seemed to get in each other's way. A Zero skidded into his field of fire as it attacked Fieberling's Avenger. Bert pressed the firing button on his .30 caliber nose gun. It didn't fire. He tried again. Nothing happened. Behind him, he heard J. Manning open fire with his .50 caliber machine gun, raking the first flight of Zeros as they made darting passes between the 6 torpedo planes underneath the tail. Harry Ferrier clenched the hand grips on the .30 caliber tunnel gun and waited for a target. Through the plexiglass window, he could see Zeros flying above and below the 3 Avengers behind them, firing quick bursts as they sped into range. Bullets started hitting the metal skin of the fuselage on both sides of him. It sounded like the clatter of hard rain on a tin roof. As Harry waited for a chance to fire, his left hand was knocked free from the machine gun. The grazing bullet felt like a red-hot iron on his wrist. Ignoring the pain, he gripped the handle again. A few seconds later, J. Manning stopped firing up in the turret. Harry turned around to glance back up into the fuselage. The automatic turret had stowed itself, which always happened when the gunner's hands were no longer gripping the machine gun. A dead man's switch automatically brought the turret gun to its position facing aft, from which it offered the least air resistance. Jay was hanging limp in his safety harness. A 20-millimeter cannon round had hit him squarely in the chest and blown him apart. Until Harry saw the Crimson River flowing down into the radio compartment, he had no idea just how much blood there was in a man's body. Through the tiny side window, he watched another plane overtaking and passing them. It was on fire. It happened so fast he had no way of knowing whether it was a Zero or one of the Avengers. Bert watched Langdon Fieberling put his nose over and begin to dive. Opening his own throttle to full power, Bert went after him. Still in tight formation, the Avengers hurtled downward at 300 miles an hour toward the surface of the sea. As if they were part of the American formation, the Japanese Zeros pursued them all of the way down. Fieberling pulled out of the screaming dive at 200 feet and headed directly for the first of the Japanese carriers. When he opened his bomb bay doors, the rest of them did too. It cut down on speed, but in the event of a hydraulic failure, they would still be able to drop their torpedoes. Bert was on the left, Charlie on the right. Glancing back, Bert saw that the other 3 were still in the same tight formation behind them. Lieutenant Commander Waldron would have been proud. Then the air was filled with tracer bullets again, constant flashes, and Bert's plane started taking more hits from the maneuvering Zeros. He could feel the dull thump of machine gun bullets slamming into the armor plating that protected his back. A cannon shell exploded behind the cockpit, and shrapnel suddenly burst through the side of the windshield. He felt a fierce rush of air swirl around his face, and blood began spurting from his neck, quickly coating the instrument panel with a shiny red film. A Zero slid into attack position behind him again, and the pilot fired a long burst with his machine guns. Kneeling backward in the tunnel, Harry was about to fire at the Zero when the tail wheel of the Avenger dropped in front of him, blocking his field of fire and making his gun useless. He immediately realized that the plane's hydraulic system had been shot out, causing the wheel to drop. Harry could hear the bullets from the Zero behind them, tearing through the metal skin of the tail compartment. He felt a hot stab of pain in his head and fell away. Although Bert was holding the control stick steady, the Avenger began to drop out of the formation. He attempted to regain altitude by pulling back on the control stick, but it was limp in his hand. The cables to the elevator controls had obviously been shot away. A spread of machine gun bullets shattered his instrument panel, and one more red ball of fire burst on his left wing. They were going down. With his hydraulics gone and the elevator cables severed, there was no way the plane could stay up in the air. Veering out of formation, he took a quick glimpse back at the others. They were all still there. Charlie Brannan, Ozzie Gainier, Darrell, and Vic. Lieutenant Fieberling was leading them straight toward the nearest Japanese carrier, northeast of Midway, US Hornet, 714. On the flight deck, the takeoffs proceeded with almost agonizing slowness. The first launch had begun at 0700 with 18 Wildcat fighters. 10 were going on the mission. 8 would remain above the carrier to provide protective air cover in the event of an enemy attack. The fighters were followed up by 34 dive bombers. While they were climbing off the deck, the 10 fighters going on the attack mission began clawing their way up to 20,000 feet. The dauntless dive bombers went after them. Under Mitscher's orders, Waldron's torpedo planes were slated to take off last after the dive bombers. 6 of them had already been brought up from the hangar deck to the flight deck in preparation for takeoff. Tex Gay's Devastator was one of the first in line. Lee Morona, Gay's plane captain, was standing alongside the aircraft when Torpedo 8's pilots came out on the flight deck to board their planes. Just 20 years old, Morona was a strapping 6-footer from northern Alabama who had turned down a football scholarship from Auburn to join the Navy. During basic training, he had put up with a lot of ribbing about his birth name, which was actually General Lee Morona. He had worked all night to make sure Gay's plane was ready for combat. Farther down in the line, Abby Abercrombie climbed into the cockpit of his Devastator after wrestling a parachute onto his broad back. His plane captain, Bill Tunstall, helped to strap him in. Abercrombie checked his instruments as another machinist's mate cranked the engine. It roared into life. "Good luck, sir," said Tunstall. "Thanks, Bill," said Abercrombie. "See you in Kansas City." Climbing off the wing, Tunstall walked back to the tail section to say goodbye to Bernie Phelps, Abby's young radioman gunner. Bernie was his best friend on the ship. They had enjoyed some great leaves together back at Pearl Harbor. Bernie was holding his wallet out in his hand as Tunstall came up. "Hey, Bill, take this," he said. "If I don't get back, send it to my mother." Tunstall didn't want Bernie to think he had any doubts about his coming back. "Oh, Bernie, you'll be back in a few hours. Forget it." Bernie put the wallet back into the pocket of his flight suit. As Tex Gay's plane was being pushed into position for takeoff, he had a moment of sudden panic, gazing toward the bow. It didn't seem possible there was enough room to get up in the air, particularly with a 2,000-pound torpedo sticking out of the belly. He motioned the plane pushers to shove his plane back a little farther toward the stern. At the edge of the flight deck, the takeoff control officer began rotating his colored signal flag above his head, which was the sign for Tex to begin revving his engine to full power while holding the brakes and keeping the tail down. As Tex waited to release the brakes, the signal officer gave him the cut signal. After Tex throttled back, the TCO yelled up to him, 12-minute delay. From the cockpit, Tex could see the skipper standing near an open hatchway at the base of the island's superstructure beneath the bridge. He looked fit to be tied. Tex watched him stalk over to one of the metal-covered phone units that connected to the bridge. Far above them, the 18 fighters and 34 dive bombers were still climbing up to their assigned altitudes. A nervous Tex Gay wondered whether they would wait for the Devastators to join the group formation northwest of Midway. Japanese striking force flagship carrier Akagi, 0715. Through his binoculars, Admiral Chuchi Nagumo, commanding the Japanese striking force, watched the attack of the 5 remaining Avengers from the bridge of his flagship, the carrier Akagi. The torpedo planes were heading straight toward the carrier Hiryu, which was steaming southeast in a line parallel to his flagship. Both carriers had begun turning to port so that their starboard batteries could bring to bear a full barrage of anti-aircraft guns against the Americans. Several other warships had already opened fire. Seeing the black bursts of smoke, the swarm of Zeros that had been attacking the Avengers immediately darted away to safety. Exploding anti-aircraft shells began blooming black in the sky all around the torpedo planes. Still, they came on. Commander Mitsuo Fuchida, the pilot who had led the Japanese carrier attack against Pearl Harbor and who was recovering from appendicitis, watched from the Akagi as the Americans continued to press home their attack in the face of such overwhelming firepower. Excited shouts from the Akagi's lookouts warned that behind the 5 torpedo planes were 4 more American aircraft, also coming from the south. They were the B-26 Marauders. Suddenly, one of the Avengers burst into flames. It cartwheeled into the sea and created a great geyser of foam. Moments later, Fuchida heard a spontaneous roar of exultation erupt from the hundreds of sailors standing at their battle stations. Still, the 4 remaining Avengers came on through the hail of bursting shells. Several of the Japanese Zero pilots boldly decided to brave the ongoing anti-aircraft barrage and sped in to make more passes at the remaining planes. One by one, the Americans began to fall. Through his binoculars, Fuchida saw 2 of them launch their torpedoes before they were hit, but the planes were still so far away from the Hiryu that the ship easily changed course to avoid them. When the last Avenger became a flaming torch in the sky, another exultant roar swept across the flight decks of the 2 carriers, as if the Japanese sailors were enjoying a spectacle at the Colosseum in Rome. They were gone. Ozzie Gainier and Darrell Woodside, Vic Lewis and Charlie Brannan, and Lieutenant Langdon Kellogg Fieberling. He had chosen to follow his own course and had paid the ultimate price. The eternal sea closed over the small wisps of smoke that marked their final resting places. Langdon Fieberling had lost his terrible gamble, or had he, on his flagship Akagi, Admiral Nagumo took pause. 15 minutes earlier, he had been handed a radio report from Lieutenant Tomonaga, who commanded the first wave of Japanese bombers that had attacked Midway. "There is need for a second attack," was his message. The primary objective of the first airstrike had been to fully eliminate the American air strength on Midway. Clearly, Lieutenant Tomonaga did not feel the task had been accomplished. Watching the attack by American torpedo planes that had just unfolded before his eyes, Nagumo could understand why the decadent Americans weren't supposed to fight like this. He had been impressed by their almost samurai-like ferocity, and hard on their heels had been the equally audacious charge by 4 B-26 Marauders. One of the Army planes had nearly struck the flag deck of the Akagi before it dove into the sea. Now he had to make his first critical decision of the battle. Nagumo's superior, Admiral Yamamoto, had specifically ordered him to keep a strong reserve of his combat aircraft armed with anti-ship torpedoes to retaliate against any American carriers that might be lurking within striking range of the Japanese fleet. Yet Nagumo's search planes had been in the air for almost 3 hours searching the sky to the east for an American task force, and they had reported no sightings up to that point. If he was to accomplish his primary mission, Nagumo needed to win control of the air over Midway, even if it meant taking the risk that there were American carriers in the vicinity at 7161. He ordered that the ship-killing torpedoes be removed from the reserve aircraft on the Akagi and the Kaga, and that the planes be rearmed with bombs. It would take almost an hour to accomplish the task, but they would then be able to take part in the second bombing strike against Midway to eliminate its air defenses once and for all. Northwest of Midway, the last Avenger 0716. He was going down. Before he hit the water, there was only one thing Bert Ernest wanted to do, and that was to sink at least one of the warships still firing at him. He could never reach the carriers now, but glancing off to the left, he saw what looked like a Japanese cruiser, obviously one of their escort vessels. The ship was firing at him with its anti-aircraft batteries. Kicking the rudder, he turned the crippled plane toward the warship and punched the switches to launch his 2,000-pound torpedo. He had expected an immediate surge in speed after it was gone, but there wasn't any. Not sure the torpedo had dropped, he pulled the emergency release lever. The riddled plane was losing altitude quickly now, down to 100 feet, then 75, 50, 25, 20. Tightening his shoulder straps, Bert was preparing to ditch when he did something purely reflexive, something he always did when bringing an Avenger in for a landing. He reached down to adjust the trim tabs that were controlled by the little 4-inch wheel next to the cockpit seat. By turning the wheel with his left hand, he could help to offset the Avenger's nose-heavy tendencies whenever he landed. As he turned the wheel, the nose of the plane gently leaped up in front of him. When he continued to roll the tab wheel, the plane actually started to regain altitude. This meant that the trim tab cables, which were separate from the elevator control cables, were still intact. A surge of hope went through him as he realized he might still be able to fly the plane. The Japanese cruiser he had aimed his torpedo at was no longer firing at him, and he quickly discovered why. The enemy warship didn't want to hit the Zeros that had come back to finish him off. They took turns firing short bursts into him with each pass, keeping one hand on the stick to control direction, and the other hand on the trim tab wheel. Bert felt the Avenger slowly gain altitude as he aimed it northwest away from the Japanese fleet. Although he was now flying at full throttle, there was no way to know how fast he was going because the airspeed gauge had been shot out along with the rest of his instruments. With all the holes in the wings and fuselage, maybe the bird would fly faster, he thought. He knew his neck was still bleeding because the wind kept fogging blood around the cockpit, but so far he didn't feel faint. While the Zeros kept firing at him, he tried everything he knew to avoid the coup de grace, first side-slipping the plane, then jinking back and forth. He pulled back hard on the throttle to throw off their aim, and then gunned it forward again. The two Japanese pilots kept making their passes, firing into the shredded fuselage to either kill him or the engine. Perhaps another minute went by. He felt another spray of bullets thud into the armor plate behind his back. The passing seconds seemed like an eternity. Wouldn't they ever run out of ammunition? Didn't they have to go back at some point to protect their goddamned fleet? Couldn't they be low on gas? And then they were gone. He was alone above the sea. There was no time to ponder why the Japanese pilots had finally granted him a reprieve. He forced himself to focus on what to do next. He hadn't heard from Manning or Ferrier since the Zeros had first attacked. Bert called them on the intercom. There was no response. With so many things shot out, he couldn't be sure if the intercom was even working. He tried again. Nothing. He had never felt so tired in his life. Struggling to keep his mind clear, he paused to take stock. The wound under his jaw had stopped spurting, although he could feel hot warmth continuing to flow down his neck. He decided it couldn't be worse than a deep flesh wound, or he would already be dead. More than anything, he wanted to sleep. Sleep was not an option. He needed to get the Avenger all of the way back to Midway. Checking his compass, he saw that the gauge was frozen in place. Turning around to look back at the tail, he saw why. The compass wire was attached to a flux gate on the vertical fin, and it was riddled with holes. With the hydraulic system shot out, he couldn't close the bomb bay doors. That started him wondering again whether their torpedo had actually dropped. Ferrier and Manning were the only ones who could confirm if it had by looking through a small glass plate into the bomb bay section. Bert didn't want to think about trying to land the plane with his hydraulics out and a 2,000-pound torpedo hanging from their belly. All of the instruments were gone. The gas gauge, airspeed indicator, altimeter, oil pressure gauge, everything. He continued to roll the trim tabs until the Avenger had climbed to about 3,000 feet. For the first time since they had attacked the Japanese carriers, he was able to focus on how he might actually bring the plane home. He had no idea what had happened to Fieberling and the others, but he couldn't go back looking for them. Midway had to be his ultimate destination. As far as he knew, it was the only landing place within 1,000 miles. That led to the next problem. He had no firm idea where Midway was. Lieutenant Fieberling had brought them up from the southeast. The Zeros had driven him even farther northwest. That meant the whole Japanese fleet stood between him and the tiny atoll. By the time he got there, if he got there, it was possible that they might have already taken it. But the only other alternative was to ditch in the middle of the Pacific. The chances of being picked up by a rescue plane seemed even more remote. His best guess was that he must be at least 200 miles, maybe more, from Midway. At least the engine was running fine, even with all the punishment the plane had absorbed. He would have to get back by dead reckoning. Live reckoning sounded better. The sun had been up less than 3 hours. From its position off to the east, he knew which direction was south, and a southerly course would hopefully keep him away from Japanese planes. He would use the scattered clouds for cover wherever he found them. The real trick would be deciding when to turn east again. If he went too far south before turning, there would be nothing but ocean ahead of him for 1,000 miles or more. He hoped his self-sealing fuel tanks hadn't lost too much gas while swallowing all of those Japanese bullets. USS Hornet, Torpedo Squadron 80734. As an anxious Tex Gay waited in his cockpit for permission to take off, he glanced over to see a leather-helmeted pilot climbing onto his right wing. It was Whitey Moore. The little West Virginian's plane was positioned right behind his in the line of devastators on the flight deck. Moore's freckled face leaned into the open cockpit with a broad grin. "You would think at a time like this they'd get things straight," he shouted over the roar of the engines. Tex nodded in full agreement. "Tell you what," yelled Whitey, "you test the weight and I'll test the wind." His jesting words again reminded Tex Gay that he had never taken off from a carrier flight deck with a 2,000-pound torpedo before. "I'll do my best, Whitey," he responded with forced jocularity. "If I go in the drink, that means she's too heavy, so you can go tell the captain to speed up. Just keep your eyes above water," Whitey said. Giving Tex a thumbs up, he jumped down to the deck and jogged back to his plane. Farther back in the line of devastators, Bill Evans sat in his own cockpit. "My luck can't last much longer," he had written in his letter home. Would this be his final day? Would they soon be playing taps for him while the rest of the crewmen stood quietly on the flight deck in a memorial service, just as he had stood in the sun to honor his dead friends after they had made that last far journey across the horizon? I have had the unforgettable taste of the sea on my lips. It was a line he had hand-copied from Saint-Exupéry's book. "It is not danger I love. I know what I love. It is life." Behind Evans, Commander Waldron's plane wasn't even spotted yet on the flight deck. The skipper was slated to take off last out of the 59 planes in the group. As each minute passed, Waldron's frustration and anger mounted. All hope of surprise had probably been lost by now. And while they stood around waiting, the Hornet's fighters and dive bombers were using up precious fuel. In the sky above him, Ensign H.L. Hump Tallman, who was flying one of the Grumman Wildcat escort fighters, wondered exactly the same thing. They had burned a ton of gas reaching 20,000 feet, and now they were just flying around in circles. Hump was the tail-end Charlie, the last man in the formation of 10 fighters. So far, the visibility below him was almost crystal clear. All of the ships in the task force were spread out in a great tableau on the azure sea. Flying in the same circular pattern a few thousand feet beneath him, Ensign Troy Guillory sat in the cockpit of his dauntless dive bomber and, like Tallman, wondered when the brass hats were going to get this show on the road. Tex Gay watched as someone ran up to the takeoff control officer and yelled something in his ear. Turning away from him, the officer made eye contact with Tex and motioned at him with his black and white checkered flag. Revving his engines again, Tex waited for the sign to take off. The control officer began wagging the flag faster and faster, as if trying to keep up with the engine, and then swept it forward, which was the signal to go. Tex released the brakes. The Devastator rumbled down the deck and slowly lifted off into space. He had made it. No big deal after all. While waiting for the rest of the squadron to join him, he began to circle the carrier at an altitude of 500 feet. One by one, the other 14 Devastators came up after him. Waldron was the last. On the flight deck, Lee Morona watched the Devastators circling above the carrier and said a silent prayer that they would all come back safely. A born-again Christian, Lee was a member of the Bible group that some of the enlisted men in the squadron had formed. Across the flight deck, he saw his younger brother Jess as he stood with the other plane pushers watching the squadron depart. Their father had been killed in an accident when Lee was 4, and he had practically raised Jess, convincing him to join the Navy after he did. Once in the air, John Waldron led the squadron away from the carrier and its escort ships. Far above the Devastators, Ensign Lawrence French, who was flying one of the fighters providing air cover, saw Waldron head off to the west as he watched the rest of the Hornet's air group stopped circling and headed west, too. Just as planned, Waldron's 15-plane torpedo squadron had formed up in 2 divisions. The skipper led the first 4 two-plane elements, followed by the 7 Devastators led by Jimmy Owens. Tex Gay brought up the rear. Cruising at 19,000 feet, Stanhope Ring signaled the Hornet's high air squadrons to form up in a group parade formation with his own section of dive bombers at the pointed apex of a giant V from the deck of the Hornet. The formation looked like a massive flock of migrating geese. Flying in the left wing of the V, Troy Guillory was grateful that all he had to do was follow the man in the position ahead of him, like a slow-witted elephant in a circus ring. He was already apprehensive about how much gas they had used up circling above the carrier. So far, the whole mission had seemed to be a confused mess. His friend, Ensign Ben Tappan, who was flying wing on Stanhope Ring in another Dauntless, was feeling the same concern. 3,000 feet above Guillory and Tappan, the Hornet's 10 Wildcat fighters were forced to alternately speed up and then slow down as they tried to provide high cover over the whole air group without overrunning it. Ensign John Mack. McInerney was the fighter squadron's fuel expert based on the reported distance to the enemy carriers. The group would need to find the Japanese fleet pretty quickly if the Wildcats were going to be able to complete their escort mission and get back to the ship. In the last fighter, Hump Tallman was checking his gas gauge, too. Their range was shorter than the dive bombers, and like McInerney, he was wondering why they had taken off first. Aboard the Hornet, Lieutenant Commander John Foster, the Annapolis-trained air operations officer, stared down at a radar screen and tracked Ring's air group as it moved west on a course of 265 degrees away from the carrier. Although they were now no more than tiny blips on the monitor screen, the 59 aircraft represented one-third of Admiral Nimitz's striking force against the Japanese fleet, the other two-thirds being the air groups from the Enterprise and Yorktown. There were no further sighting reports on the location of the Japanese fleet as the Hornet's air staff continued to track the progress of Ring's group on the radar screen. At 60 miles out, the group was still on Ring's original course of 265 degrees when the last blips disappeared. The only way for the carrier to communicate with the air group now would be by radio. Foster wasn't expecting any transmissions, however, because the pilots were under strict orders to maintain radio silence. Looking down from his Wildcat at the end of the 59-plane formation, Hump Tallman saw only an infinite expanse of ocean in every direction, 20,000 feet beneath him. He could see Waldron's squadron of Devastators following the same course they were. The torpedo planes so low at around 1,500 feet that they looked like they were skimming the surface of the sea. At 0816, Troy Guillory was startled to hear a voice coming through the earphones of his cockpit radio. He recognized it right away. He had heard it enough times aboard the Hornet. It was the voice of Lieutenant Commander John Waldron. Guillory noted that he hadn't identified himself with his call sign. They were heading in the wrong direction. Guillory heard Waldron say, flying on the wing of Commander Ring. Ben Tappan heard Waldron too, when no one responded to his call. Tappan began to wonder if he might have imagined it. Every pilot knew the order about radio silence. He decided he had probably been wrong. Then he heard the voice again. "I know where the damn Jap fleet is," said Waldron. There was more silence before Troy Guillory heard another voice. He knew this voice even better than Waldron's. It was the Hornet's Air Group Commander, Stanhope Ring. He sounded angry. "You fly on us," he said, also without identifying himself with his call sign. "I'm leading this formation. You fly on us." Troy Guillory had been one of the duty officers the previous night. One of the many lousy jobs ensigns had was to serve as mail censors, and he had been the one to read Commander Waldron's last letter home to his wife. There had been nothing in it he had to censor, but he remembered that Waldron had written something about having Sioux in him. What's going on here, he wondered. Aboard the Hornet, the air staff had monitored the same radio transmissions, but the words were garbled. They were outraged that someone would be stupid enough to potentially compromise the security of the mission. Lieutenant Commander Foster thought it had to be coming from pilots in the group off the Enterprise. Ben Tappan was waiting intently for Lieutenant Commander Waldron's response to Ring's order to stay in formation. A minute or two passed before he heard Waldron's voice for the last time. "The hell with you," he said. It was 0825. Richard Woodson, the gunner in Ensign Don Kirkpatrick's dive bomber, looked down and saw the lead torpedo plane slowly turn off to the left. As Woodson watched, The rest of the pilots in the torpedo squadron turned to follow their leader. He called Don Kirkpatrick on the intercom to report the news. Hump Tallman, flying the last fighter in the high-cover formation, watched them go too. He hadn't heard any of the radio transmissions, but prior to takeoff, Hump had plotted the course they would need to follow to find the Japanese fleet based on its last sighting. He checked the heading he had written down on his plotting board. It was the same general direction Waldron was going. He wondered why they weren't all following him. Troy Guillory was wondering the same thing. West of Midway Atoll. The last Avenger. 0835. Amazingly, Bert's Avenger continued to fly. Just about everything inside the plane had been smashed, but so far the engine hadn't faltered. It had been the first one off the Grumman assembly line. Maybe it was charmed. He tried calling Ferrier and Manning again over the intercom, but there was no response. After the pasting they had received from the Zeros, he had to assume they were either dead or wounded. There would be no way to find out until he landed. Since leaving Midway Atoll, they had been in the air for better than 2 hours. Checking his watch, he figured that he had gone 60 or 70 miles south since the Zeros had left him alone. Dodging in and out of the scattered clouds, he hadn't seen another aircraft. Below him, there was only the trackless sea back in the tail section. Harry Ferrier slowly came alive to the harsh scream of the wind through the shredded fuselage. He was still draped over the tunnel gun. It was red with his blood. There was an awful raw, coppery smell in the air, and he had a terrible headache. When he reached up to gingerly touch his wound, it felt like there was a hole in his forehead. There was a bullet had torn through the bill of his baseball cap and creased the front of his skull. Sitting up, he tried to regain his bearings. The engine appeared to be running strong, and the plane remained steady on a level course. Turning the switch on the intercom, he called up to the cockpit. "Are you okay, Skipper?" he asked weakly. Bert was overjoyed to discover that Ferrier was still alive. "I'm fine. How about you?" "I'm wounded in the head, but I think I'll be all right," he said. "What about Manning?" asked Bert. Harry tried to blot out the mental image of what he had seen after looking up into the turret. "I think Jay's dead," he said. The reality of it slowly sunk in. "I want you to see if the torpedo dropped," Bert said a few minutes later. "I don't want us to land with it hanging out of the bomb bay." There was a small glass port in the floor of the radio compartment that allowed Harry to look into the bomb bay. It was almost directly under the gun turret. When he crawled over to check, Harry saw that it was covered by Jay's blood. He reported to Bert that there was no way to see into the bomb bay. He then asked if it would be all right for him to crawl up to the middle seat behind the cockpit. Since their tail gun was useless, Bert told Harry to come up. Staring into the distance, Bert suddenly saw another plane emerge from the cloudy haze. It was heading in the general direction of the Japanese fleet. He was in no shape for another showdown with a Zero, or any other enemy plane for that matter. Without waiting to confirm whether it was friend or foe, Bert slid inside the nearby cloud. Approaching Japanese striking force. Torpedo Squadron 8, 0908. Waldron's 15-plane squadron flew southwest in right echelon formation. The 2nd Division closed in behind the 1st. At one point, Tex Gay looked up and saw the pale reflection of the moon centered in the middle of his cockpit windshield. It continued to hover there as the minutes slowly passed. Tex didn't know it, but from the point at which Waldron had broken away from the rest of the air group, the moon's azimuth was 234 degrees true. The skipper had always told Tex that as a navigation officer, it was his duty to keep track of everything he could on their flights. He was in the process of trying to estimate the rate of their fuel consumption when Waldron's voice came through his earphones, taut and harsh. "There's a fighter on our tail," he said. The Japanese plane was well out to the right of them and moving fast in the same direction they were. To Tex, it looked more like a float plane, the kind that could be catapulted off a Japanese battleship or cruiser. It quickly overtook them and moved past. The Japanese pilot was almost certainly radioing their position back to his fleet. It only made Waldron angrier. With even one Wildcat flying cover for them, they could have shot him down before he had time to set up a reception committee for them. Now any chance of surprise was lost. Grant Teets was busy trying to solve a more immediate problem. His engine was leaking oil, and it had fouled his windshield. Leaning forward, he reached around the open cockpit with his left hand to clean it with a rag, while continuing to fly the plane with his right. Reversing hands, he inadvertently hit the trigger button on his nose gun and fired a short burst past Abby Abercrombie. Abby took it in good humor, melodramatically wiping his brow as if narrowly escaping death. North of Japanese striking force. Hornet Air Group, 091D, flying high cover with the rest of Pat Mitchell's fighter squadron above the Hornet's 34 dive bombers, Mac McInerney decided it was time to take matters into his own hands, even if that meant his own court-martial. The son of a blacksmith, Mac had never been afraid to take chances. Sporting an Errol Flynn mustache and muscled like a steer, the big Irishman had a reputation as a hard-partying woman chaser. The other pilots in his squadron also knew him as one hell of a fighter pilot. McInerney had spent a lot of time studying the fuel consumption traits of the Grumman Wildcat, and he knew his plane was running out of gas. The fighters were at the point of no return, if they hadn't already passed it. After taking off from the Hornet, he had firewalled his throttle and redlined the manifold pressure. But the settings for minimum fuel consumption didn't necessarily correlate with long-distance flights. And on this flight, the fighters had been forced to fly in S turns in order not to outrun the dive bombers, which further wasted precious fuel. It was time to do something. Gunning his engine, McInerney left his position in the formation and pulled up alongside Lieutenant Commander Pat Mitchell. Getting the squadron commander's attention, he pointed animatedly to his gas gauge. Mitchell slowly shook his head at him and resumed staring forward. McInerney cut back on the throttle and dropped back into his position as wingman to Johnny Magda. After another 5 minutes of droning westward into the empty sky, McInerney had had enough. Flying up alongside Mitchell again, he pointed to his gas gauge once more to convey that they were beyond the point of no return. This time, Mitchell reacted with visceral anger, waving McInerney back into his position in the formation. The big Irishman went back just long enough to signal Johnny Magda that it was time to go. Banking his plane to the left, he began to swing around in a 180-degree turn to return to the Hornet. As he was turning, he looked off to the south and saw what appeared to be a rising column of smoke from a fleet of ships. He briefly thought about radioing the news to the air group, but he had cotton stuffed in his ears against the engine noise, and they were flying under strict radio silence anyway. When Johnny Magda peeled off to go after him, the other fighter pilots watched them go. Then, section by section, they turned to follow him. McInerney looked back one last time. Mitchell, who by then was flying all alone, was turning to come after them. "I'm going to be court-martialed for this," McInerney thought. Japanese Striking Force, Flagship Carrier Akagi 0914. The laborious process of rearming his planes with torpedoes was finally completed. For Admiral Nagumo, it had been a brutally frustrating morning. After the first attack by the 6 American torpedo planes at 0700, he had ordered his reserve aircraft armed with contact bombs for a second strike on the air garrison at Midway. This process necessitated not only removing the torpedoes, but changing the mounting hardware on each plane, which was different for launching a torpedo than for dropping a bomb. It was hard, time-consuming work. There were a limited number of crewmen to carry out the tasks, and a limited number of trolleys to carry the torpedoes off the deck and bring up the bombs. For much of the time, the flight crews had to stand around waiting for someone else to finish his part of the process. Then came another piece of stunning news. Shortly before 0800, word reached Nagumo on the bridge that one of his search plane pilots had located an American task force of 10 warships to the northeast of Midway. There was no confirmation that the task force included aircraft carriers, but his chief of staff, Rear Admiral Kusaka, pointed out that it was highly unlikely there would be a task force in that area without at least one of them. To Kusaka, it appeared to be another cruel twist of fate. The search plane pilot who had sighted the American task force had been delayed 30 minutes before taking off with the other search aircraft earlier that morning. If he had left on schedule, This new information would have arrived while Nagumo still had his reserve force of torpedo planes and bombers spotted on his flight decks and armed with ship-killing ordnance. Instead, they had been ordered below to be rearmed with contact explosives for the second Midway strike. Nagumo acted immediately, remembering Admiral Yamamoto's stern warning about keeping half of his air fleet in reserve for just such a development. He ordered his carrier crews to remove the bombs they had just attached to his planes and rearm them with torpedoes. While the new work went on, more attacks arrived from the American air garrison at Midway. After the 070 attack by the torpedo planes, a group of American dive bombers had arrived from Midway, followed by a flight of B-17s that harassed his carriers with bombs dropped from very high altitude, although the dive bombers had been driven off by his Zero fighters and no hits were scored by any of the other American bombers. The attack had kept his fleet from landing their own planes right away after their first strike against Midway. At 0820, the same search plane pilot who had found the American task force of 10 ships reported sighting a carrier. Sinking the American carrier now became Nagumo's first priority. All of these delays had been excruciating. None of his ships had been damaged, much less sunk, but it seemed as if fate was conspiring against him. If he hadn't decided to rearm the planes after receiving the attack by the 6 torpedo planes, he would have been able to launch his whole reserve force of 100 aircraft against the American carrier. Instead, he had had to stand on his bridge and wait. Now the process of rearming the reserve force with torpedoes was finally completed. He was prepared to launch his counterstrike against the American carrier as soon as his own planes from the Midway attack could be landed. All but the last few were back aboard the 4 carriers by 0915. He only needed to order his fully loaded attack planes brought up to the flight decks and then turn into the wind to launch them. If the striking force received no more threats in the meantime, his planes would quickly be airborne toward the American carrier. Japanese Striking Force Torpedo Squadron 8, 0917. Staring into the distance, Waldron suddenly saw the wispy smoke columns dead ahead of them. The enemy ships began to take shape as dark silhouettes on the crystalline sea. To Tex Gay, it looked like they almost covered the ocean. As the squadron closed in on the enemy task force, he could see 3 carriers in the first group and a 4th following behind. There were battleships and cruisers and destroyers all over the place. Maybe all that guff about the skipper's Sioux intuition had been right after all. He had gone straight to the enemy fleet, like they had been on the end of a plumb line. Waldron was on the radio again. He was attempting to contact Commander Stanhope Ring to let him know that they had located the Japanese carriers. Stanhope, from Johnny 1, Gay heard him say, "Enemy sighted." There was no response. Stanhope, from Johnny 1, "Answer," he called again. "Enemy sighted?" Flying behind Commander Ring in the Hornet Air Group formation, Leroy Quillen, the radioman gunner in the dive bomber piloted by Ensign K.B. White, heard Waldron loud and clear, "Stanhope from Johnny 1. He repeated once more, as Waldron continued leading Torpedo 8 toward the vanguard of the enemy striking force. Tex Gay observed that one of the 4 Japanese carriers was in the process of landing a plane. Remembering that the original attack plan called for hitting the carriers while their aircraft were off bombing Midway, his first reaction was, "Oh Christ, we're late." Waldron was back again on the radio, this time talking to his men. "We will go in," he said, sounding very calm. "We won't turn back. We will attack. Good luck." The skipper put his nose down before leveling off at about 500 feet as he headed in. The rest of the squadron followed him in perfect precision, almost like synchronized swimmers. He had told them that they might have to go in alone, and now the worst had come. His words gave Tex confidence that they had a fighting chance to get in and drop their torpedoes, then light out for home. A moment later, the sky around them was filled with Zeros. The enemy fighters swung around in half-loops and wing-overs to gain better firing positions. Johnny 1 under attack, Waldron radioed. From the bridge of the carrier Akagi, Commander Minoru Genda, Admiral Nagumo's operations officer, watched with almost detached fascination as the 15 torpedo planes came on. The slow-moving devastators reminded him of a flock of waterfowl crossing a lake. To Jenda, it was sheer idiocy for them to attack without fighter protection and a total violation of the first rule of war, which was to concentrate one's forces. At last they have come, Jenda thought to himself, having wondered when they would arrive ever since the American carrier force had been sighted. It puzzled him that they were coming in so low. As the Zeros swirled madly around the devastators, it seemed to Tex Gay that he was flying in slow motion. The enemy fighters appeared to have 3 times his speed and were darting in and out of their tight formation like backcountry prairie falcons. Up ahead to the right, he saw one of the devastators drop like a hurtling stone into the sea, its 2-man crew gone in almost an instant. It happened so fast that Tex had no idea whose plane it was. A few seconds later, another devastator went down on his left. "Is that a Zero or one of our planes?" came Waldron's voice on the radio. Tex radioed back that it was a devastator. The Zeros were concentrating on the lead planes in the formation, as Torpedo 8 continued boring in toward the nearest Japanese carriers. Tex tried to keep his devastators steady and straight so that his crewman, Bob Huntington, had a clear and stable field of fire. That also made them easier prey. He watched as another one of the devastators blew up in a shower of flame and debris. They were past the airborne wreckage of men and plane a moment later. The dwindling formation was still miles from the carriers when yet another devastator did a slow half-roll and crashed into the sea on its back, disintegrating when it hit the water. Bob Huntington came on the intercom. "Let's go back and help, sir," he said. There was nothing they could do to help. Tex could only press on with the attack, even if they were the last ones left. Those were the skipper's orders. There would be time for mourning their losses later. 2 Zeros moved in to attack him, one from behind and the other from the port side. He could feel machine gun bullets thudding into the armor plate behind his bucket seat. A second pattern raked his instrument panel and blasted several holes in the windshield. He heard Bob Huntington cry out on the intercom. Turning his head for a quick look, he saw him slumped down in his seat, motionless. When he turned forward again, the devastator that had been flying alongside him had disappeared. In the distance, Tex saw that the carriers had all swung to the west, heading away from them to reduce their target profile. Shoving the throttle forward, he watched the airspeed indicator slowly begin to climb. Waldron's voice was still coming through his earphones, fast and furious. "There's 2 fighters in the water." The skipper had radioed at one point. "See that splash? I'd give $1 million to know who done that." In the tail compartment of his dauntless dive bomber far to the north, Leroy Quillen was listening to Waldron's excited words as they came through the radio. He wondered why no one in the group was responding to Waldron's calls. "My 2 wingmen are going in," came Waldron's voice for the last time. Then it was his turn. The skipper's plane was out in front of the remaining devastators, all alone except for the attacking Zeros. As Tex watched, Waldron's plane suddenly burst into flames. Fire quickly enveloped the fuselage, and the aircraft began gliding down toward the sea, trailing a thick cloud of smoke and fire. The skipper suddenly stood up in the blazing cockpit as if he was riding a fiery chariot. In the plane's final moments, he thrust his leg out onto the right wing. Then the plane hit the water, and he was gone. Bill Evans never knew which Japanese pilot had killed him. He probably would have wanted the chance to write down what those last seconds were like. The sounds of the screaming engine, the flashing images, the colors of the tracer bullets hammering into his fuselage. But he would never have the opportunity. At 23, he had run out of time. A hint of smoke temporarily marked the place where he went into the sea. A few moments later, it disappeared. Northwest of Japanese striking force, Hornet dive bombing squadron, Ruff Johnson. 927 Leroy Quillen wasn't the only one listening to Waldron's urgent radio calls. Lieutenant Commander Ruff Johnson, leading the Hornet dive bomber squadron on the left wing of Ring's formation, was given word of the transmissions and realized that on their present course they were on a flight to nowhere. Using his plotting board, he quickly drew a southeasterly interception course based on a rough calculation of where he thought the Japanese fleet had to be. Swinging out of the formation, He led his 17-plane squadron in a turn to the southeast. Ensign Roy G., a young pilot from Salt Lake City, was flying in the second section behind Lieutenant Commander Johnson. The resourceful Guy had monitored the group's course throughout the flight, until his squadron began its turn to the southeast. The Hornet Air Group hadn't deviated from the course. It had started out on almost 2 hours earlier. G hoped they might still find the Japanese fleet before it was too late. Stanhope Ring watched them go. His fighters had already left, of the 59 planes that had originally made up the group. Only the dive bombers in Walt Rodé's squadron remained with him. He signaled one of his wingmen to fly over to Rodé and signal him to stay in formation. Japanese Striking Force, Tex Gay, 0934. They were all gone. 14 pilots, 14 crewmen, the indestructible Grant Teets, who would no longer have to worry about Diana's emotional distress. Rusty Kenyon, who would never have the chance to hold his unborn child. Whitey Moore, who would never have his mountain farm in West Virginia. Abby Abercrombie, who would never return to his beloved Kansas City. And Bill Evans, who would never write his book on the meaning of their sacrifice. All of their dreams were dead, along with those of Moose Moore, Jimmy Owens, Bob Miles, Bill Creamer, George Campbell, Jeff Woodson, Hal Ellison, Jack Gray, and the skipper, and Horace Dobbs, Tom Petrie, Emilio Maffei, Otway Creasy, Ronald Fisher, Bernie Phelps, Bill Sawhill, Frank Polston, Max Calkins, George Field, Darwin Clark, Ross Bibb Jr., Hollis Martin, and Pick Picou. Tex Gay was the last one left. With Bob Huntington dead or unconscious in the rear seat, there was no longer any need for Tex to fly straight and level in order to provide his gunner a stable field of fire. He began jinking the plane, side-slipping between the Zero's machine gun bursts, drawing ever closer to the nearest carrier. The words of the skipper kept replaying in his mind. "If there is only one man left, I want him to go in and get a hit." Tex had just opened fire with his nose gun at one of the Japanese fighters when a machine gun bullet from the Zero, attacking him from behind, grazed his left arm. The hand immediately went numb. Up ahead, the Japanese cruisers and destroyers screening the carriers opened fire with their anti-aircraft batteries. As soon as the barrage began, the swarming Zeros darted away out of the line of fire. Black bursts began mushrooming on both sides of his wings as the tracers sought him out. By some miracle, none of the shells hit him. The plane was bucking like a wild horse in the turbulent air as he passed over the screening ships and bored in toward the nearest carrier. Using his right hand, he reached over and pulled back on the throttle, slowing the plane to 80 knots, which Waldron had always said was the ideal launching speed. Since this was the first torpedo he had ever launched, he wanted to make sure he got it right. As he closed to within 1,000 yards of the nearest carrier, it began swinging to the right to avoid his torpedo. Remembering his plotting exercises, Tex swung to the ship's port side for a higher percentage shot. Cutting across the bow, he headed back around in a tight turn and took aim slightly forward of the carrier's port bow. When he punched the torpedo release button, nothing happened. The electronic controls had been shot out. With his left hand numb, he jammed his knees together to hold the control stick in place and reached over to pull out the emergency cable release lever with his right hand. He ripped it out by the roots. Tex hoped the torpedo had gone because the carrier was now dead ahead of him, filling the screen of his windshield. He saw Japanese sailors running in all directions as the Devastator came screaming in toward the port side, just clearing the flight deck with a few feet to spare. Glancing up toward the bridge, he saw a Japanese officer wildly waving his arms in the air. He knew that the anti-aircraft batteries on the starboard side of the ship were waiting for him to cross so they could knock him out of the air. If he went that way, the Devastator would be an easy target. Banking to the right, he flew down the carrier flight deck toward the stern of the ship. The flight deck was dotted with planes, gas hoses, and bomb trolleys. For a split second, he thought about crashing into them and setting the whole carrier ablaze. A moment later, he was past the fantail and banking left to make his escape. Flying low above the water, he passed between two Japanese cruisers and out beyond the task force destroyer screen. Another flock of Zeros was waiting for him as soon as he came through the ship's last barrage of anti-aircraft fire. The plane was staggering along when a 20-millimeter cannon shell blew apart his left rudder pedal and passed through into the engine compartment, setting it on fire. He felt a jolt of searing pain in his left leg as flames came surging back through the torn firewall. There was no hope for the plane now. He was going in using the elevators. He kept the nose up as the Devastator dropped toward the sea. Using his right hand, he reached over to the left to cut the power switches. The tip of his right wing hit water first, and the plane cartwheeled forward, slamming the cockpit hood shut above him. Black water was already flushing around his waist by the time he had unbuckled his shoulder straps. The plane was going fast. As the nose dropped beneath the surface, techs fought to release the jammed cockpit hood. It wouldn't move. Sitting on the bullet-shattered instrument panel, he tried to shove the hood along its track with his one good hand, but it wouldn't come free. He was trapped. Northwest of Japanese striking force, Hornet Dive Bombing Squadron, Walt Rody, a 940. Lieutenant Commander Walt Rody had finally seen enough. His squadron's dive bombers were now running dangerously short of fuel. He decided it was time to go home. He signaled to the planes in his squadron to follow him as he turned out of formation. Coming around 180 degrees, he began leading them back on a reciprocal course toward the Hornet. Ring's wingman departed with them. Stanhope Cotton Ring continued flying west at 265 degrees, all alone. Tex Gay crashed in the sea, 942. The seawater was up to his chin. In panic, he stood on the instrument panel and drove his upper body up against the jammed cockpit hood. It slowly moved back 2 feet, just enough for him to slip through the opening and reach the surface as the plane started to disappear. The plexiglass hoods over the middle and rear compartments were still wide open. As the fuselage slid beneath the surface, he reached into the rear compartment to see if Bob Huntington might be still alive. He began trying to unbuckle Bob's flight harness while watching the seawater around his young gunner's chest turn dull red. Still strapped to his seat, Bob slipped from his grasp and went down with the plane. West of Midway Atoll, the last Avenger, 944. Whatever intuition Bert Ernest still possessed had told him it was time to turn east toward the sun. The moment had occurred almost an hour earlier. It had just felt right to change course to the east, without a compass or any other instruments. All he had to go on was instinct. The consequences of being wrong were obvious. If he overshot the tiny atoll of Midway, the next mass of land ahead of them would be Pearl Harbor, more than 1,200 miles away. He wasn't sure he had enough gas to even reach Midway. Having turned east, he and Harry saw nothing but ocean for miles in every direction. On and on they flew, searching vainly for the wake of an American ship or the hint of a landmass on the far horizon. As time passed, he began to consider the increasing likelihood that they would have to put the plane down in the sea. Although the water looked calm, there was very little chance that search planes would come looking for them to the west of Midway. In frustration, he decided to climb through the cloud cover to see if something might be visible from a higher altitude. Rolling the trim tab wheel with his fingers, he took the battered plane up to 4,000 feet. Breaking through the clouds, he and Harry began scanning the sky ahead of them. Bert felt a shiver of excitement as he looked toward the southeast and saw what appeared to be black smoke. He headed toward it, dropping down through the clouds as they drew closer. Emerging beneath the clouds, he could see that the smoke was coming from a massive oil or gasoline fire. The island could only be Midway. It looked like they were going to make it. With his radio shot out, there was no way for him to contact the airfield on Eastern Island to identify himself. As he approached Midway, Bert carefully went through the designated recognition, turns that would identify the Avenger as a friendly aircraft. After coming this far, he didn't want some trigger-happy Marine gunner to shoot them down. He changed course to land on the north-south runway, the same one he had taken off from early that morning, a lifetime ago. With no flap controls, he throttled back the engine as the plane slowly descended. Next, He pushed the undercarriage lever to lower the landing gear. Nothing happened. The mechanical indicators in the cockpit showed that both wheels were still in their recessed compartments. Reaching down to the emergency release lever at the base of the instrument panel, he yanked hard on it. The mechanical indicator for the left wheel now indicated that it had dropped down into its locked landing position. The right wheel had apparently stayed in its compartment. His first thought was to try to shake the wheel loose. He used the trim tabs to climb back up to 2,000 feet and then put the plane into a dive, waiting for the G-force to build before pulling the nose up. The right wheel didn't come down. He took the plane back up again and tried the maneuver once more. The wheel refused to drop. Worried that the strain of the dives would shake the battered plane apart, he tried to think of something else. There were two options. He could ditch the plane in the lagoon or try to bring it in on one wheel. With less than 100 hours of flying time in an Avenger, he wasn't thrilled about trying to landing it on one wheel, but after everything they had come through, it didn't seem right to put it in the lagoon, particularly if there was a chance Jay Manning might still be alive. He decided to land. As he came in over the airfield, the landing officer next to the runway began furiously waving him off with his signal flag. Advancing the throttle again, Bert rolled the trim tab to regain altitude. He guessed that the landing officer had waved him off after seeing their torpedo hanging out of the bomb bay. After making another circuit around the field, he came in for his next approach. Once more, the landing officer frantically waved him off. "The hell with this," he said to himself. "I'm taking it in." The landing officer at the edge of the runway was still waving his flag when Bert's Avenger roared past him. Dropping to the runway, Bert felt his left wheel connect to the concrete path. He thought it was a beautiful one-point landing until the Avenger began slowing down. Suddenly, the right wing tipped over, hitting the runway and setting off an explosion of fiery sparks. The plane spun wildly in a 270-degree arc towards several aircraft parked alongside the runway. As Bert braced himself for a crash, the Avenger finally came to a stop on the coral apron that abutted the runway. It was over. He had come through the fire and survived. Bert cut the power switches, and the air was quiet again. Unbuckling his safety harness, he saw a crash wagon speeding toward the plane. Climbing out of the cockpit on unsteady legs, he dropped off the wing and knelt down to look inside the open bomb bay. Their torpedo was gone. Only the cables that had held it in place were hanging from the belly. He had worried for hours over nothing. Suddenly there were people surging all around the plane. Harry had managed to get the rear hatch open and crawled outside. He felt faint as he tried to stand up. Two Marines came over to steady him. Seeing that his face and T-shirt were covered with blood, they helped him into a waiting field ambulance. A few moments later, he was on his way to the hospital tent. Bert declined treatment of his own wound. Tottering like an old man, he headed back toward the turret to check on Jay Manning. A big Marine came up and blocked his path. Staring at the blood-soaking Bert's flight suit, the Marine said quietly, "You don't want to go back there, sir." Two other Marines were already draping a big canvas tarpaulin over the shattered turret where Manning had died. Turning away, Bert looked across the apron of the runway where the 6 Avengers had been parked that morning. It didn't look like any of the others had come back. Another man was calling to him. It was the landing officer who had waved him off with his signal flag. "We were radioing for you to bail out," said the landing officer. "We thought bailing out would be your best chance." Bert didn't have the energy to explain that his radio was gone along with the rest of the instruments. He asked the landing officer how many of the Avengers had gotten back. "You're the only one so far," he said. Tex Gay floating in the Central Pacific 0945. As Tex floated in the sea, two things suddenly surfaced alongside him, freed from the Devastator as it took its plunge toward the bottom of the Pacific. One of them was providential. It was the aircraft's deflated life raft. He remembered Bob Huntington placing it in the middle seat before they took off. Apparently, it had not been strapped down. The other object floating in the water was a black rubber seat cushion. The skipper had always told them that if they were ever in a tight spot to never throw anything away. Tex decided to hold on to the cushion, too. His burned leg was beginning to hurt when he heard a plane diving and looked up to see a Zero heading straight toward him with its machine guns blazing. The surface of the sea began erupting in tiny geysers of water, pulling off his goggles in case they reflected the sun. He grabbed the black seat cushion and held it over his head. Treading water, he waited for the Zero to finish its run. It didn't come back. Japanese Striking Force Flagship Carrier Akagi, Flag Bridge, 0945. With the American torpedo squadron completely annihilated, an ebullient Admiral Nagumo was now free to release his counterstrike against the American carrier force. Since the attack by the first 6 torpedo planes at 0700, his Zero fighters and his ship's anti-aircraft batteries had destroyed or driven off every enemy plane. Not one of the torpedoes or bombs launched at his ships had hit a target. A few minutes later, a lookout on one of the screening vessels reported that a new formation of enemy aircraft was approaching Nagumo's striking force from the south. It turned out to be another squadron of the same slow-moving torpedo planes. The news came as a minor irritant to Nagumo, who knew that each American carrier had only one torpedo squadron. That meant a second American carrier was probably out there somewhere. All the better. Yamamoto's Midway plan was based on the notion of luring the American carriers from Pearl Harbor for the final deciding battle. Now they would be destroyed sooner rather than later. With the crude frontal assaults the Americans had employed, Nagumo was confident the new element would be dispatched as easily as the others. In the meantime, he suspended the process of bringing up his own attack aircraft to the flight decks of his carriers until the latest American threat was repulsed. His Zero fighter patrols headed south to intercept the new intruders, which were the 14 Devastators of Torpedo Squadron 6 from Spruance's flagship Enterprise, led by Lieutenant Commander Gene Lindsay. The Zeros dropped down to intercept the Americans as they came skimming in just above the surface of the sea, and the Japanese pilots quickly began shooting them out of the sky. In less than 20 minutes, most of the Devastators had been destroyed. The surviving aircraft retreated without scoring any hits. Launch aircraft, when ready, Nagumo ordered his 4 carrier commanders. The Japanese carriers were turning into the wind for their launch when yet another report came in from one of the screening vessels. They had sighted more planes coming toward them. It was Torpedo Squadron 3, led by Lieutenant Commander Lance Massey. They had come from the Yorktown. The newly replenished fighter patrols, flying cover above the 4 carriers, immediately went down low again to converge on this latest threat. One by one, the Devastators began to fall. Was it possible that there were 3 American carriers lying in wait for him, wondered Nagumo. In his exultant mood, it was still of little consequence. He had driven off every previous attack without the loss of a single ship. At the same time, it was wise to be prudent. It was 1020. Hurry up preparations for the second wave, he ordered Commander Genda. Tex Gay floating in the Central Pacific, 1020. After being strafed in the water by the Zero, Tex decided not to inflate his rubber life raft. There was no point in drawing attention to himself, not with the Japanese fleet cruising by like it was the Easter parade. The wakes of the Japanese warships had roiled up the surface of the ocean. But even from his lowly vantage point, he could see the distant silhouettes of 3 of the Japanese carriers, including the one he had attacked before being shot down. They had now turned into the wind. From high above him in the sky, he heard a distinctly familiar whine. It reminded him of the low, keening wail that a dive bomber made right after pushing off on a bomb run from high altitude. He had heard it during training flights plenty of times. It suddenly dawned on him that it just might be a dive bomber. Hell, there had been more than 30 Dauntlesses flying with the Hornet Air Group alone. As the low, moaning wail turned into a full-throttle, screaming roar, he knew what the noise had to mean. Then he saw one. The Dauntless was plummeting down from more than 2 miles high, completely unopposed by the Japanese Zeroes. A few moments later, it was joined by a second and a third. He realized there must be a whole squadron, if not more. The first Dauntless was already pulling up after completing its plunge to less than 2,000 feet. Tex heard a terrific thunderclap, and a few moments later a curtain of fire rocketed up from the deck of one of the carriers like a giant Roman candle. The The same ship took another direct hit, followed by a third, each new detonation sending up a thick cloud of smoke and flame. Still more Dauntlesses were diving now. Free of any hindrance from the vaunted Zeros, they plunged down toward the remaining carriers. As he watched, another colossal blast resounded across the water, and a second Japanese carrier erupted into a blazing firestorm. Flames were coming out of both the fore and aft sections of the second carrier, like a two-headed blowtorch. Kicking his feet, he began yelling a hoarse cheer of soggy defiance. But it was quickly squelched by a surging wave. As he treaded water, a third rumbling blast thundered across the sea, and a billowing spire of smoke belched up from the third Japanese carrier. Submerged up to his chest, Tex could feel the pressure of the detonations. He wondered if any of the victorious dive bombers had come from the Hornet. Northeast of Midway Atoll, Hornet Dive Bombing Squadron, Walt Rodee 1040. Walt Rodee continued to lead his 17-plane squadron east on the reciprocal heading of the course they had flown out on that morning. The whole mission had been a total mess. All of his Dauntlesses were still carrying their full bomb loads. None of the pilots had seen a single Japanese plane or warship the whole way out or back. He couldn't imagine what kind of reception they would receive from Pete Mitcher when they landed. It wouldn't be long now. Rodee's radio homing gear was working fine. They were less than an hour from the carrier. As they droned along, another aircraft slowly overtook them. It was Commander Ring's Dauntless. He was flying at open throttle, making no attempt to conserve gas. He passed them by, heading east toward the Hornet. Northeast of Midway Atoll, Hornet Fighter Squadron 8, Pat Mitchell. 10 Wildcats had now been in the air for almost 4 hours, and none of the pilots had any idea where they were. After departing from Commander Ring and the rest of the air group, they had headed in an easterly direction back toward the Hornet. Pat Mitchell's radio homing device wasn't functioning properly, and he had turned over navigational responsibility to Stan Rouleau. There was nothing but ocean as far as they could see. From what had once been a mission to destroy the Japanese carriers, they were now in a desperate struggle to survive. One by one, they started running out of gas. The first to go was Ensign G.R. Hill, who was Stan Rouleau's wingman. As some of the others watched, his propeller started windmilling. Seconds later, he was gone. The Wildcat was a well-designed fighter, but it had the gliding capacity of a concrete block. McInerney was the next to go, and Johnny Magda went with him. They landed 100 yards from one another on a placid sea. Frank Jennings and Hump Tolman went next. One of the last to go down was Pat Mitchell. After hitting the water, his Wildcat sank before he could extricate his life raft. When the plane disappeared, he was wearing only his Mae West life vest. Mitchell was confident the pilots who survived ditching would be picked up soon. The rest of the Hornet Air Group had seen them go. Some of those crewmen must have written down the approximate bearings when McInerney had turned the fighter squadron around. Once the battle was over, he knew that Navy search planes from Midway would begin looking for them. That is, if the Americans won. Northeast of Midway Atoll, USS Hornet 1100. On the bridge of the Hornet, Lieutenant A.H. Hunker was standing the deck watch when he received a report that a large group of planes bearing 260 true distant 56 miles was being tracked by the ship's radar and heading straight toward them. These were the planes of Walt Rodee's dive bomber squadron, returning from the west on the reciprocal course to the one the group had flown out on 3 hours earlier. Preparations began to land the planes as soon as they arrived. When the Hornet turned into the wind to bring them aboard, a crowd of excited crewmen rushed to the flight deck to welcome the returning air group from its mission against the Japanese fleet. Hopes were high for news of victory. They were puzzled to see only one plane come in to land. When it came to a halt on the flight deck, Commander Stanhope Ring unstrapped himself from the cockpit and climbed down. Without acknowledging the cheers of the crew, he disappeared into one of the passageways off the flight deck and went to his stateroom. Mitcher was forced to wait for the arrival of Rodee's squadron to learn what had happened. Upon landing, Rodee was ordered to the bridge. When he got there, Mitcher demanded to know what had happened to his group. Rhodey couldn't tell him. He had flown west on the designated course until reaching the point of no return, and had then turned around to come back on the reciprocal course. None of his pilots had seen a Japanese ship or airplane going out or coming back. Somewhere along the way, Waldron's squadron had disappeared, followed by Mitchell's 10 fighters. Later on, Rough Johnson had taken his squadron off. Rhodey had no idea what had happened to any of them. After being dismissed, Rhodey joined the pilots of his squadron in the wardroom, where they were relaxing with coffee and sandwiches. At some point after the flight, he decided to put an important detail from the previous mission in his official flight log. Each page in a pilot's flight log had space for the date of a flight, the names of the crewmen who flew with him, the duration of the mission, and a brief description of the flight. Rhodey decided to write down the course the Hornet Air Group had flown that morning, 265 degrees. Outside on the flight deck, Lee Morona was standing with the rest of the plane captains from Torpedo 8. They were still scanning the empty sky for a sign of approaching aircraft. According to the scuttlebutt, Midway was supposed to be the biggest battle of the war so far. If it is, Morona thought, we haven't seen any part of it. Not one of the Hornet's guns had been fired in anger all day. Up on the flag bridge, Mitscher and his senior air staff were increasingly worried. This had been Mitscher's first chance to demonstrate his experience and acumen in a carrier battle, and as far as he knew, none of the Hornet's planes had found the Japanese fleet. Mitchell's fighter squadron could no longer be airborne. By now, Johnson's and Waldron's squadrons would be running out of gas, too, if they were still in the air. Where the hell were they? The stakes were enormous, not only for the battle itself, but for Pete Mitscher's reputation and career. He had come a long way since Annapolis, where he had been expelled in his second year for a hazing incident. After his father exerted influence, he had started over. It had taken him 6 years to finish, graduating just 3 places from the bottom of his class. It had not been an auspicious beginning, but Mitscher had gone on to blaze a successful trail in naval aviation and earn the respect of both his peers and superiors. He had served 32 years in the Navy. The idea that his career as a combat commander might be over after one day was difficult to bear. He and his staff were forced to face the hard truth. They had sent out 59 planes, and their air group commander had come back by himself, followed by a single bomber squadron still carrying all its bombs. Mitscher could only hope that the other 2 Hornet squadrons, Rough Johnson's dive bombers and Johnny Waldron's torpedo planes, had done some damage to the Japanese striking force. Northwest of Midway Atoll, Hornet Dive Bomber Squadron Rough Johnson, 120. Still heading southeast, Rough Johnson had spent a frustrating hour trying to locate the Japanese carriers after receiving Waldron's last desperate radio transmission. He hadn't found a trace of them. Now his squadron was running out of gas. As the fuel situation became critical, he decided to turn northeast in the hope that they could still reach the Hornet. Off to port, he spotted another aircraft. It was the first plane from outside his own air group that he had seen on the entire flight. Johnson quickly identified it as an American patrol plane and signaled to its crew that they were lost. The PBY pilot used his blinking lamp to give Johnson a navigational course to follow to Midway Atoll. Johnson signaled the rest of his pilots that they were to follow him. Ignoring Johnson's signal, Johnson's executive officer, Lieutenant Alfred Tucker, continued flying northeast in the general direction of the Hornet. 2 of the pilots followed him. Johnson continued southeast on the coordinates the PBY pilot had given him. Using his plotting board, he figured they were approximately 120 miles from Midway. A few minutes later, Ensign Troy Guillory felt his engine begin to sputter. He was one of the pilots who had been assigned to carry a 1,000-pound bomb in the belly, instead of the 500-pounder most of the dive bombers were carrying. Even though he had conserved fuel, the extra weight had finally run him dry. His propeller began to windmill, and Guillory started down. As the rest of the squadron continued flying south, he made a successful landing on a calm sea. In the distance ahead of him, Rough Johnson saw a huge black fire plume emerge out of the haze. It was Midway. A few minutes later, another one of his dive bombers ran out of fuel and headed down toward the sea. Johnson began to worry that some of his pilots would run out of gas while landing with live bombs aboard. He diverted course to jettison his own bomb on the reef protecting Midway Atoll. The other pilots dropped their bombs in the same place and followed Johnson in to land. Believing they were under attack, the anti-aircraft gunners on Eastern Island opened fire on the Dauntlesses as they came into range, hitting 3 of the planes. Another Dauntless ran out of gas and ditched in the lagoon before Johnson was able to contact the ground controllers and convince them he was friendly. His men had finally been under fire, even if it was from American Marines. Japanese striking force. Light cruiser, Nagara, 1630. To Commander Mitsuo Fuchida, the indomitable air commander who had led the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the 3 dying Japanese carriers looked like spewing volcanoes as they belched flames and smoke into the azure blue sky. Reduced to tears, he sensed that Japan's chance for the final victory was about to die with them. At least the Hiryu, the last of the 4 magnificent carriers in the striking force, remained miraculously untouched by the Dauntlesses. After avoiding a rain of bombs that morning, she had launched a counterstrike against the Americans, and her attack planes had reportedly sunk one of their carriers. The fires on the Akagi, the Kaga, and the Soryu had raged most of the day, with each one becoming a red-hot mass of twisted metal, torn by explosions of aviation gas, bombs, and torpedoes. As Nagumo and his staff watched in mortified silence, the flames also incinerated 2,000 of the Empire's finest sailors and airmen. Fuchida's own escape from the flagship Akagi had been nothing less than miraculous. Still badly weakened from appendicitis, he was standing on the bridge of the Akagi at 10:25 when a lookout had screamed, "Hell divers!" He immediately trained his binoculars skyward. Through a break in the high cloud cover, Fuchida could see 3 dive bombers plunging toward the Akagi, their silhouettes growing larger as they plummeted straight down. Far above the first 3, he saw more hell divers pushing their noses over to begin their own runs. Fuchida had flown dozens of dive-bombing missions himself. Watching them come, he felt like a judo master observing a brilliant and wholly unexpected pinning move by a slow, dull-witted novice. In those last fleeting moments before the bombs struck, Fuchida sensed that the battle was about to be lost. The carriers had been caught flat-footed, focused on the successive frontal attacks from the low-flying torpedo planes, and oblivious to the danger from this high-altitude threat. Without opposition from fighters or the concentrated anti-aircraft firepower of the screening ships, the dive-bomber pilots might as well have been flying a training mission. Like all the previous attackers, these pilots were undeniably brave, only letting their bombs go at the last possible moment to ensure the best chance of success. As they pulled out of their screaming dives, he watched 3 ugly black cigar shapes come slanting in toward the Akagi. Knowing what was about to happen, he threw himself down behind a cushioned barrier near the bridge railing. A moment later, he felt the bone-rattling concussion of a direct hit, followed almost immediately by a second hit off to the port side of the ship. A third bomb struck somewhere close to the stern. Daring to stand at the railing as splinters of hot metal flew in every direction, Fuchida found his gaze drawn to the enormous black hole in the flight deck. The 50-foot crater was adjacent to the amidships elevator that lifted the Akagi's planes up from the hangar deck. The elevator was completely wrecked. Fuchida rushed down from the bridge to better survey the damage through the jagged hole in the steel plates. He could see the bodies of mechanics and armorers strewn near the wreckage of shattered aircraft along the hangar floor. Secondary explosions began going off deep within the ship. Returning to the bridge through dense black smoke, Fuchida saw that the sky was now empty. The American dive bombers had come and gone in a span of less than 10 minutes. Perhaps they had missed the other carriers, he thought, as he trained his binoculars toward the rest of the striking force. To his horror, he saw that the Kaga and Soryu were both spouting columns of black smoke. They, too, had taken direct hits. He could only hope that the damage wasn't mortal. Aboard the carriers were the Japanese Empire's finest pilots, the men he had personally led in the attack on Pearl Harbor. One of the bombs had jammed the Akagi's rudder, and the ship began to steam in a wide circle. At 10:42, she came to a dead stop. Fire control teams stood with hoses ready to try to extinguish the fires beneath the flight deck, but there was no water pressure in the pumps to operate them. Below decks, hundreds of men in the engine rooms were dead or dying, suffocated by the smoke that had been drawn into the ship's internal ventilation ducts. On the bridge, a communications officer reported that the ship's radio transceivers were no longer working. There was now no way for Admiral Nagumo to contact the other ships in his striking force. Flames began surging up the closed passageways to the bridge, and the heat became almost unbearable. As secondary explosions continued to rock the innards of the ship, the bridge structure began to shudder. Admiral Nagumo appeared to be in shock, and Commander Fuchida understood why. The admiral had never lost a ship under his command to an enemy force. Now he was about to lose his flagship, the jewel of the carrier fleet, and possibly the rest of his carriers too, along with hundreds of their finest combat planes and crew. It fell to a senior member of Nagumo's staff to respectfully suggest that it was time to transfer his flag to another ship. Fuchida waited along with the others for the admiral to respond. Nagumo stood frozen-faced, his powerful arms stiffly at his sides, staring out of a bridge window. "It is not time yet," he said. "You are the commander-in-chief of the first carrier striking force," persisted the staff officer. "It is your duty to carry on the battle." Nagumo finally agreed to leave the sinking carrier, but by then the passageways from the bridge were choked with fire and smoke. There was no way to escape except through a forward window. Someone secured a line to one of the bridge stanchions and flung the other end of it through the open window. Nagumo went out first. A former jiu-jitsu expert, he dropped smoothly to the gun deck before climbing down a monkey ladder to the flight deck. Fuchida was one of the last to leave. In his weakened state, he could barely hold on to the smoldering straw line as he went down hand over hand to the gun deck. The monkey ladder that connected it to the flight deck was now red hot. There was no alternative but to jump the last 10 feet. As he launched himself out from the railing, another explosion from the hangar deck hurled him even higher into the air. In the resulting fall, both his ankles were broken. As he lay in agony on the fire-ravaged deck with ammunition exploding around him, Fuchida was sure it was the end. Seeing him in distress, 2 brave sailors raced across the burning flight deck and carried him to safety. Medics strapped him to a bamboo stretcher, and he was put in the launch with Nagumo's staff before it was ferried over to the light cruiser Nagara, the admiral's new flagship. All of that afternoon, Fuchida watched the carriers go through their death throes. The Soryu had gone first, hit by 3 1,000-pound bombs. She had become a pillar of flame within 20 minutes of the attack, and had gone down with her captain, all of her aircraft, and 700 crewmen. The flagship Akagi was abandoned early in the evening. By then she was nothing more than a drifting hulk, waiting only for her final ignominious sinking at the hands of Japanese destroyers. The ceremonial portrait of Emperor Hirohito that graced the wardroom of every Japanese warship had already been removed from its place of honor and ferried over to the destroyer Noake. The burned-out carrier Kaga was also dead in the water after having received 5 direct hits in the morning attack. 800 members of its crew were entombed inside when the orders were given for the Japanese destroyer Hagikaze to sink her, too. And then came the crowning blow, the bitterest pill of all. Shortly before sunset, the American Helldivers had returned, this time concentrating solely on the Hiryu, the final carrier in the Japanese striking force, the last floating platform for all its remaining pilots and planes. When the Americans were finished, 4 bombs had penetrated deep inside the hull. Although her crew endured a horrific night battling the internal fires, the Hiryu joined her 3 sister carriers in the deep Pacific abyss. The only reminders that these once majestic ships had ever existed lay in the debris fields of dead sailors and wreckage scattered across a 30-mile stretch of sea. The Hiryu's remaining aircraft were forced to land in the ocean, joining the hundreds already littering the bottom from the Akagi, the Kaga, and the Soryu. Japanese destroyers picked up as many of the pilots and crews as they could find. For Commander Fuchida and the other senior officers watching the catastrophe from the cruiser Nagara, The lost carriers represented far more than 4 of their most powerful warships. They were emblematic of Japan's national pride, the culmination of bone-wearying sacrifice over the course of 3 decades to build Japan into a world-class power. The fast carriers had formed the heart of their bold new military philosophy that air power, not battleships, would win the war. The carriers had led the way in destroying the fleets of the European powers across the Pacific and conquering lands and territory beyond their wildest ambitions. Now they had been wiped out in a single day. It had to be fate, Fuchida concluded, right from the first unsupported attack by the 6 torpedo planes that had persuaded Admiral Nagumo to rearm his reserve planes with bombs instead of torpedoes. And when Admiral Nagumo was finally ready to launch his counterstrike, the next torpedo plane squadrons had arrived, beginning their crude series of frontal attacks that never allowed the Japanese time to launch their own coordinated response. Yes, it was the martyrdom of those unsupported torpedo planes that had sealed the carrier's doom. The Zeros had been so busy killing the hedgehog they hadn't noticed the lurking tiger. When the sea shall give up its dead, 4 June 1942, Eastern Island, Midway Atoll, Bert Ernest. Bert's Avenger sat like a blue metal Lazarus where it had finally come to rest at the edge of the runway. As word spread of its condition, men came from around the field to look at it, pausing for a few moments to stare at the shredded fuselage and wonder how the plane had made it back to Midway. Marines had removed J. Manning's body from the turret and reverently placed him in the back of a truck. He was transported to the edge of the lagoon where the rest of the dead from the morning attack had been laid out side by side under blankets and tarps. Eastern Island was littered with bomb rubble, and the choking smell of burning aviation gas permeated the air. Personal belongings and pieces of equipment were scattered everywhere. The mess tent where the officers in Torpedo 8 had eaten their meals was leveled, along with the shack where Bert and Charlie Brannan had bought their warm beers with paper chits the previous night. Only the atoll's natural inhabitants appeared oblivious to the destruction that had taken place that morning. With calm detachment, the Goonie birds silently plodded around the wreckage of machines and buildings. Bert still thought there was an outside chance that Fieberling and the other pilots might have had enough gas to make it back. As planes continued to land, he kept checking to see if any of them were Avengers. An intelligence officer asked Bert to accompany him to the flight operations tent, where they were debriefing the returning pilots. There, the officer asked him to describe what had happened on his mission. Bert told him they had found the Japanese fleet about 150 miles out on a heading of 320 degrees, and that Lieutenant Fieberling had led them in against one of the carriers. He had no idea whether the others had scored any hits against the enemy ships or what had happened to them. The officer never asked him why Lieutenant Fieberling had chosen to lead the 6-plane detachment against the Japanese fleet alone instead of waiting for the air group to rendezvous. It remained a mystery to Bert beyond the walls of the tent. He could hear military aircraft continuing to take off and land on the hastily repaired runways. It suddenly struck him that they might be short of pilots. "You know, I'm checked out on dive bombers, too," he said. "If you still need pilots, I can fly one of those." The staff officer glanced at Bert's wound and said, "Why don't you have that taken care of first at the hospital tent?" One of the medics cleaned the wound and put a compression bandage on Bert's neck, holding it in place with his fingers, while wrapping several layers of white gauze and tape around the back of his head and below his jaw. When he was finished, Bert looked like the apparition of Jacob Marley's ghost in A Christmas Carol. Not knowing what else to do, he walked back to the plane there. One of the Marines told him he had counted more than 100 machine gun and cannon holes in the wings, fuselage, and tail section. Bert heard someone call out his name. Turning, he was surprised to see several dive bomber pilots he knew from the Hornet Air Group. They were from Ruff Johnson's bombing squadron and said they had just landed on Midway after a mission from the carrier. That was when Bert learned that American carrier forces had been part of the battle. When the dauntless pilots got finished staring at his bandages and bloody flight suit, they began to look over the battered Avenger. Bert asked them whether they had found the Japanese carriers, and they shook their heads no. What was it like? One of them asked him about his own flight, 5 June 1942, flaunting in the Central Pacific, Tex gay. All of that first day, Tex had treaded water in the sea, afraid to inflate his yellow life raft for fear of attracting one of the Japanese ships that were still steaming back and forth to pick up survivors from the burning carriers. When darkness finally descended, he took the chance of inflating it. The raft had been perforated with bullet holes, but the CO2 canister filled enough of the airtight compartments to keep him afloat. He tried to patch the holes, but soon gave up. That night the temperature dropped, and his wet flight suit gave him little protection from the cold wind. The burns on his left leg began to ache. Lying in several inches of seawater, he looked through the small survival kit that was attached to the raft. It held no potable drinking water, but he found some candy, which kept saliva working in his mouth. He thought about discarding his wet boots, but they were Justin Jodhpur riding shoes, and he had paid a lot for them. They stayed on his feet. The long night seemed almost interminable, and he never slept, keeping vigil against sharks and Japanese ships. As dawn broke, Tex saw that the enemy fleet had disappeared. He was alone on the sea, drifting through a field of floating wreckage. He decided to take off his flight suit to let it dry in the sun. Shortly after that, he heard the sound of a distant aircraft. The plane flew almost directly over him, and he saw that it was a PBY patrol plane. Someone in the plane's crew must have seen his yellow raft, because the plane began making a slow circle above him. When Tex spread his arms horizontally, which was the Roger sign for being okay, the pilot rocked his wings before continuing his flight to the northwest. He knew then that someone would be coming back for him. It was only a matter of time. He silently prayed that they would get there before a Japanese ship happened along. Through all of that second day, Tex drifted across the vast debris field. Nauseous and dehydrated, he finally lost consciousness. Awakening, he saw the sun dropping in the western sky. His left hand had swollen up to almost twice its normal size. Late that afternoon, he again heard the sound of an aircraft engine and looked up to see the same PBY coming back from its long flight in search of the retreating Japanese fleet. The pilot brought it down on the calm sea and taxied right up to his raft. A crewman was standing in the open hatch. He gently helped Tex inside. Once in the air, they gave him water, but he couldn't keep it down. When he told the pilot, Lieutenant Pappy Cole, that he had seen 3 Japanese carriers burning, the plane headed straight for Midway. There, the island commander came to the aircraft to confirm what Tex had told the crew. Tex was put aboard another plane to Hawaii and knocked out with a painkiller. At the Naval Hospital in Pearl Harbor, the first doctor asked him how he had kept the wounds so clean. "I kept them soaked in salt water for 30 hours, quipped Tex with a weary grin. In the 30 hours he had been in the sea, he had lost more than 20 pounds. After doctors removed the shrapnel from his hand and applied a clean dressing to his leg, he was wheeled back to his room. Tex was lying in bed when the door swung open, and an elderly white-haired officer walked in, followed by a group of staff officers. Tex recognized him right away from his newspaper pictures. It was Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander-in-chief of the Pacific Fleet. When Tex tried to come to attention lying down, Nimitz said, "Relax, son. How do you feel?" Tex told him he was doing fine. Commander Ernest Eller, one of Nimitz's staff officers, was amazed that the young man could be so open and cheerful after everything he had just gone through. "I'd like you to tell me what you saw out there, son," said the Admiral. "Do you feel up to telling us about it?" Tex told him everything that had happened from the time Lieutenant Commander Waldron sighted the Japanese carriers until he was shot down. When he told about seeing the 3 carriers being hit, the Admiral questioned him closely about it. "You're sure those 3 carriers sunk, son?" he asked. "You don't have to worry, Admiral," Tex assured him. "From the way those ships were burning, they had to be going down." Western Pacific. Japanese cruiser Nagara. Admiral Chuishi Nagumo aboard the Nagara. Admiral Nagumo's staff was worried that their commander might commit suicide before the ship reached its home island port of Kure. They took turns watching him while the Nagara continued to retreat across the gray, rain-swept sea. Farther to the west of the Nagara, Nagumo's superior officer, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, was steaming home aboard his own flagship, the battleship Yamato. The man who had planned a decisive victory over the Americans in the Pacific had instead presided over a deciding defeat. After receiving the radio message that uncontrollable fires were consuming the Akagi, the Kaga, and the Soryu, Yamamoto had lapsed into stony-faced silence. When word arrived that the Hiryu had been sunk, he retreated to his flag quarters. Along with the rest of the high command, he reached the home islands determined that no word of the appalling disaster should reach the Japanese people. On June 10th, the Japanese radio networks trumpeted a great naval victory over the United States. The announcement was preceded by the playing of the Battleship March, a song the Japanese people had come to associate with every grand military triumph. The radio networks reported that the Japanese Imperial Navy had emerged victorious in a titanic battle near Midway, in which 2 heavy American carriers had been sunk at the loss of only 1 Japanese ship and 35 combat planes. The triumph was celebrated throughout the home islands by an ecstatic nation. When the crews of Nagumo's striking force arrived at Kure Naval Base, they were confined to their ships. Leaves were forbidden, and contact with anyone ashore was prohibited. The shell-shocked survivors of the 4 lost carriers were disembarked at a remote pier at Yokosuka under armed guard and then taken in a convoy to the base hospital complex, where they were placed in segregated buildings and guarded around the clock. Wounded officers were treated no differently. They were all sent to locked wards in various military hospitals. None were allowed visitors, not even their wives and families. Commander Mitsuo Fuchida, the heroic leader of the Pearl Harbor attack, was no exception. Still weakened from appendicitis and with both his ankles broken, he was secretly removed at night from the cruiser Nagara on a covered stretcher. He recovered from his injuries in total isolation. Sitting alone each day in his hospital room, Fuchida concluded that the catastrophic defeat at Midway was probably the turning point of the war. If so, the capitulation of the Japanese Empire was only a matter of time. Saturday, 6 June 1942. USS Hornet Flag Bridge. On June 6, the remaining ships of the Japanese Imperial Navy retreated out of striking range, ending the Battle of Midway. The fight to save the careers and reputations of the senior officers aboard the Hornet had just begun. Stanhope Ring's calamitous mission on the morning of June 4th had resulted in the deaths of 29 of the 30 men in Waldron's Torpedo 8. All 10 pilots from the Hornet's fighter squadron were still missing. Although Rodé's squadron had come back intact, 3 Dauntlesses from Johnson's squadron had also been lost of the 59 planes that left the Hornet to attack the Japanese fleet on the morning of June 4th. John Waldron's squadron had been the only one to locate and attack the Japanese carriers, and that was solely because he had disobeyed a direct order from Commander Ring. If the 34 dive bombers from the Hornet had followed the same course Waldron did, the combined air groups from the 3 American carriers might well have sunk all 4 Japanese carriers on the first morning of the battle. Instead, the 4th Japanese carrier, the Hiryu, had escaped the morning attack and subsequently launched a counterstrike against the Yorktown, pounding it with 3 500-pound bombs and 2 air-launched torpedoes. On the afternoon of June 4th, there had been a good opportunity for Mitcher to make amends for the failure of the morning mission. After the Hiryu was sighted, Admiral Spruance ordered his 2 carrier commanders to mount a combined strike against the last Japanese carrier in the striking force with every available dive bomber. Prepare to launch attack group immediately. Information later. Admiral Spruance radioed the Enterprise and the Hornet at 15:10. The 2 carriers then received a follow-up communication from Spruance indicating the location and course of the Hiryu. As these messages were being received, firefighting crews aboard the Yorktown were fighting to save the ship. The carrier was in no condition to launch a retaliatory strike. At 15:42, the Enterprise launched 25 Dauntlesses to go after the Hiryu. 30 minutes later, the Hornet began launching its own dive bombers. They were delayed because Mitcher decided to first land the planes from Ruff Johnson's squadron, which had just arrived from Midway Atoll. 16 of Mitscher's Dauntlesses had lifted from the flight deck when 2 of the pilots suddenly signaled that they were having mechanical problems. As the 2 planes came in for emergency landings, half the Hornet's dive bombers were still aboard the carrier, waiting to take off on the attack mission. The pilots included Ring and both his squadron commanders. As soon as the 2 malfunctioning planes were safely down, Mitscher ordered the Hornet to be turned out of the wind, ending the launch. It was another major foul-up. By the time it was discovered that Ring and his senior pilots were still on the flight deck, it was too late to launch them. Mitscher's staff scrambled to find out who the senior pilot was among the 14 planes already in the air. Lieutenant Edgar Stebbins, an engineer officer in one of the squadrons, was ordered to lead the mission against the Hiryu. By the time Stebbins found the last Japanese carrier, it had already received 4 direct hits from the dauntless pilots of the Enterprise and was a blazing inferno. Looking around for another target, Stebbins spotted an escort vessel and proceeded to lead an attack on it. 14 bombs were dropped in the face of anti-aircraft fire. All of them missed. The pilots returned to the Hornet that night on the bridge. Mitscher and his senior staff reviewed the Hornet's performance. By every measure, including Mitscher's own, the first day had been a complete fiasco. In his own assessment, he had failed to deliver. It was hard to believe that so much could have gone wrong. While the air groups from the Enterprise and the Yorktown had succeeded in destroying all 4 Japanese carriers, the Hornet had never scored a hit. When the sun rose on June 5th, the 4 Japanese carriers were at the bottom of the Pacific. With them had gone 3,000 sailors, 258 combat planes, and more than 100 of the Empire's finest pilots. It had been an almost unbelievable victory. There were still plenty of targets left, however. Fragmentary sighting reports suggested that 2 Japanese battleships were maneuvering somewhere to the northwest. Admiral Spruance waited through most of the day for a sighting report before committing his remaining combat planes to go after them. The sighting finally came that afternoon. Due to the projected distance to the enemy battleships, Spruance ordered that all the dive bombers be armed with 500-pound bombs instead of 1,000-pounders to increase their range. The 32 Dauntlesses launched from the Enterprise were armed accordingly. Another 32 Dauntlesses were launched from the Hornet. Commander Ring led the first element of 11 planes, all of them armed with 500-pound bombs. Walt Rody led the second element. 7 of his planes had been armed with 1,000-pound bombs. After a long, fruitless search pattern, Ring turned his element around to head back to the carrier. On the return flight, he encountered the Japanese destroyer Tanikaze and led an attack on it. 10 of his 11 planes released their bomb loads, although none scored a hit. Commander Ring was unable to release his own bomb. It was still lodged in the bomb bay when he returned to the Hornet. The second element of the Hornet attack group, led by Walt Rody, was forced to curtail its mission when the 7 Dauntlesses carrying 1,000-pound bombs ran short of fuel. Afterward, Mitscher's staff falsely reported to Spruance that all of the Hornet's Dauntlesses had been armed with 500-pound bombs. Upon landing back aboard the Hornet, Commander Ring complained to his plane captain that when he had attempted to drop his own bomb, it wouldn't release. Ring declared that he had kept pressing the button on his throttle handle, but the bomb wouldn't drop. Several of the Hornet's dive bomber pilots were on the flight deck to hear his complaint. Ensign Roy G., who flew in Ruff Johnson's squadron, was astounded when he heard about it, because that button did not release the plane's bomb. The button was used to transmit voice on the radio when a pilot was flying in formation. Commander Ring apparently hadn't known that the bomb release mechanism was forward of the throttle, and was also unaware that there was an emergency lever to use if his bomb release failed. Word of the incident quickly spread through the Hornet's ready rooms. That same evening, Ring requested that Ensign Clay Fisher, one of his wingmen on the June 4th mission, come to his stateroom to explain to him exactly what he needed to do to drop a bomb in the future. Aboard the Enterprise, Admiral Spruance was informed that Rody's squadron of dive bombers had returned before the Enterprise group, and Spruance demanded to know why. After requesting an explanation from Mitscher's staff, Spruance was informed that 7 of Rode's dive bombers had been carrying 1,000-pound bombs contrary to orders. Spruance was already displeased that the Hornet's dive bombers had completely missed the enemy fleet the day before. Now his opinion of Mitscher plummeted. When dawn arrived on June 6th, time was running out for Mitscher to redeem himself. A last opportunity presented itself later that morning as the 3-day battle came to a close. On June 5th, 2 Japanese cruisers, the Mogami and the Mikuma, had accidentally collided with one another. The Mogami's bow had been sheared off, and the Mikuma began trailing a massive oil slick. They were the only significant enemy forces left to attack. At A88 Nerd, Mitscher launched 25 dive bombers under the command of Stanhope Ring. The air group commander found the crippled warships as they were making their retreat to the northwest. Ring led the first element of dive bombers in the attack on the Mikuma. Although he successfully managed to release his bomb this time, it missed the ship, as did the bombs in the rest of his element. 2 of his Dauntlesses were shot down in the attack. The Hornet's second element finally hit pay dirt, scoring 2 direct hits on the second cruiser, Mogami. Unfortunately, there were no secondary explosions, and the Japanese crew was able to extinguish the fires after the Hornet Air Group departed. Arriving shortly afterward, 31 dive bombers from the Enterprise put 5 hits into Mikuma, which sank later that day. Mitscher launched a second strike of 23 dive bombers as soon as the planes from the first strike could be fueled and rearmed. Later that afternoon, they found the Mogami and its escorts, scoring 1 hit on the cruiser and another on a destroyer before the 2 enemy ships escaped. That attack was the last air action in the Battle of Midway. What would soon be recognized as the pivotal victory in the Pacific War was over. Late on the afternoon of June 6, Admiral Spruance ordered his forces to retire eastward toward Hawaii. Back at Pearl Harbor, Admiral Nimitz anxiously awaited his commander's reports detailing everything that had occurred during the battle. After a long and gallant effort to save the Yorktown, the carrier finally rolled over and sank 1 day later. By then, Admiral Spruance had already concluded that if Mitscher's dive bombers had found the 4th Japanese carrier on the morning of June 4th, the Yorktown might not have been lost. How could Pete Mitscher and his staff account for what had happened to the Hornet Air Group on the morning of June 4th? Navy regulations were very specific on the subject of filing after-action reports. The Bureau of Aeronautics required that after-action reports be filled out by a unit commander immediately upon landing after each action or operation in contact with the enemy. Commander Ring was required to file one along with each one of the 4 squadron commanders. They were supposed to accompany Mitscher's report on behalf of the carrier. Ultimately, Mitscher and his staff decided that only one after-action report from the Hornet would be submitted to Admiral Nimitz. It was prepared by the staff and signed by Mitscher. The report never stated the actual course his air group had flown on the morning of June 4. The objective enemy carriers was calculated to be 155 miles distant, bearing 239 degrees T from this task force. Were the exact words in the report. The Hornet Air Group had followed the prescribed bearing. In Section 6, the following line was incorporated in the report. After searching the prescribed bearing, the squadrons turned south to search in the direction of enemy advance. As it turned out, had they turned north, contact would probably have been made. Hornet Air Group, June 4, 1942. An accompanying map was prepared and included with the report. The map purported to show the courses flown by each of the 4 squadrons of the Hornet Air Group. None of the officers and men who had actually witnessed the air group departing to the west or returning from the west would see the report. It would be classified secret as soon as it arrived at Nimitz's headquarters in Pearl Harbor. The report and the map suggested that Ring had flown too far south of the Japanese fleet to make contact with it, and had only missed finding the enemy carriers by a hairbreadth, an honest mistake instead of a major blunder. According to the map, John Waldron hadn't led his men southwest after breaking away from Ring, but to the northwest. The map indicated that Pat Mitchell's fighter squadron had turned north instead of east, back toward the Hornet, after McInerney led them away from the group. And north of Midway was where the PBYs would begin searching for them. Flanging in the Central Pacific Hornet Fighter Squadron 8. Mac McInerney, if he ever made it back to civilization. The Navy was going to court-martial the hell out of him, thought McInerney as he floated in a raft next to his friend Johnny Magda. They might even accuse him of cowardice. After all, he had disobeyed orders and led the fighter squadron away from the group while the mission was still underway. In the 3.5 hours he had been in the air on the 4th, the only trace of a Japanese ship Mac had seen had been the smoke to the south of Ring's group when he had led the fighters away from it. So far, they were in pretty decent shape. Between them, the two pilots had 2 canteens of water, along with a small supply of dry rations that had been stored in the survival kit in each raft. The only fly in the ointment for Mac was what would happen to him after they were rescued. Miles to the northeast of them, Lieutenant Commander Pat Mitchell drifted in the same calm sea with Stan Rouleau and Richard Gray. They had gone the farthest of the 10 planes in the squadron before running out of gas and crash landing. Stan Rouleau had banged his head on the gun sight and split his forehead open. The wound was bleeding badly, and he was in a lot of pain. He finally went to sleep after vomiting up seawater and blood. Mitchell's life raft had gone down with his plane, and the 3 of them had to make do with the 2 rafts they still had. Dick Gray was the biggest man of the 3. He took 1 raft, and the 2 smaller men shared the second one. Occasionally one of them would switch off with Gray so that they could all sleep more comfortably. Along with the survival stores in the 2 rafts, they had managed to salvage 1 canteen of water. Not knowing how long it would be before they were picked up, the 3 officers agreed to strictly ration the water. As they waited confidently for rescue, the first day passed into darkness. When the sun disappeared, the air temperature dropped 15 degrees. They shivered through the long night beneath a brilliant canopy of stars. The next morning dawned clear. Mitchell set up a watch schedule so that one of them would always be awake to signal a passing ship or airplane. However, the sky and sea remained empty. All that day the sun beat down on them as they continued to drift across the trackless sea. A shark arrived on the second night. It came right up under Mitchell and Rouleau's raft, and the dorsal fin sliced through its thin rubber skin before knocking them both into the sea. Rouleau landed on the shark's back. Screaming in terror, he cut his hand, shoving the shark's fin away as he swam to Gray's raft. Even though the shark disappeared, none of them slept for the rest of that night. The next morning, Mitchell found a tube of cement and some rubber patches and crudely mended the long slashes in the damaged raft. Otherwise, the third day passed as uneventfully as the first 2. The water in their canteen ran out on June 7th. By then, all 3 were weak and sunburned. Encrusted with salt, Rouleau's split forehead was agonizingly painful. In the late afternoon, they suddenly heard the distant growl of a plane approaching. It was heading west toward the sun at very high altitude. They attempted to signal the aircraft with a hand mirror, but it kept on going. Later, a passing squall replenished their canteen. But as the 4th night approached, their optimism about being picked up began to wane. Many miles to the north of them, Ensign Hump Tallman drifted along in his own life raft. He had successfully ditched his plane next to Frank Jennings, and the 2 of them had tethered their rafts together. Although they were unhurt, Jennings couldn't find his canteen in the cockpit before his plane went down. The one they had was only half full. Tallman was bitter at what had happened on their flight to nowhere. He released some of his bitterness by writing down everything that had happened on the inflated panels of his raft with a lead pencil. When he was finished, the yellow skin was covered with his scrawled account of the screwed-up mission. Even if he never made it back, he hoped someone would eventually find the raft and discover how and why they had been lost. On their second night, a flying fish landed in Tallman's raft. He cleaned it with a pocket knife, and the 2 pilots ate it raw. The water in the canteen ran out on the 3rd day, and their tongues began to swell. The sea slowly turned rougher, and waves swept over them. By the end of the 4th day, their eyelids were almost swollen, shut from constant exposure to salt water. When Tallman heard the sound of an airplane engine, he had to part his eyes with his fingers in order to see it. Unfortunately, there was no signal mirror in either raft, and they had no way to get the pilot's attention. Spread out across 20 miles of ocean, the remaining 3 pilots in the fighter squadron had all ditched alone. Ensign George Hill, the pilot who had run out of gas first, had gone down well to the west. Ensign Markland Kelly Jr. and Ensign John Talbot ditched within a mile of each other, but had then drifted apart, cut off as the men were from sight of one another. Each hour in their rafts seemed excruciatingly long, particularly during the cold nights. Talbot, who was fair-skinned, suffered horribly from sun exposure, and after 4 days the blisters on his face and neck had burst open. They could only hope for a miracle. On June 8th, the 5th day after their ditching, Talbot's prayers were answered. Frank Fisler, the pilot of a PBY search plane, happened to spot his yellow raft floating on the surface of an empty sea and immediately landed to pick him up. Airborne again, Fisler radioed news of the rescue back to Midway, along with the coordinates of his position at the time of the pickup. The location came as a surprise. The PBY search pilots had been searching for the Hornet fighter squadron in an area almost 200 miles to the west of where Talbot had been found. After being provided with the new coordinates, the rest of the PBYs converged on the area where Talbot had been rescued and hit pay dirt. One crew quickly spotted Mac McInerney and Johnny Magda and landed to pick them up. Later that day, a third PBY found Hump Tallman and Frank Jennings. By then, the sea had turned rough. The PBY was pitching wildly in the sea as the 2 exhausted men were brought aboard. Tallman attempted to ask one of the crewmen to save the raft with his notes on it, but could only watch as the crewmen fired several bullets into it before shutting the hatch. His written account of the mission sank with it. When darkness fell, the PBY pilots were forced to return to Midway. They were back early the next morning. In his first search pattern, Frank Fisler, the PBY pilot who had found Talbot the previous day, suddenly spotted the 2 rafts holding Mitchell, Rouleau, and Gray. A tropical storm was brewing, and 30-knot gusts had whipped the surface of the ocean into a small tempest. After he made a rough landing, weather conditions deteriorated even further. Although worried that the raging sea might douse his engines on takeoff, Fisler concluded that the safest option was to get airborne again as quickly as possible. As the plane clawed its way into the air, a violent wave smashed into the PBY's metal hull, popping scores of rivets and letting a small deluge of water into the forward compartment. Later, when he landed in the harbor at Midway, the hull began leaking like a sieve, and it was a close race to reach the shoreline before the PBY went down. On June 10th, the rescue planes flew out again to try to find the last 2 fighter pilots, Ensigns George Hill and Markland Kelly Jr. The weather was even more violent than the day before, and visibility was extremely poor. For hours, the planes crawled along at an altitude of 1,000 feet looking for a sign of them. With light fading, the PBYs were forced to turn around to head back to Midway. At that moment, one of the crewmen in Fisler's PBY saw a yellow life raft careening across the surface of the wildly raging sea. He called out the sighting on the intercom. A second crewman confirmed he had seen the raft too. Fisler turned back. Circling over the yellow raft, a crewman dropped a smoke canister to signal that rescue was near. When the other PBYs joined Fisler, however, the pilots agreed it was far too rough to land. They flew back to Midway as night fell. Early the next morning, they returned to the coordinates where the raft had last been seen and fanned out in every direction. Although they searched all day, there was no sign of the men or the raft. Kelly and Hill were never found. US Hornet Torpedo Squadron 8, Fred Mears, as the Hornet headed back toward Pearl Harbor. Fred Mears was ordered to go through the personal effects of the pilots and men who were lost in Torpedo 8. It was the hardest thing he had ever had to do. Seeing a girl's picture, an earmarked prayer book, or a wallet with various cards in it made us realize how much each one would be missed at home. It was a disheartening job. We also had to skim through the letters each had received before we sent them back to the nearest of kin, and in them we saw expressed the love and good luck wishes that seemed so futile. Now, many of the officers and men had written last-minute notes, as Waldron advised, and in censoring these, which it was our duty to do, much as we hated prying into them, we found the last heartfelt thoughts of brave men. Rusty Kenyon's letter to his wife was found in his empty stateroom. Dearest Brownie, this is another one of those letters which I hope never gets to you unless I bring it myself and give it to you from my own hand. You might call it a note on thoughts before the first attack from which I hope to return. This time the odds will be 2-1 in the enemy's favor if we do tangle with them. The fight will be out here off Midway Island. I feel more at ease now with thoughts of a battle ahead because I know that even if I have to die, I will know that soon you will have a baby that is part of both of us. What love we have consummated together. I know that there is nothing greater than love and nothing finer. Everything I have is yours. You're part of me, and I am part of you. The happiest moments of my life have been those that I have spent with you. I love you, sweetheart, more than anything else in the world, more than life itself, with all my love. Rusty, Coronado Beach, San Diego, California. Reet Gainier. After her final farewell to Ozzie in San Francisco before the Chaumont sailed, Rite had driven down to San Diego with several of the other pilots' wives. She planned to stay there until the Hornet returned from the Pacific. Along with Betty Miller, the wife of another Navy officer, she found a room to let in a Spanish bungalow on Coronado Island, about a mile across the Strand from downtown San Diego. Rite had immediately begun looking for a job, but the hunt proved futile. Since the Pearl Harbor attack, thousands had thronged the city to try to find work at the military installations. After leaving applications at dozens of offices, she could only hope that one of them would eventually contact her. Her life was on hold. So far, the informal grapevine among the Navy wives hadn't picked up any news about the Hornet or any of the other carriers out in the Pacific. Twice each day she waited for the postman in hopes of receiving a letter from Ozzie. It wasn't like him not to write. Rite's 23rd birthday passed on June 2 without a word. She felt one connection with Ozzie, and that was through the war news delivered nightly on the radio. The reporters' voices conveyed an immediacy that suggested they knew the details of each major event in the war as soon as it occurred. After supper, she and Betty would sit in their room and listen to the broadcasts on her portable radio. The programs always seemed to focus first on the war in Europe. That week, the Russian stronghold of Sevastopol in the Crimea remained under siege from the German army. In North Africa, the Germans were claiming to have captured thousands of British soldiers at Tobruk. Prime Minister Winston Churchill had just arrived in Washington for another round of meetings with President Roosevelt. Then it was on to the Pacific News, and the reporter announced that an important battle had apparently taken place near an island called Midway. The Japanese news service was claiming that its Navy had sunk 2 American aircraft carriers there. She wondered whether the Hornet had been involved, and whether Ozzie was part of it. Soon, San Diego's morning newspapers were proclaiming a major American victory at Midway, although none of the initial news accounts was specific about which ships had participated in the battle. Reet again turned to the unofficial Navy Wives Network, but the security lid was still on tight. No one was talking about what had actually happened or which ships had been involved. In the days that followed, she stayed close to the radio, monitoring each account of the battle and hoping to hear news related to the Hornet and Torpedo 8. More details emerged after a few of the senior naval officers stationed at Pearl Harbor were permitted to call their wives in San Diego to assure them they were all right. Word filtered down the ranks. It had been a carrier battle, all right, and the Hornet, the Enterprise, and the Yorktown had all been there. Reet held on to the firm belief that Ozzie was safe. If he had been in the battle, she reasoned, he would have been aboard the Hornet, and the Hornet had come through all right. Her close friend Kate was the wife of Johnny Magda, one of the fighter pilots aboard the Hornet. Kate hadn't heard anything either, but she remained confident that Johnny had made it too. Reet only became anxious as the days slowly passed without any word from him. Ozzie was a letter writer. He would never have missed writing on her birthday or wiring her from Pearl Harbor as soon as it was permitted. She took solace in the fact that if anything truly bad had happened, the Navy would have officially notified her. In one sense, no news was good news. Many other Torpedo 8 families were awaiting word from their loved ones, too. The delay was agonizing. On June 11, 1942, the mother of Grant Teets wrote him to express her anxiety. Jenny Teets Sheridan, Oregon, June 11, 1942. Dear Grant, I am anxiously waiting to hear from you since this big sea battle at Midway. I really feel that your carrier has seen action, and I wonder if it is the one damaged. I hope and pray that you are all right. Everyone is talking about the wonderful victory at Midway, and all ask if I know where you are, and if I have heard, I can tell you I will be glad to get a letter from you. Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, Pet Peterkin. Distraught over the news of Lang Fieberling's death, Pete Peterkin had taken the responsibility for going through the items in his footlocker, the sum total of everything he had left behind. What he found seemed a pathetically small and melancholy reflection of his best friend's life, and he privately vowed to visit Laura Cassidy, Lang's fiancée, as soon as he returned to San Francisco. Fieberling's possessions were inventoried before being sent on to his parents. The list included: athletic supporter 2, bags, zipper brown 1, athletic shorts 1, ball, rubber 1, caps, cover, khaki 1, caps, officers 1, coats, blue 1, coats, khaki 4, drawers, light 14, gloves, handball 1, epaulettes 2, sick, shirts, khaki 4, shirts, white 1, bedroom slippers, socks 7 are trousers, blue 1, trousers white 1, trousers khaki 4, undershirts heavy 3, undershirts light 8, us Hornet, flag bridge. Admiral Pete Mitcher. As the Hornet drew closer to Pearl Harbor, Pete Mitcher wasn't sure what his next assignment would be, but he was hoping for a combat command in fast carriers. In the meantime, he finalized several decisions that directly affected the future of the Hornet Air Group. Stanhope Cotton Ring was relieved as the Hornet Air Group commander. Mitcher decided to make him a senior member of his staff. Mitcher also recommended that Ring be promoted to captain and be given the Navy Cross for his performance in the Midway battle. Ironically, it was the same medal posthumously awarded to John Waldron. After reviewing the after-action report of the Midway battle prepared by his staff, Mitcher signed the report and forwarded it to Admiral Raymond Spruance. As the task force commander, Spruance was responsible for endorsing the report before it was forwarded to Admiral Nimitz. Upon reading the Hornet report, Spruance chose to do something quite extraordinary for an admiral reviewing the combat performance of one of his new peers. On the endorsement page, Spruance wrote, "As a matter of historical record, the Hornet report contains a number of inaccuracies. The Enterprise report is considered accurate and should be relied upon for reference." Friday, 12 June 1942. Royal Hawaiian Hotel, Waikiki Beach, Hawaii Mac McInerney. After being picked up in the sea along with Johnny Magda, McInerney was flown to Pearl Harbor, where he was sent straight to the hospital. The fair-skinned Irishman's legs and feet were covered with painful boils. His face and upper body had been baked bright red. As the days passed, Mac McInerney kept waiting for someone to come and arrest him for dereliction of duty in abandoning the June 4 mission, but no one said a word about it. Friday, 12 June 1942, Coronado Beach, San Diego, California, Rita Gaynor. Rita arrived home from work at the Naval Air Station to find the telegram. The Navy Department deeply regrets to inform you that your husband, Ensign Oswald Joseph Gaynor, United States, Naval Reserve, is missing following action in the performance of his duty and in the service of his country. The department appreciates your great entreaty and will furnish you further information promptly when received to prevent possible aid to our enemies. Please do not divulge the name of his ship or station. Rear Admiral Randall Jacobs, the Chief of Naval Personnel. She immediately called Ozzy's parents in Monroe, Michigan. They had already received a copy of the same telegram. They urged her not to worry, telling her that men often went missing and turned up safe. Ozzie couldn't be dead, she decided. They were so close that she felt sure she would have felt it if he was gone. Men fell in battle, but not Ozzie. She remembered his last words to her. He had promised he would come back. That night, she tossed and turned in her room near Coronado Beach. Shortly before dawn, she must have fallen asleep, because it was still pitch dark outside when she awoke to see Ozzie beside her next to the bed. He was wearing his uniform. His face was calm and reassuring. "I'm all right, darling," he said, his face close to hers. "I'm okay." The next morning she decided that it couldn't have been a dream. It had been as vivid as anything she had ever experienced, and could only mean that he was still alive. He must have survived the mission, whatever it was. She knew the battle had been fought over ocean. Perhaps he had made it to an island somewhere, a place that wasn't even on the map. For the first time since receiving the telegram, she felt renewed hope. Naval Hospital, Pearl Harbor. Tex Gay. Tex recovered quickly from his wounds. One afternoon he was put in a wheelchair and rolled out onto the front lawn of the hospital. He was still wearing his pajamas. A dozen press photographers were waiting for him there. A pretty nurse handed him a copy of the Honolulu Star Bulletin. Its banner headline read, "Japanese smashed at Midway." All the photographers took his picture. On June 15th, Admiral Mitcher came for a visit after the Hornet arrived back at Pearl Harbor. The admiral asked him to describe everything that had happened on the flight, after which he congratulated Tex on his almost miraculous survival. A few days later, an officer came to see him from the Navy's Public Relations Office. He told Tex that a lot of people back home were questioning what the Navy had been doing since December 7. Now the Navy had an answer for them. It was the resounding victory at Midway. The officer asked Tex if he would go back home and let the American people know what the Navy had accomplished. Tex agreed to go. He knew his status in the Navy had changed as soon as he boarded the cruise ship Lurline to go back to the States. That first night he was assigned to the captain's table for all his meals. And as he strolled around the promenade decks, people would point him out to their friends as if he were a movie star. Another group of reporters was waiting for him when he disembarked in San Francisco. Within a few days, his photograph had appeared in almost every newspaper in the country. One headline read, "Ensign Gay sole survivor of Torpedo Squadron 8 at Midway." In Philadelphia, Grant Tietz's fiancée, Diana, had finished one of her nursing classes when she saw the story and immediately wrote to Grant's sister Charlotte in Oregon. The newspapers each day have so much news about the Pacific Fleet. The ensign Gay that was such a hero I thought was a boy in the same squadron as Grant. But when his picture came out in the paper, it didn't look like the person I knew. A girl from my hospital that dated him said it was, but now I can't figure it out. So that leaves me in a daze. Soon, Tex was being called upon to make speeches at business conventions, and he was invited to appear on Nelson Eddy's radio program. A week later, he received a musical tribute from big band orchestra leader Kay Kaiser in each place Tex visited. They would give him a painted cardboard key to the town or city. Attractive women sometimes gave him the key to their hotel room. It was an amazing experience, hectic, crazy, and fun. He couldn't help but get caught up in the fanfare. Pretty soon he was on the invitation lists of celebrities. Inside, he felt like the same down-to-earth guy he had been before it all happened. But now he was meeting movie stars. He began to receive fan mail and even marriage proposals. 20th Century Fox wanted to make a movie of his life. He turned them down. Tex set aside time to visit the widows of the lost pilots in the squadron, including Faye Ellison, Brownie Kenyon, and Rita Gainier. He did his best to allay their grief, although one of the other widows told him she thought he was getting too much attention. That was before they put him on the cover of Life magazine, and he really became famous. The sole survivor, they called him. Tex hadn't asked for all the public attention, and he knew it hadn't changed him. He was a little embarrassed about it all the same. For some reason, the press seemed unaware of the gallant sacrifice of the 18 men from Torpedo 8 who had made the first unsupported attack on the Japanese fleet from Midway Atoll. In fact, there was no public recognition at all for Langdon Fieberling and the others who had died with him. It was particularly hard for the families who received a telegram stating that their sons were missing in action. A few attempted to cope with the uncertainty by communicating with each other. To the parents of Ensign Albert Ernest. Dear friend, our son Ensign Charles E. Brannan was reported missing in action in the Midway Battle of June 4. We are trying to find out something definite about him from someone who was an eyewitness, and thought perhaps Ensign Ernest could tell us something about it. Since reading this week's life, I have no hope for Charles. Before I quite understood what they did, I had a tiny bit of hope, but the Japs were taking no prisoners. Charles was 23 earlier this month. Would have been, I should say. We have no hope of ever seeing our son again, but since there is a slight possibility that he might have been taken prisoner, or drifted to some island without communications, we are so anxious to learn the details about this battle. That is the part he took in it. We certainly hope Ensign Ernest came through okay and will come back to his loved ones after this dreadful war is over. Very sincerely, W.T. Brannan. Bert Ernest's parents had no idea that their son had even been at Midway. Dear Mr. Brannan, we received last night your letter and beg to assure you of our heartfelt sympathy in your apparent loss. We are jittery every time the telephone rings for fear it will be a message from the Navy Department in Washington that Bert is missing. But fortunately for us, up to this time, no such message has been received. We regret exceedingly that we have no information whatsoever from Bert about his activities in the Pacific. As a matter of fact, he has never even written us that he was in the Midway battle. We are not sure, but we are of the opinion that Bert and your son were roommates at the base in Norfolk, because Bert frequently spoke of his roommate Charlie. Regretting, we can give you no information whatsoever, and expressing to you our sincere sympathy, we are, very sincerely, Mr. and Mrs. James Ernest, Pearl Harbor Commander-in-Chief, Pacific Fleet Admiral, Chester Nimitz, Eastern Island, Midway Atoll, Bert Ernest, on June 6. A brief memorial service was held for J. Manning. Along with the other men who were killed during the Midway battle, his body was reverently ferried out of the lagoon aboard a PT boat and laid to rest at sea. Orders arrived from Pearl Harbor that Bert Ernest's Avenger should be shipped back to Hawaii for an inspection by aeronautical engineers who hoped to determine how it had survived so much damage. The battered plane was carefully hoisted aboard a seaplane tender that was taking Marines back to Hawaii, and it was strapped down to the deck. The first night out from Midway, the temperature in the compartments below decks turned brutally hot, and some of the Marines decided to go topside to sleep. As the ship slowly plowed eastward, it ran into a series of rain squalls, and they took shelter under the fuselage of the wrecked aircraft that was fastened to the deck. They awoke to find their bedrolls soaked with blood. During the stormy night, hard rain had scoured clean the shattered gun turret in the Avenger. J. Manning's remains had dripped through the bullet-riddled fuselage onto their bedrolls. Ordered back to Hawaii on June 9th, Bert said goodbye to Harry Ferrier and boarded a Marine R-4D transport plane headed for Pearl Harbor. As the aircraft slowly climbed out over the Pacific, it was hard for him to believe that he had been out there for little more than a week and had already been part of one of the biggest naval victories in American history. He began to think that he might even have earned a week or two of leave in Hawaii, relaxing on Waikiki Beach before he had to report back to duty. After the transport plane was in the air, he discovered that many of the men flying with him were heading stateside to enjoy extended family leaves. That got him thinking about the same possibility. It was foolish to speculate, but who knew what was going to happen to him when he arrived back at Pearl? Maybe they would say, "Good job, Bert," and give him a chance to fly home to Richmond, where he could spend some time with Jerry Jenkins. He fell asleep thinking about all the wonderful possibilities. When the plane finally landed, Swede Larsen was there waiting for him. After being congratulated on his Midway mission, Bert was told that Torpedo 8 was now under Swede's official command. "Report to me at Luke Field," Larsen said. "We have a lot of work to do." Sister Sarah, Friday, 5 June 1942. Luke Field, Ford Island, Pearl Harbor. 040400, Smiley Morgan sat in the cockpit of his silent Avenger, waiting for word on whether they were taking off at dawn. Swede's detachment of the squadron's remaining pilots and planes had been on alert since June 2, just in case the Japanese might still be coming their way. Each morning, the pilots would be awakened in the darkness of the lanai at the old bachelor officers' quarters. Still groggy, they pulled on their flight suits and walked over to Luke Field. There they would warm the plane engines, shut them down, and wait in the gloom of the pre-dawn sky at the edge of the runway. Shortly after sunrise on the morning of June 5th, a ground officer raced around in a jeep to tell them they could stand down again. Climbing out of the cockpit, Smiley walked back to the old BOQ to shave and shower. Then he headed over to the new BOQ to have the breakfast buffet, freshly sliced pineapple, melon, papaya, pancakes, waffles, eggs, ham, and bacon, all at a cost of 25 cents. It was another magnificent morning, the only kind they seemed to have in Hawaii. After he moved far enough away from the sepulchral odors still coming from Battleship Row, the syrupy smell of exotic flowers seemed to fill the air. Hawaii was stunningly beautiful, Smiley thought. Even the walking paths were lined with neatly trimmed hibiscus hedges, flaming red bougainvillea, and other exotic flowers he had never seen on the Gulf Coast of Florida. Along with the profusion of color, there was constant birdsong from the jacaranda and poinciana trees. In some ways, it felt like a vacation. With his friends in Torpedo 8 out fighting the Japanese, he felt guilty about it. By then, they all knew that something momentous was occurring 1,000 miles to the west. 2 days earlier, Smiley had run into a PBY pilot who had just returned from Midway. He had told him a big battle was brewing out there in the Central Pacific. The pilot said he had seen Langdon Fieberling's 6 Avengers at Midway, and that they were part of the air garrison defending the island. That night, several more PBYs came in from Midway, loaded with wounded Marines and Navy flyers. The pilots began passing the word that a major victory had been won against the Japanese fleet. At the same time, a crazy rumor began to spread that Torpedo Squadron 8 had been wiped out. On the morning of June 6th, Swede received official word through Admiral Noyes' office that all of Torpedo 8's devastators from the Hornet had been shot down, and that Tex Gay was apparently the only survivor. Tex had been flown back from Midway and was at the base hospital. Swede immediately went over to see him. He came back with the confirmation that not only was the skipper dead, but so were all the other pilots and crewmen except Tex. Swede brought the squadron together and told them that Langdon Fieberling was gone too, as were all the pilots and crewmen in his detachment except Bert Ernest and Harry Ferrier. In the hours that followed, the remaining members of Torpedo 8 gathered in the hangar at Casu 5 to talk about what had happened. At first, the reality of it was almost inconceivable. How could 45 out of 48 men from the squadron be killed in one day? It just wasn't possible. Not the skipper. He had been larger than life. Not all the others, too. The friends they had trained with through the long winter at Norfolk. The guys they had joined on Liberties and shared so many memories with. That same evening, Swede came back to say that they had been ordered to join the battle. The carrier Saratoga had just arrived from the west coast and was on her way out to intercept the remainder of the Japanese fleet. The squadron would fly their Avengers out to the carrier. Now we'll finally see some action, Swede assured them. This was their chance to help finish off what remained of the Japanese fleet. Early the next morning, they took off from Luke Field and landed aboard the Saratoga. Smiley was nervous about putting his Avenger down on a flight deck for the first time, but he came in as smooth as silk. Once they were aboard and on their way, Swede brought the pilots together to give them the latest news. Apparently, the Japanese striking force was gone. They had hightailed it back to Japan. The battle was over. Admiral Spruance and the rest of the victorious task force were heading back to Hawaii. Swede did not give the squadron time to celebrate. To become officially qualified on the Avengers, each pilot had to make 8 carrier takeoffs and landings. Swede got approval from the captain for his pilots to earn their qualifications right away. Smiley Morgan's first flight left him less than ecstatic. On a technical level, it went fine, and he made the first carrier landing without mishap. What he hadn't found enjoyable was the discovery that whoever had flown the plane before him had relieved himself in the P-tube beneath the cockpit seat. Normally, the tube would have emptied itself during the flight, but there must have been a blockage of some kind, because when Smiley did a slow roll before returning to the carrier, he found himself drenched with the man's urine. He had to make 7 more landings before he was able to head below decks to take a shower. Otherwise, the experience of being at sea aboard a fast carrier was new and exciting. With the exception of one spell of bad weather, Swede kept them flying every day. On June 11th, Swede received orders to fly his 10 Avengers from the Saratoga to the Hornet, joining the remaining officers and enlisted men of Waldron's Torpedo 8 as the ship returned to Pearl Harbor. Once aboard the Hornet, Smiley quickly discovered that the atmosphere was dramatically different than on the Saratoga. Many of the pilots seemed subdued and even downcast. Smiley presumed it had to do with all the losses they had suffered. When Swede brought his pilots together in Ready Room 4, everything was just as it had been left when Waldron had led the squadron out on their first and last combat mission. At Swede's request, Fred Mears and the other 2 replacement pilots who hadn't flown in the battle told them what they knew. While they talked, Smiley couldn't help but notice the reminders of the doomed squadron's last hours aboard ship. A few of Waldron's instructions were still chalked on the blackboard. Some of the personal gear of the lost flyers was found in the compartments under their leather seats. With the death of Waldron and all the senior pilots, the highest-ranking Torpedo 8 officer left aboard the Hornet was Lieutenant George H. Flynn, Jr., the squadron's personnel officer. His job kept him desk-bound, maintaining the records of every man serving in the unit. A graduate of Yale class of 26, Flynn was the son of a construction magnate from Pennsylvania whose company had built the Holland Tunnel in New York City. Flynn didn't look much like a naval officer, with his rumpled uniform and his cap always askew, but he was proud to be part of a combat unit, and he had enjoyed being in temporary command of the squadron. He had particularly liked taking care of the pilots, almost as if he were the housemaster of an unruly fraternity. After the squadron had taken off on June 4, Flynn went down to the galley and ordered the cooks to prepare roast chicken dinners for all 15 of his pilots. He had the chicken dinners delivered on trays to the ready room in anticipation of their return, and he had refused to allow the mess boys to take the trays away until long after it was obvious the guys were never coming back. Flynn considered it his job to fill Waldron's shoes until officially relieved. On June 12th, Swede ordered the remaining officers and enlisted men in the squadron to assemble on the hangar deck. After the flight crews and support personnel had lined up in ranks, Flynn and Larson walked to the head of the formation. The physical contrast between the 2 men was startling. Flynn seemed almost clownish-looking with his cockeyed hat and baggy khakis. Standing beside him, Swede looked like a recruiting poster. Flynn spoke first. He told them that it was a privilege to be their commanding officer and that he was proud to be leading a combat unit of American fighting men. His words struck some of the pilots as a bit odd. No desk-bound officer could command an air squadron. When he was finished, Swede stepped forward. In his parade ground voice, he said, "You were the commander, George. I'm the commander now." Smiley Morgan was reminded of what Langdon Fieberling had once said to him about Swede. When they were about to fly their Avengers across the United States, Fieberling had referred to him as the Lion. That's what Swede reminded him of now. The king of the jungle marking his turf. "You're no longer in charge of anything, George," Swede proclaimed. "Unless I say so." Smiley found himself feeling sorry for Flynn. "Torpedo 8 still exists," Swede said next, "and the way I feel it exists is to get vengeance. That's how I see our job now. Revenge. We're going to hit the Japs wherever we can." Swede went on. "We're going to blow into the heads of those Japs who pulled the trigger on us at Midway that their country would have been better off if they hadn't been born. I want vengeance, and I think you want it too. We've got a score to settle and a chance to settle it. Who can ask for more?" No one cheered when he was finished. A lot of them were still in shock over what had occurred a week earlier. Bill Tunstall, The machinist's mate, who had been Abby Abercrombie's plane captain, was still regretting not having accepted Bernie Phelps's wallet so the money could be sent on to his family. Back in his stateroom, Fred Mears expressed his own feelings on the subject of vengeance in his personal journal. He hadn't flown with the other pilots on June 4, but he had gotten to know them in the last days and hours of their lives. He had read their final letters and gone through their personal effects. He had listed the items belonging to each man and had packed them in boxes to be returned to their families. Fred had a different take than Swede on what was important when they went into battle again. In the Navy, and especially in wartime, you do what you're told to do, and if some of your comrades are killed in the process, it's tough to take, but it doesn't change you into a wrathful avenger. Eventually, it leads to a steadying, cold determination to beat the Japs and win the war. But fancy words don't help. Anytime a pilot says, "Thoughts of Jack or Joe will be riding with my next torpedo," he is just blowing, or else he is emotionally unfit to be a combat aviator. The only thoughts which should be riding with a torpedo to make a hit are those of entry and departure, target angle, target speed, dropping point, avoidance of AA fire, and other matter-of-fact considerations. Fred Mears didn't confine his thoughts about Swede's call for vengeance to pen and paper. He brought them up to several of the pilots as well. Word of his reaction to Swede's speech got back to the new commanding officer. Swede already harbored serious doubts about Mears. He was someone who never seemed to take things seriously, coming across as a rich playboy who was always talking about girls and parties, like George Flynn. He was a Yale man. In fact, Pete Peterkin was too. All of a sudden, it seemed like there were more of these Ivy League guys in the squadron than Academy men. Swede was surrounded by them. Mears lacked the avenging instinct Swede was looking for from the pilots in his squadron. He decided to transfer him out before his lackadaisical attitude infected the others. Saturday, 13 June 1942, Torpedo Squadron 8. As the carrier task force neared Hawaii, Admiral Spruance released the pilots and flight crews to fly back to their air bases in the islands. They would then be given liberty to celebrate the triumph over the Japanese fleet. The order didn't apply to Swede's detachment, since none of them had seen action in the Midway battle. Swede gave his pilots a 24-hour leave, after which they were ordered to report back to work on Monday, June 15th. He had already laid out an ambitious flight schedule that would keep them flying daily training missions at Luke Field. Later that morning, the carrier pilots from the Enterprise and the Hornet, as well as the surviving pilots from the Yorktown, flew back to Iwo Field, the Marine Corps installation on Oahu where most of them were stationed. There, they began preparing for liberty, using the telephones at the Officers' Club to book rooms at the Moana Hotel, the Royal Hawaiian, or one of the other resorts on Waikiki Beach. The lucky ones arranged for dates before heading out. Many of them gathered at the bar to toast their victory. The big room was filled with laughter and freely flowing scotch. Every few minutes, someone would loudly call for a toast to another flyer in the room. Ensign Johnny Adams was a Wildcat pilot aboard the Yorktown and had shot down a Japanese torpedo plane that was attacking the carrier during the battle. Adams was enjoying a drink with his friends from the Yorktown's fighter squadron when he heard a loud voice calling for another toast. When the big room went quiet, he looked up to see Stanhope Cotton Ring, the Hornet Air Group commander, standing by the packed bar, his glass raised in front of him. Ring announced that he wanted to stand around for every flyer in the club. Adams and his friends were astonished when none of the pilots from the Hornet got up from their tables. They remained where they were, some standing, others sitting, stone-faced. A few conspicuously turned their backs on Ring. Johnny Adams and his friends from the Yorktown went up to claim their free drinks. Adams had no idea why the others were giving Ring the cold shoulder. He felt sorry for him. For his part, Ring seemed oblivious to the fact that the pilots, who had flown with him during the battle, were refusing to drink his liquor. Waikiki Beach, Hawaii, Royal Hawaiian Hotels, Miley Morgan, 2023. That night, the noise at the bar seemed deafening to Smiley Morgan. It was overflowing with flyers. not just Navy flyers, but Army pilots, too. The Navy had taken over the Royal Hawaiian for the duration of the war, but it was now being shared by the Army Air Forces, including some of the pilots who had flown the B-17 Flying Fortresses in the Midway battle. None of them had made a hit on a Japanese ship, but that hadn't stopped them from saying they did. It was the first time the Navy pilots learned that the Army public relations people were officially claiming that their B-17s had won the Battle of Midway. To rub more salt in the wound, the Honolulu papers were running stories that hailed the pinpoint accuracy of the Army pilots as one of the keys to the victory. Not only did some of these Army guys believe their own press accounts, but they were belligerent about it. The Navy flyers deeply resented their claims. The carriers' torpedo squadrons had sacrificed their lives to buy the precious battle time that had allowed the dauntless pilots from the Enterprise and the Yorktown to dive down and sink all 4 carriers. Meanwhile, the B-17s had dropped their bombs from a height of nearly 4 miles, far above the anti-aircraft fire and the attacks by the Zeros. In fact, the only near hit made by a B-17 in the entire Midway battle was when a B-17 accidentally attacked the American submarine USS Grayling. The Fortress's flight crew was up so high they claimed they had sunk a Japanese cruiser. A physical confrontation was inevitable, and fights broke out that night all over the Royal Hawaiian, erupting in the bars, hallways, and gardens, and leaving in their wake a trail of broken bottles, glasses, heads, and furniture. As for Smiley, he had planned an enthusiastic search for an exotic Hawaiian girl who looked like Dorothy Lamour, a girl he could hopefully maneuver out to the palm trees that fringed Waikiki Beach. Unfortunately, none of the Hawaiian girls he met looked like Dorothy Lamour. Smiley had started the evening with his friend James Hill Cook, the earnest young flyer from Grand Cane, Louisiana, who had given him his enduring nickname in a poker game. Over drinks, they had started reminiscing about Lieutenant Commander Waldron. One night back in Norfolk, the skipper and his wife, Adelaide, had hosted a party for the pilots. Morgan and Hill had been standing in the doorway to the kitchen when Waldron came out of one of the bedrooms. "Come over here," he had said to them. "I want to show you something." He then led them back to the bedroom where his 2 young daughters, Nancy and Anne, were curled up in their beds, asleep. "Did you ever see such pretty little girls?" he asked them with a father's pride. Cook, who had married his fiancée, Marjorie, just before leaving for the Pacific, told Smiley that he hoped Waldron's daughters would always remember their father and would come to know what an extraordinary man he was. Smiley recalled the time when Cook had been actually lovesick about Marjorie, and Waldron had given him emergency leave to get married. "Go home and marry that girl," the skipper had said, "so you can come back and do your work again." Smiley decided to get drunk after Red Doggett came up to him at the table and handed him a $10 bill. At first, Smiley had no idea what it was for, seeing his confusion. Red said, "It's the money Darrell Woodside owed you. I'm just following through on what he promised you." It only made him feel worse. Smiley slept late Sunday morning and then went to meet Mac McInerney. The big Irishman's face was still lobster red from exposure, and his scabbed feet were so painful that he was wearing tennis shoes without laces. The 2 of them spent the day together, sitting on the shaded terrace of the Halekulani Hotel and drinking beer. McInerney was bitter. He told Smiley what had happened to the group on June 4th, culminating in his decision to head back to the carrier after they had passed the point of no return. Ring was all show, Mac told him. He might look the part, but he was no combat leader. The one squadron commander who had known what he was doing was Waldron, and he was dead. There had better be a lot of changes in the air group, or it would happen all over again, he warned Smiley. Monday, 15 June, 1942, Luke Field, Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, Torpedo Squadron 8. At 0600, the pilots of Torpedo 8 reported for duty at Luke Field. They began the most intense training period the squadron had ever undergone. It included practice bombing runs on a fast-moving destroyer, simulated group attacks against the Saratoga, field carrier landings, gunnery missions, and practice torpedo runs. On June 20th, Smiley was diving at a target sleeve being towed in the water. He had just pulled out of the dive, which gave his teenage tail gunner, Nicholas Chorak, a chance to rake the target with his machine gun. But Chorak never opened fire, and Smiley called the turret gunner on the intercom to ask him what was wrong. He said that Chorak was slumped over his gun. Smiley got on the radio to declare an emergency and immediately landed, except for the trickle of blood running out of his nose. The boy looked to Smiley like he was asleep. When a medical attendant told him Chorak was dead, Smiley turned away from the others and cried. Later, he learned that Chorak should never have been cleared to fly. James Hill Cook tried to ease his sense of guilt by saying, "You have to forget about it, Smiley. It's best not to look back until this is all over." Tuesday, 23 June, 1942. Lukefield, Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, Torpedo Squadron 8. After roll call that morning, Swede Larson introduced Lieutenant Bruce Harwood as the squadron's new executive officer. At 32, Harwood had served in the Navy for 7 years. He was from Claremont, California, and had graduated from Arizona State Teachers College. Like several of the pilots in the squadron, he had been inspired to fly after Lindbergh's solo flight across the Atlantic. Harwood had been a fighter pilot aboard the Hornet in Pat Mitchell's squadron. At Midway, his division of Wildcats had flown the combat air patrols that defended the carrier against attacks from Japanese dive bombers and torpedo planes. Right from the start, it was clear that Harwood was different from Swede. For one thing, he rarely said a word to some of the pilots. He seemed melancholy, as if he lived with some inner sadness. Whatever the reason, he made it clear that he had no time for idle conversation. Aboard the Hornet, he had won a reputation as an unflappable flight commander. In the air, Harwood was a superb pilot. He quickly developed an almost instinctive sense of the Avenger's capabilities and limitations. He was also the biggest man to ever serve in the squadron, a raw-boned 220 pounds on a 6'3" frame. Seeing his body filling a doorway, one had to wonder how he had ever fit in the cockpit of a fighter. A man of immense strength, Harwood impressed one officer in the squadron by picking up a full 55-gallon oil drum that had fallen off a truck and loading it back aboard. Everyone wondered how he would get along with Swede. It turned out to be a good match. Unlike Swede, he never raised his voice. If someone made a mistake, he handled it man to man. He carried out Swede's orders with calm, self-assured authority through the remainder of June. The squadron maintained an unrelenting work schedule, flying multiple training missions every day. On June 27th alone, they made 36 flights. Later, they began night training, flying dozens of missions over the blacked-out islands. As the weeks passed, the men in the flight crews began to form judgments about the capabilities of every pilot in the squadron. Fairly or unfairly, the reputations usually stuck when it came to Swede. There was no question that he was a superb flyer. The men had learned to stay out of his way. His temper had a low flashpoint, and none of them enjoyed being on the receiving end of one of his tirades, whether the infraction was real or imagined. Lieutenant Jack Barnum, whom Swede had made the squadron operations officer, was a good pilot, but often complained about petty problems with the plane he was about to fly, almost as if looking for a reason not to go. Ensign Bert Ernest was held in awe by the enlisted men, in part because of his legendary flight at Midway, and in part because he was unfailingly polite to his flight crew and his new plane captain, Bill Tunstall, who was responsible for keeping his Avenger in top condition. Ernest never had to order them to do anything. Instead, he just asked for whatever he needed in his mellow Virginia drawl. They would jump to the task. Ensign Gene Hansen, the second-generation Swede from Iowa, was another popular and capable pilot, as were Smiley Morgan, James Hill Cook, and John Tarman, all of whom never put on airs. Ensign Bob Evarts was a gentleman too, but he quickly became known as a hard-luck flyer. Through no apparent fault of his own, his missions were often scrubbed because his planes had mechanical breakdowns. Ensign Herb J. was the only Jewish pilot in the squadron. Swede openly derided him as his Brooklyn Indian. Jay seemed very cautious in the air, always flying by the book. Fred Mears was just the opposite. He sometimes tried to make the Avenger behave like a fighter, unnerving his flight crew in the process. Ensign Tex Grady was another pilot who seemed to take unnecessary chances. Frenchy Fail had returned to the squadron after missing the Midway battle because of his leg wound. He was considered a good pilot, but flaky. On the ground, he would sometimes begin dancing by himself, pirouetting like a ballet dancer. Things like that didn't reassure the flight crews. Red Doggett and Bill Dye, the two enlisted pilots in the squadron, were competent and well-liked. Tall and soft-spoken, Dye had blonde, ringleted hair. It had led to the nickname Curly Bill. He was the lowest-ranking pilot in the squadron and had the most flying hours, with Tex Gay having returned to the States and not expected to come back. There were now 17 carrier-qualified Avenger pilots in the squadron, including Swede. That number was reduced to 15 when Fred Mears and Herb J. were transferred out on July 4. Fred Mears was particularly happy to go. He had recently been on the receiving end of a lot of Swedes' needling. Fred was joining the torpedo squadron on the Big E, the carrier Enterprise. His new skipper was Lieutenant Commander John Jett, an officer he liked and respected. He also felt fortunate when he was assigned his new flight crew. The turret gunner turned out to be none other than Harry Ferrier, the young radio man who had survived the Battle of Midway with Bert Ernest. The only visual evidence of the harrowing mission was a livid circular scar on Harry's forehead. After Midway, Harry had been given the choice of returning to Torpedo 8 or transferring over to the Enterprise. Although he loved flying with Bert, he hadn't enjoyed serving under Swede. Once aboard the Enterprise, he requested to be assigned as a turret gunner. Harry told Fred Mears he had learned something valuable in the Midway battle while watching the Japanese Zeros attack the planes behind him. Several of the Japanese pilots had turned away when the .50 caliber tracers from the Avenger's turret guns looped in close to them. "I have no hankering to be an ace gunner," he told Mears. "All I want to do is put enough slugs in the air to keep the Zeros off our tail." Tuesday, 7 July 1942. Luke Field, Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, Torpedo Squadron 8. After reveille, Swede ordered a full muster of the squadron in the hangar of Casu 5. There, he announced that Torpedo 8 had been officially assigned to the USS Saratoga. The transfer of men and gear to the new ship was to take place that morning. Sister Sarah, as she was affectionately known, was considered a lucky ship, and the men were excited to be joining her. Later that day, Swede reported to Commander Harry Don Felt, who commanded the Saratoga's air group. Felt told Swede that the carrier was heading for an important assignment in the South Pacific. So far, the destination was secret. On July 8th, the Saratoga and its escort ships left the Hawaiian Islands. 6 destroyers led the advance, followed by a screen of cruisers, including Minneapolis, Astoria, Vincennes, and New Orleans. 2 oil tankers followed the Saratoga, indicating the task force had a long way to go before stopping to refuel. That night in the officers' wardroom, rumors began circulating about their unnamed destination. In the wake of the Midway victory, everyone was excited at the chance to take the offensive against the Japanese for the first time in the war. The carrier's air squadrons began conducting daily scouting and search missions, flying out on 200-mile legs to make sure the sea lanes were clear of enemy ships. As the task force continued south, the daily routine didn't vary, although conditions aboard the ship slowly changed. After the carrier's freshwater tanks were depleted, water became increasingly precious. There were constant warnings about conserving the potable water produced by the ship's distilling equipment. The quality of the food began to decline with each additional day at sea. Within a week, the fresh milk was gone, followed by the eggs and vegetables. Within 2 weeks, the fresh meat would be gone too, leaving only cured meats like ham and bacon. Official confirmation of their first destination came down from the flag bridge a few days into the voyage. They were heading for the Tonga Islands, which were friendly, and lay between Fiji and Samoa. There was still no hint of where they would be going after they arrived there. As they neared the equator, the cool northeast trade winds were replaced by the heat of the equatorial sun. On July 12th, the pilots returned from their regular pattern of search missions to discover that the Saratoga had crossed the equator and in accordance with long Navy tradition, King Neptune would be conducting his rites of initiation for those who were crossing for the first time, a ritual in which polywogs became shellbacks among the officers in Torpedo 8. Only Swede Larsen and Bruce Harwood had been initiated. The rest of the men in the squadron were fair game. As the veteran shellbacks compared notes on the indignities they had been made to suffer during their own initiations, the polywogs from Torpedo 8 were led to a steel platform just beneath the flight deck. One by one they were sent up the steel ladder through an open hatch. Pete Peterkin was the first officer through the hatch to the flight deck. Emerging into the sunlight, he saw King Neptune sitting in a throne chair. Whoever was playing the role wore a massive crown of seaweed and was attired in smelly rags. Surrounding him was his motley court, their faces smeared with paint like Indian braves. As he stepped onto the flight deck, Peterkin encountered a masked man wearing a cardboard sign that read Doctor. Pete was invited to swallow a large dose of foul-smelling liquid from a metal ladle. He did. "Let the initiation begin," bellowed King Neptune. Ahead of him, the crowd suddenly parted, forming a gauntlet of men that stretched across the flight deck. Before Pete could take off, a man wearing a sign labeled Barber attempted to hack off a chunk of his already short hair with plumber's shears. Then Pete was streaking down the open lane between screaming shellbacks, all of them whacking him with stuffed canvas clubs and wooden paddles. Shielding his eyes, Peterkin ran as fast as he could. At the end of the line stood the most effective Wallabers giants who could lift a man right off the deck with the force of their blows. He turned back to see the rest of the officers in the squadron running the same gauntlet, many of them laughing as they came through. They included Ernest, Barnum, Morgan, Everts, Towerman, and Cook. With the time-honored ritual concluded, the new shellbacks nursed their bruises as they celebrated their transformation with soft drinks, coffee, sandwiches, and ice cream. Tuesday, 21 July 1942. Us, Saratoga, officers' wardroom. They were enduring another day of sweltering temperatures when Commander Felt assembled the carrier's pilots in the wardroom to give them the word on where they were going. The Japanese were building an airfield at a place called Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands. Felt told them, once it was constructed, the Japanese would be able to use their long-range bombers to cut off the Allied supply lifeline between the U.S. and Australia. The Navy wasn't going to let them do it. U.S. Marines were being sent in to take the airfield away from the Japanese. They would then hold it as a staging base against Rabaul, the Japanese-held fortress farther north in the Bismarck archipelago. Along with Guadalcanal, the Marines would be landing at Tulagi, where the Japanese had a squadron of 0 floatplanes. Felt pointed to a large map of the Solomon Islands and showed them where each place was located. Most of the islands were unfamiliar, with names like Santa Cruz, Isabel, and Melita. The only island name Smiley Morgan recognized was Florida, but it wasn't his home state. It was a snake-infested island filled with native headhunters. The proposed date of the invasion had been code-named Dog Day in mounting the offensive. The Navy was providing the transport ships that were carrying 19,000 men of the 1st Marine Division from their staging area in Wellington, New Zealand, to a rendezvous point where they were all headed. On Dog Day, American carriers would be responsible for providing close air support to destroy the Japanese coastal defenses before the Marines hit the beaches. Participating in the invasion, along with the Saratoga, would be the Enterprise and the Wasp. After the Marines were ashore, the carrier planes would protect the transport ships carrying the Marines' food, ammunition, equipment, and other supplies until everything could be unloaded on the invasion beaches. Once the airfield was completed, the Marines would provide their own air support with a Marine air wing that was being ferried by ship from Pearl Harbor. Eventually, the Marines were to be relieved by an Army division. There was very little intelligence information on how many Japanese were actually there, or what dispositions they had made to defend the islands against an American attack. The rough estimate of enemy forces was 8,000. The newest maps of the islands were almost 30 years old, and none of them showed the topographical features of the terrain. Only one thing seemed sure. As soon as the Japanese forces discovered that the Americans had landed, they would attempt to drive them back into the sea. When Commander Felt was finished with his briefing, the flyers in the Saratoga's air group had plenty of questions. One of them produced uneasy laughter. In case he was shot down, one pilot asked, was it true there were cannibals living on these islands? Regardless of whether there were any cannibals, Commander Felt warned them to avoid contact with the natives if they were forced down in the jungle. No one knew whose side they were on. Friday, 24 July 1942. USS Saratoga Torpedo Squadron 8. During the night, the Saratoga rendezvoused with the carrier Wasp near Tongatapu, the largest Polynesian island in the Tonga chain, 1,000 miles southeast of Guadalcanal. Rear Admiral Lee Noyes, the commander of the Wasp Task Force, was flown over to the Saratoga to meet with Vice Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher, who commanded the entire force of 82 ships that would launch the offensive. The two admirals conferred about the invasion plans, as well as about a major rehearsal of the landings that was to take place on July 30th on the friendly island of Koro in the Fiji chain. One day after Admiral Noyes' visit, another naval officer serving aboard the Wasp was flown over to the Saratoga. Ensign Aaron Katz was not received with quite the same degree of pomp and ceremony as the admiral. In the Torpedo 8 office, Swede was conducting planning sessions for the Dog Day invasion with his own team, which included Bruce Harwood, Jack Barnum, the operations officer, Smiley Morgan, the navigation officer, and Pete Peterkin, the engineer officer. Yeoman Jack Stark came in to say that a replacement pilot had just come over from the Wasp and was officially reporting to the squadron. Swede took the officer's service jacket from Stark and said to send him in. Ensign Katz stepped into the room and came to attention. Swede stared at him for several seconds before opening his service jacket and glancing through it. "I just got rid of one Brooklyn Indian, and now they send me another one," he said loudly enough for them all to hear. As Swede continued scanning the service jacket, Katz spoke up. "I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, sir," he said. "Are you trying to be funny?" demanded Swede. "No, sir," said Katz. "I'll tell you up front," said Swede. "I don't like Jews. I don't trust them." Swede went on to add that Katz had a lot to prove to show that he belonged there. The young ensign was still standing at attention when Swede curtly dismissed him. That night over dinner in the wardroom, Smiley Morgan told the other pilots what Katz had said after Swede called him a Brooklyn Indian. They agreed that he must have a rock-solid pair of balls. He did. Born into an Orthodox Jewish family from Lithuania, Aaron Katz grew up on the Lower East Side of Cleveland and was raised in a household with 7 sisters. When he was 14, his father, Sam, who owned a scrap metal business, decided to send him to a yeshiva for the religious training that would prepare him to be a rabbi. Aaron refused to consider the idea. All he wanted to do when he got old enough was fly airplanes, he told his father. After the inspiration of Lindbergh's flight across the Atlantic, he had begun going out to the Cleveland Hopkins Airport to sit in the grass and watch the planes land and take off. He was 10 years old. Instead of going to the yeshiva, he told his father that he wanted to attend the Ohio Military Institute, a boarding school in Cincinnati. Sam Katz reluctantly supported his decision. No one wanted to tell Aaron, but his family was convinced he had no chance to become a pilot. One just had to look at him to see how ridiculous the idea was. He had an astigmatism that required him to wear the kind of Coke bottle eyeglasses that made his eyes look twice their normal size. Without the glasses, he was almost blind. In 1931, he became one of the first Jewish boys to attend the Ohio Military Institute. He turned out to be both a good student and an accomplished cadet, winning his ceremonial sword upon graduation in 1935. Somewhere along the line, his eyesight began to improve. No one in the family could understand why. He had never had surgery or other medical treatment. It seemed almost miraculous, as if Aaron had simply willed his eyes to become stronger. After graduating from the University of Illinois with a degree in economics in 1939, he applied to become a pilot in the Army Air Forces. They rejected him. He then applied for active service as a naval aviator and was accepted. To the wonderment of his family, he passed the eye exam and was sent to Pensacola, where he won his wings. Now Katz had the pleasure of serving under Swede Larson. It wasn't the first time Aaron had confronted anti-Semitism, but it had rarely been delivered so blatantly. Usually it was evident in things said or done behind a man's back. Swede Larsson was right up front with it. Aaron preferred it that way. As in the past, all he could do was try to win the man's respect by proving him wrong. He had done it before. Monday, 27 July 1942, Tongatopu, Tonga Islands, Yus, Saratoga. In turbulent seas, the Enterprise rendezvoused with the Saratoga and the Wasp. They were soon joined by the massive convoy of transport ships carrying the 19,000 men of the 1st Marine Division, as well as the supply vessels carrying their arms, stores, and equipment. Consisting of 82 ships, it was the largest American naval force yet assembled in the war. The pilots flying air patrol over the Armada had the best view, with the ships stretching across the ocean as far as they could see. In addition to the 3 carriers, the force included the new battleship USS North Carolina, with enormous 16-inch guns that could help to pound the enemy-held islands into submission. The senior commanders of the invasion force came together aboard the Saratoga to finalize their plans. Rear Admiral Noyes was flown over from the carrier Wasp. Rear Admiral Thomas Kincaid, commanding the Enterprise Task Force, came across on one of his escort destroyers. He was followed by Rear Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner, who commanded the amphibious forces of the invasion, including the transport and supply ships that would carry the Marines and their equipment to the landing beaches. Turner was accompanied by Rear Admiral John Slew McCain, who commanded naval air forces in the South Pacific, and Major General Alexander Archer Vandegrift, who commanded the 1st Marine Division, which would make the invasion and secure control of the islands. Smiley Morgan had never seen so many brass hats in one place before. After they were all piped aboard, the commanders met for 3 hours to hash out the final details for the invasion, which was scheduled for August 7th. Planning efforts had been complicated by the fact that Guadalcanal was huge, fully 90 miles long from Cape Esperance in the north to Maquina at its southernmost tip. In between were 2,700 square miles of tropical rainforest, numerous rivers, and hundreds of miles of beaches. To the north, the island was capped by an 8,000-foot-high mountain range. The 1st Marine Division was under strength and had had little time to train or become fully equipped. Prior to receiving his orders for the invasion, Vandegrift had thought he would be given 6 months to prepare his division for battle. The most contentious issue between the senior commanders involved the length of time the 3 American carriers would remain in close proximity to the landing beaches after the 1st Marine Division was put ashore at Guadalcanal and Tulagi. Both islands were inside the range of Japanese attack planes from Rabaul. Vice Admiral Fletcher was concerned that his carriers would be vulnerable to land-based air attack from Rabaul, as well as to enemy submarines. Fletcher had commanded carrier forces against the Japanese at the Coral Sea and Midway battles in April and June. 2 of them, the Lexington and the Yorktown, had already gone down. Fletcher was considered a hard fighter, but he was not about to see it happen a 3rd time. For his part, General Vandegrift was concerned about being left unprotected on the landing beaches before his men could solidify control. This would be no raid. It was a full-scale invasion with an entire Marine Division. Vandegrift requested that Admiral Fletcher keep his 3 carriers close enough to the landing beaches to provide air cover for at least 4 days, the minimum time he estimated it would take to put ashore all of their arms, equipment, and supplies. Fletcher responded by saying that he planned to pull the carriers out on the 3rd day. The danger from enemy planes, warships, and submarines was too great to stay any longer. He insisted would seriously endanger his carriers, which were the most important assets the Navy had in the Pacific. There was no consensus on it when the meeting broke up. One of the things they did agree on was the need for their planned invasion rehearsal. It would hopefully resolve some of Vandegrift's concerns. In his small office compartment below decks, Swede Larsson was conducting his own planning sessions with the officers of Torpedo 8. He told Pete Turkin that he wasn't satisfied with the condition of the squadron's Avengers. On almost every training mission, one of their planes had experienced a mechanical failure before takeoff. They were getting a bad reputation, said Swede, and he wasn't having any of it. he ordered Peterkin and Chief Machinist's mate J.C. Hammond to work on the planes around the clock if necessary, until every one of them was prepared for Dog Day Thursday, 30 July, 1942, Koro Island, Fiji, West Saratoga. Torpedo Squadron 8, the invasion rehearsal off Koro Island, quickly turned into a farce. The engines on many of the Higgins landing craft proved to be unreliable, and a number of them broke down before they had even left the transport ships. Then it was discovered that treacherous reefs that could rip the bottoms out of the landing craft protected the simulated landing zones. They went no farther. As the failures mounted, General Vandegrift became increasingly frustrated. Only a third of the Marines had disembarked for the exercise when the landing rehearsal was canceled. For Torpedo 8, the flight segment of the invasion rehearsal started just as badly. The second Avenger to take off in the flight exercise was to be flown by Bob Evarts, the so-called hard luck pilot from Grand Forks, Idaho. 21-year-old Zygmunt Ski Kowalewski was strapped into the turret gun behind him. Prior to their takeoff, a group of sailors had gathered along the flight deck to give Ski a collective thumbs up. They weren't there as part of the Ski Kowalewski Admiration Society. It was to protect their investment. Ski was carrying $2,000 of their cash in his flight suit. They had given him the money so he could bring back souvenirs for them from the Fiji island of Suva. When Evarts got the signal to take off, he shoved the throttle forward and released his brakes. As he hurtled down the deck, the aircraft's tailhook, which normally remained locked under the Avenger's fuselage until released from its compartment prior to landing, accidentally dropped free. Barrier wires had been stretched across the Saratoga's bow and stern to catch the tail hooks of planes that had missed the arresting wires. The barriers were strung 10 feet above the flight deck. As Evarts's plane roared into the air, its tail hook caught the barrier wire, and the Avenger came to a bone-jarring stop in midair. As the crowd of horrified sailors watched, the plane dropped out of sight off the starboard bow. When the sailors ran to the edge of the flight deck and looked down, the first thing they saw was Ski Kowalewski swimming for all he was worth away from the side of the ship, which was streaking past the downed aircraft at 30 knots. The USS Phelps, one of the carrier's escort destroyers, quickly came up to search for the flight crew after the plane disappeared. Along with Ski Kowalewski, Bob Evarts, and the third crewman were also rescued. Following the flight segment of the invasion rehearsal, in which more than 100 aircraft from the carriers strafed and bombed targets on Koro Island, the big warships in the invasion force unleashed repeated salvos of cannon shells against a simulated enemy airfield. After they finished pounding the friendly island with 20 tons of explosives, the warships moved off. Aboard the Enterprise, Fred Mears and his fellow pilots were watching the fireworks display as it drew to a close. "I guess that will teach those Japs a lesson," said his wise-ass friend, Ensign Jerry Ritchie. Fred had come to look at much of what happened aboard the carriers, especially with the big brass and their staffs, as something out of a Gilbert and Sullivan opera. The daily peccadilloes struck him and his friends as particularly ludicrous in the middle of a supposed fight for civilization. As the invasion force steamed toward Guadalcanal, a dive bomber from one of the other carriers had flown over to the Enterprise. When its passenger emerged from the second seat, he headed straight for the officer's wardroom and pronounced to one of the supply officers that his admiral's staff was planning to have omelets for lunch, and they lacked enough eggs to feed everyone. When the staff officer's plea was refused, threats were exchanged before he was forced to fly back empty-handed. That same afternoon, Fred Mears and his friend Ensign Dick Jacquard were scheduled to fly a scouting mission. Fred asked Dick which sector he would be searching. At Midway, Jacquard had been recommended to receive the Navy Cross for putting a direct hit on the Japanese carrier Hiryu. He was a pure warrior. "Oh, my dear," he said, "I've given up that awful searching. It's so hard on the complexion. Besides, I must run over to Sarah's and borrow a cup of sugar. Poor George will be so disappointed if I don't bake him a cake for dinner tonight." The Solomon Islands, August-November 1942, Dog Day, Friday, 7 August 1942, U.S. Saratoga, 440, the American invasion force crept slowly eastward in the pre-dawn darkness across an ebony sea. In the hot, overcrowded transports, 19,000 men of the 1st Marine Division prepared to disembark as soon as they reached their landing beaches at Guadalcanal and Tulagi. Boredom from the long sea voyage was replaced with growing anxiety. So far, their luck was holding. The previous day, August 6, had been gray and overcast, cloaking the 82 ships from the eyes of Japanese scout pilots. Late that afternoon, the sun had broken through, bathing the invasion force in golden light. Aboard the Saratoga that evening, Commander Felt assembled his pilots in the wardroom to go over their assignments for the last time. After the briefing was over, a group of Filipino mess stewards attempted to play the latest swing music of Glenn Miller on their ukuleles. Most of the officers turned in early. They were awakened about 2 hours before dawn, and the pilots assembled for breakfast in the wardroom. After more than a month at sea without reprovisioning, the Saratoga's morning menu was reduced to coffee, stewed tomatoes, toast, and powdered eggs. It didn't inspire a healthy appetite. The pilots assigned to fly in the first wave of attacks headed straight to their planes, which were already spotted on the dark flight deck. Overnight, the seas had turned violent and the wind was gusting at 20 knots. Standing in the darkness at the edge of the deck, Lieutenant Pete Peterkin silently prayed that all of the squadron's Avengers were ready to go. In the weeks since Swede had ordered him and Chief Hammond to get the planes squared away, Torpedo 8 had continued to be plagued with mechanical failures and engine malfunctions. A number of its flights had to be aborted. In addition to losing Ivarts's Avenger on the barrier wire a week earlier, several pilots had made rough landings aboard the carrier, resulting in further damage to their aircraft. The sarcastic jibes from the other squadrons had gotten so bad that Peterkin and Hammond defiantly offered to bet any takers on the ship that all of their aircraft would have successful takeoffs on Dog Day. It was about pride, but the two of them stood to lose a lot of money if even one of the planes failed to get airborne. At 500, the blue flash of exhaust gas garishly lit up the flight deck as dozens of airplane engines were started and slowly warmed up. After 10 minutes, they were turned off, and it was quiet once more. Bert Ernest sat in the gloom of his cockpit and wondered why he felt so nervous. His Confederate ancestors in Virginia, at least those who had survived the Civil War, had sometimes referred to their first time under fire as having been to see the elephant. Whatever the words meant, he had been to see the elephant on his very first mission at Midway. Hell, he had seen a good-sized part of the whole Japanese Navy. So why should he be nervous now? He decided that nerves would probably be part of every combat mission he ever flew. It all came down to how much luck a man had. If fate was something like a cat's proverbial 9 lives, he wondered how many he had already used up at Midway. Far off on the port side of the carrier, he was startled to see a sudden eruption of brilliant flame in the inky darkness. The flash lasted only a few moments and was gone again. He knew there were escort ships in that direction and wondered if one of them might have been hit by an enemy torpedo or bomb. Waiting to take off behind him, Gene Hansen was nervous too. Like most of the pilots in the squadron, this would be his first combat mission, and he was worried about taking off in the dark. There had been a sliver of a pale new moon earlier, but it had waned to nothing. He could barely see his hands in front of his face. How would they find each other in the middle of it all? The 7 Avengers in the first attack were supposed to rendezvous above the carrier, and then Swede would lead them to their assigned target. That sounded fine, except that dozens of planes would be taking off from the 3 carriers at the same time, all trying to join up in the crowded airspace. They were under strict orders to maintain radio silence until the first Japanese targets were hit. So all he could do was follow the taillights of the plane ahead of him and hope they eventually found each other. In spite of his nervousness, Gene Hansen felt confident and prepared. He was a thorough pilot and had made a personal check of every important mechanical system on the aircraft. Using a flashlight, he had even inspected the bomb racks before getting into the cockpit. The armorers had loaded him with 9 100-pound concussion bombs and 3 incendiaries. His dad had been a machinist back in Burlington, Iowa, and Gene had grown up with a reverence for all things mechanical. Descended from Swedish immigrants, the stoic six-footer had started work at the John Deere Tractor Company in Moline, Illinois, right out of high school. He had lived in a cheap Moline rooming house while working on an assembly line making threshers. After saving up enough money, he had put himself through junior college and then joined the Naval Reserves. He had won his wings in December 1941, a week after the attack at Pearl Harbor. Gene's best friend in the squadron was the unlucky Bob Evarts. He and Evarts were built almost exactly alike, and when their backs were turned, it was hard for the crews to tell them apart. They had both started out the war clean-shaven. But in recent months, Gene had nurtured what the other pilots scathingly called his Clark Gable mustache. After sending his fiancée a recent photograph, he was waiting to find out whether she liked it or not. Waiting behind Hansen on the flight deck were John Tarman, Red Doggett, Jack Barnum, Bob Rees, and Swede Larson. Swede, who was leading his first combat mission, would be the last pilot in the flight to take off. If Swede was nervous, it wasn't apparent to Yeoman Jack Stark, who was standing on the flight deck to watch as the squadron prepared for its mission. To Stark, Swede looked like an excited thoroughbred in the starting gate at the Kentucky Derby. At 05:30, the three American carriers turned southeast into the wind and began launching their aircraft. The Grumman Wildcats went off first, quickly followed by the dauntless dive bombers. Everything was going like clockwork until Ensign William Bell took off in one of the last dive bombers aboard the Saratoga. As Jack Stark watched in horror, Bell's Dauntless suddenly stalled in midair, hovering there for a moment as if in suspended animation. Then the plane and its three-man crew disappeared off the bow into the boiling sea. In the pre-dawn darkness, there wasn't a chance of their being saved. Torpedo 8's 7 Avengers moved up to take off after the last dive bomber. As Bert taxied forward to the starting line, Peterkin made his way to the plane across the slick flight deck. After the tailhook accident that had cost Bob Evarts' plane a few weeks earlier, Peterkin had decided to crawl under each aircraft just before takeoff to make sure that its tailhook was locked up. It was a dangerous job, particularly in the dark. The gusting force of prop wash from moving airplanes on a slippery deck had caused several deaths aboard the carriers, which was why Peterkin had assigned this job to himself. One by one, the big Avengers roared down the flight deck and lifted off into the black sky, each pilot following the taillight of the man ahead of him. Swede was the 7th and last. As he came up to the starting point, Peterkin checked that the tailhook was stowed before scuttling back to join Chief Hammond at the edge of the flight deck. Swede revved the engine to the straining point, and the takeoff control officer gave him the signal to go. Swede released his brakes, and the plane quickly began to pick up speed. Suddenly, Peterkin felt a lash of spray on his face. It wasn't seawater. He smelled the reek of motor oil and realized that Swede's engine was spewing it out of the breather pipe. He could now hear the engine misfiring once and then again as the plane continued lumbering down the deck. Chief Hammond yelled out for him to cut the engine. If Swede reacted right away, there was still a chance he could stop the plane before it dropped into the sea like the doomed Dauntless 10 minutes earlier. But Swede never hesitated. With the engine at full throttle, his sputtering Avenger slowly clawed its way into the air. The dark shape of the aircraft briefly dipped below the bow of the carrier before finally disappearing into the murky sky above them. The first 7 had all made it. When the last one was gone, Peterkin and Hammond went down to the hangar deck to do a final series of checks on the 8 Avengers that would go out in the second wave of attacks. The dark sky above the carriers now held a confusing mass of pilots, struggling to find one another. Planes from the Saratoga quickly found themselves entangled in formations from the Enterprise and Wasp. In getting his own troubled plane into the air, Swede had lost contact with the rest of the flight. His windshield was covered by a film of oil, and it was impossible for him to see anything clearly. The standing orders from Commander Felt were that no pilot should spend more than 5 minutes trying to locate the rest of his formation. If unsuccessful, he was to head off on his flight's pre-planned compass bearing. Hopefully, the lost pilots would find the rest of their group once dawn broke. After searching for the others, Swede gave up and headed east on his own. By then, the deputy flight leader, Lieutenant Jack Barnum, had assumed command and was headed toward their first target. Torpedo 8's initial objective was Florida Island, where aerial reconnaissance indicated that the Japanese had built a command installation. As Barnum's formation flew over the dark mass of Guadalcanal, Gene Hansen saw yellow splashes of light erupting out of the darkness far below him as bombs and tracer rounds from the first wave of fighters and dive bombers hit their targets, with radio silence no longer necessary. His cockpit radio suddenly came alive with excited chatter. Flying alone at full throttle, Swede followed them across the crowded sky over Guadalcanal. His engine was running fine now, and a brief rain squall had cleared his windshield. Dawn was breaking when he caught up with the rest of the squadron as they approached the western coast of Florida Island. Swede radioed to Jack Barnum that he was taking back command. Their assignment was to destroy the Japanese headquarters at Point Purvis, which was located about 20 miles northeast of Guadalcanal across Sealark Channel. When they arrived there, it was light enough to see that the installation was already reduced to smoking rubble. A few smaller buildings were still standing, and Swede led the formation down in a low-level flat-hatting attack to destroy them. Their second objective was on the coast of Malaita, a much bigger island to the east of Florida. The mission called for them to use their remaining bombs to destroy any enemy ships they found in the Mrazek estuary. Unfortunately, thunderheads blocked the passage leading to the estuary, and Swede decided to lead them up the western coast of Malaita to a point where they could cross a mountain range to reach their objective. Bad weather again forced them to turn back. Swede decided to head farther north. As they flew on through the lightning sky, Gene Hansen saw that Malaita was made up of different shades of green. There were the blue-green mountains, darker green jungle, and the pale green of its grassy fields and coconut palms. After miles of uninterrupted jungle, Swede came to a small sheltered harbor along the northwest coast. He immediately thought the place looked suspicious. The lagoon was large enough for Japanese torpedo boats and maybe even bigger ships. He then saw what appeared to be boat moorings dotted around the harbor. Swede was now sure it was a Japanese torpedo boat base disguised as a fishing village. The torpedo boats were probably hidden in the dense jungle along the shallow creeks that fed the lagoon. To John Torman, Bert Ernest, and Gene Hansen, the place appeared to be nothing more than a native settlement. A cluster of primitive huts ringed the lagoon. Tiny figures in canoes were paddling along the inlet that led toward the settlement. More canoes were beached along the shoreline. Swede didn't wait to hear their opinions. Over the radio, he ordered them to follow him down in another flat-hatting attack. Coming in low, he opened up on the huts with his nose machine gun before releasing his first bomb on the largest one in the clearing. He then went into a steep climb to give his machine gunners a better angle to strafe with their machine guns. Barnum, Rees, and Hansen followed Swede in, dropping their payloads on other huts in the settlement. As he swept in behind them, John Torman decided not to release his bombs. Heading in on his own run, Bert Ernest saw little stick figures running out of the huts in every direction. They didn't appear to be wearing clothes, much less Japanese uniforms. "Knock off the firing," he called out on the intercom. After 2 more passes, Swede ran out of ammunition and ordered the rest of them to form up behind him for the return flight to the Saratoga. It was now full daylight. Flying back over Guadalcanal, Gene Hansen could see an American cruiser pounding the landing beaches with salvos of shell fire, the explosions tossing palm trees like matchsticks into the air, along with geysers of sand and debris. Offshore American transport ships were disgorging dark masses of men as Higgins' landing craft idled in the water alongside them. Waves of landing craft were churning toward the invasion beaches, crammed with men and equipment. Farther inland, a long brown gash cut straight across the green landscape. It was the packed earth runway of the Japanese airfield. NUS Saratoga 080. Aboard the Saratoga, the second flight of Torpedo 8's Avengers was preparing for its own mission. Bruce Harwood would lead the 8-plane formation. His orders were to find and destroy any enemy positions still left on Guadalcanal. Sitting behind Harwood in the second seat was Clark Lee, a correspondent for the Associated Press. It was the first time a journalist had been given the chance to fly on a combat mission in the Pacific. Lee liked the big, taciturn Harwood. In the midst of all the pandemonium on the carrier deck, Harwood had an almost uncanny sense of calm. Lee turned on the radio earphones in his flying helmet and heard the jumbled voices of pilots hitting targets on Guadalcanal and Tulagi. Pete Peterkin and Chief Hammond watched nervously as one by one the 8 Avengers took off from the flight deck. After the last plane was in the air, he and Hammond celebrated their achievement by shaking hands. They would collect on their winning bets later. Once airborne, Clark Lee could see the mountains of Guadalcanal rising through the clouds in the distance. He felt the plane shudder as Harwood had his flight crew test their machine guns before they came down over the north shore of the island. Lee took in the panorama of the American invasion force. A long line of landing craft was beached parallel along the dun-colored sand. Higgins boats full of men and equipment were waiting offshore to unload their cargoes when a free spot opened on the beach. Offshore, the transports were still untouched by enemy fire. They all faced bow-in toward the shoreline, steadily unloading more men and equipment into the landing craft. As far as Lee could see, there was no serious enemy resistance on Guadalcanal. Apparently, surprise had been complete. Harwood led the formation in a pass over the newly constructed packed dirt airfield. A group of frame buildings adjoining the runway was already ablaze. Smiley Morgan, who was flying on Harwood's wing, searched the landscape below them for possible targets. He watched as a Wildcat fighter went in low to strafe what at first looked like men on horseback trying to escape across the grassy plain. As their flight drew closer, he saw that the fleeing men were a panic-stricken herd of cattle. Harwood received orders over the radio to bomb a section of dense jungle near the airfield where Japanese troops were thought to be hiding. As the explosions burst behind him from Harwood's 500-pound bombs, Clark Lee scribbled into the open notebook on his lap, "Hit 'em! Hit the bastards! Kill the lousy Japs!" It was the first payback he had personally witnessed since Pearl Harbor. Nuss Saratoga, 1000. Aboard the Saratoga, Swede's flight had just landed. He ordered the squadron's planes to be rearmed and fueled. The pilots were given 30 minutes to relax before their next mission, and they headed down for coffee and sandwiches. In the wardroom, Gene Hansen could see that John Torman was incensed. The big pilot went straight over to Swede and told him they had just bombed a native village. Worried that a physical confrontation might land Torman in the brig, Hansen joined them at Swede's table. When Torman repeated the assertion, Swede heatedly denied it. "What the hell were we shooting at?" asked Bert Ernest, coming up to join them. "Didn't you see that Jap torpedo boat?" asked Swede. None of them had. Swede said it might have looked like a native village, but it was actually a cleverly concealed Japanese torpedo boat base. He had seen one of the boats lying camouflaged in a creek near the settlement. The boat moorings in the lagoon were the tip-off, he said. Fortunately, they had taken out the base before the Japanese could use it to launch an attack on the invasion force. He would write it all up in his after-action report. Bert hadn't seen a torpedo boat or any moorings. The only thing he remembered seeing were the thatched roof huts and the tiny stick figures running in every direction after the first bombs hit the settlement. Torman still wasn't convinced, and he was right in Swede's face. Gene Hansen got in front of Torman and urged him to calm down. They had another mission to fly, and it was too late to do anything about it now. 20 minutes later, they were back in the air. Swede's orders were to again cross over the Muramasike estuary on Maleta and search it from end to end for enemy ships. No longer hindered by bad weather, the flight made it through this time, but their search yielded no enemy ships or planes. Suddenly, they spotted a group of buildings at the edge of a small bay. Sweeping in low, they flew over a cluster of people standing in one of the clearings, waving white objects at them. The pilots waited for Swede's orders to go in, but he decided not to attack. After radioing the USS Mackinac that the estuary was clear of enemy ships, He led the flight back to the carrier, over Guadalcanal, 1400. Still searching for targets over Guadalcanal, Smiley Morgan finally met the enemy. At that moment, he had been lagging well behind Harwood instead of staying in the tight, well-ordered formation. Zeros at 11 o'clock. Someone called out on the radio, staring through his windshield. Smiley was shocked to see dozens of Japanese planes materialize out of the glare. Seeing that they all appeared to be heading in his general direction, Smiley quickly tucked the nose of his Avenger right behind Bruce Harwood. The Japanese planes went straight for the American transports lying offshore. The American fighters were waiting for them. When the enemy dive bombers dove to begin their attacks, the Grumman Wildcats went down after them. The Japanese Zeros that were escorting the bombers went down after the Wildcats. The first major air battle of the campaign was underway. Harwood received orders to return to the Saratoga. As Smiley banked to the west, he saw one of the Japanese dive bombers spiral down in flames toward the sea. Below him, an American transport ship was burning, the dull red flames rising into the sky inside a great cloud of black smoke. USS Saratoga, 1800. The officers' wardroom was packed with happy and excited pilots, most of them still in sweat-stained flying clothes, all talking and gesturing with their hands to show how they had made an attack or shot down an enemy plane. Based on their own arithmetic, the score included at least 20 Japanese fighters and bombers. The Saratoga's wardroom mess staff had pulled out all the stops to celebrate the flyers' victories in the air. The cooks had come up with the delicacy they had been hoarding for just such an occasion. It was the centerpiece of the small feast, fried Spam sandwiches served on silver trays along with canned fruit juice. It seemed to Smiley as if the fighter pilots thought they had shot down half the Japanese Air Force. He felt embarrassed at having only seen the enemy in the air, while these men had actually engaged and defeated them. In truth, 15 Grumman Wildcats had failed to return to the 3 American carriers, a stunning loss. 9 of the Wildcats had been shot down by Japanese Zeros, while 6 others had crashed. The Japanese had lost 12 planes, 2 of them Zeros. One of Saratoga's fighter pilots told Smiley he thought he had shot down 1 Zero and possibly 2. Although Smiley was happy for him, it made him feel even more left out. He did receive one congratulatory boost from his best friend in the squadron, James Hill Cook. Cook laughingly recounted how he had seen Smiley tuck his plane in right behind Harwood after they had spotted the Zeros. He told Smiley it was a magnificent example of precision flying. Later, Swede gathered the squadron pilots together to say that although it had been easy pickings so far, the enemy would be back in the morning. Raising his clenched fist, he told them that this would be their first opportunity for vengeance. They were Torpedo 8, he said, and it was time to begin settling the score for Midway. That night in his stateroom, Gene Hansen lay in his berth and tried to erase the Melita mission from his mind. In hindsight, he wished that he had spoken up to Swede about it or, like John Torman, refused to drop his bombs. But it was too late. Now there was no way to undo it. Guadalcanal, 2300. On Guadalcanal and Tulagi, 10,000 newly landed Marines sat in their foxholes and stared into the unfathomable darkness, waiting for a Japanese counterattack. The cries of exotic birds and other creatures filled the moist night air. Along with the unnerving sounds from the rainforest, land crabs the size of a man's fist moved everywhere just under the surface of the sand. The noise of the digging crabs reminded one young Marine of someone chewing pecans, shells, and all their imaginations ran wild. Hearing a strange noise in the jungle, a Marine would fire at it, thinking that Japanese sappers were about to assault his position. When one man fired, it triggered off a chain reaction of echoing rounds from skittish Marines farther along the line in his command post under a copse of bomb-scarred coconut palms. General Vandegrift met with his staff to assess the day's results. It was raining hard as the staff told him what little they knew. So far, things had gone well, at least on Guadalcanal. They had secured most of their assigned objectives, although the terrain bore little resemblance to what they had been led to expect in the pre-invasion briefings. Mount Austin had been described as a hill by one of the former plantation managers who had briefed them in New Zealand to Van de Grift's staff. It looked more like Mount Everest. The first captured prisoners from a Japanese construction unit assigned to build the airfield told the Americans that their army had fled into the jungle when the bombing and shelling began. It had been a different story on Tulagi. There, the fighting had been horrific. The island was honeycombed with caves, and the Japanese had set up machine gun nests in them with intersecting firing positions. There were tunnels between the caves, and they were impervious to bombs. The only way to reduce the enemy's strong points was for Marines to go into the caves with grenades and improvised demolition charges. A lot of Lieutenant Colonel Merritt Edson's Marine raiders had died trying. The major concern for Van de Grift was getting his equipment and supplies ashore, particularly the field guns, tanks, food, and ammunition. At their pre-invasion conference aboard the Saratoga on July 27th, Admiral Fletcher had said he would give him 3 days before pulling out the carriers. Once the carriers were gone, there was no guarantee that Admiral Turner, who commanded the transports, would remain behind without fighter protection. So far, Van de Grift estimated that they had received less than 20% of what was needed to hold the airfield and the islands. The supplies had come ashore much faster than the shore party of 300 Marines could move them inland off the beaches. The Higgins boats had been forced to idle offshore, waiting to bring in their cargoes. There was no front ramp on the Higgins boats, and everything had to be manhandled out of them, carried up the beach, and distributed to the supply dumps set up farther inland. In the brutally humid heat, things had quickly bogged down. The Marines had never felt anything like it. It quickly sucked the energy out of a man. But the only way Van de Grift could add men to the work details was to take them from combat regiments, and he still had no idea of the threat he might be facing from the Japanese. As scattered gunfire continued to erupt along the perimeter, Van de Grift ordered that more Marines be assigned in the morning to the unloading task. It was critical that the anti-aircraft guns and field artillery in the transports be brought ashore so that the Marines would be able to defend themselves after the Navy pulled out. Saturday, 8 August 1942. Use Saratoga. Torpedo Squadron 8-0600, dawn, was breaking under a leaden sky when Torpedo 8 took off from the Saratoga to attack Japanese-held positions on the small island of Tanambogo, located 2 miles east of Tulagi. A garrison of several hundred Japanese defenders continued to hold out from the island's highest promontory, designated Hill 121. From its deep coral caves, the Japanese were pouring a withering stream of machine gun fire down on the Marines attempting to take the island. When Swede's flight of 12 Avengers arrived at the designated target, they were ordered to drop their payloads onto the caves from which there was still resistance. Afterward, they returned safely to the Saratoga. On Guadalcanal, the invasion continued to go smoothly. By noon on the 8th, Van de Grift's Marines had captured the airfield along with newly constructed machine shops, repair sheds, and underground storage tanks filled with 50,000 gallons of gas and oil. To the north of the airfield, Marines found a rich haul of food and supplies amassed by the Japanese in preparation for their imminent occupation, including a fully functioning ice-making plant. Within an hour, someone had erected a handwritten sign reading Tojo Ice Company under new management. There were tons of bagged rice and stacks of tinned goods, including Alaskan crab meat cocktail, sliced beef, and exotic fruits and vegetables. When a Marine uncovered a large supply of beer and sake, it was immediately put under armed guard. With most of their tactical objectives secured, the next challenge for Van de Grift was to hold the islands against the expected Japanese counterattack. It came swiftly from both air and sea. The first 50 enemy attack planes arrived at almost precisely noon. The Japanese pilots had received orders to try to sink the carriers that were providing air support for the invasion force. But these were deployed too far offshore. Unable to locate them, the Japanese torpedo bombers headed for the dozens of stationary transport ships. As they came in low across Sealark Channel, the planes came under a hail of disciplined anti-aircraft fire from the American escort ships. But they still succeeded in sinking one transport and damaging a destroyer. At 1800 that evening, Admiral Frank Jack Fletcher came to a decision that was to have profound consequences for the invasion. He decided to recommend the immediate withdrawal of his 3 carriers. At the planning conference on July 27th, Fletcher had told General Vandegrift that he would keep the carriers in close proximity to the landing beaches for 3 days. Unfolding events, however, not the least of them the loss of 21 Grumman Wildcat fighters in the previous 24 hours, had now caused him to change his mind. Earlier that afternoon, he had spoken by short-range radio with Admiral Lee Noyes, who was in tactical command of the 3 carriers. In view of possibility of torpedo plane attack and reduction of our fighter strength, I intend to recommend immediate withdrawal of carriers. Do you agree? Affirmative, responded Noyes. Admiral Fletcher based his decision on several factors. Almost the entire Marine amphibious force was now ashore, and they had achieved most of their initial objectives on Guadalcanal and Tulagi. There were no important ground targets left for his dive bombers and torpedo planes to hit. Unaware of Admiral Turner's unloading problems with the transports, Fletcher viewed the 3 carriers as more important than the invasion force itself. He also embraced the philosophy that carriers should be used to strike quickly and withdraw before the enemy could mount a strong counterattack. This situation seemed a perfect example of that philosophy. In his mind, the withdrawal was a temporary repositioning of his carrier fleet to confound the enemy. Fletcher proceeded to inform Admiral Turner, whose transport ships were still being unloaded, of his decision to pull out. As darkness fell, Fletcher ordered the 3 carriers to head southeast in a long column away from the invasion area. The withdrawal left Turner in a difficult position. More than half of the 1st Marine Division supplies, including most of its heavy equipment, still remained aboard the transports. That material might be critical to their survival. With Fletcher pulling the carriers out, however, there would be no fighter protection for his transports. The only defense against Japanese attack planes would be the anti-aircraft guns on the escort force of cruisers and destroyers that remained under Turner's personal command. The Japanese gave him little time to make a decision on whether to stay or go. At 1900, shortly after Fletcher began his withdrawal, Turner received the news that an American search plane had sighted a Japanese naval force of 7 ships, including at least 4 cruisers, heading south from Rabaul. Based on the reported speed of the enemy force, Turner believed there was little possibility of their ships reaching the waters around Guadalcanal that same night. While the unloading of the transports continued, he deployed his escort force of 8 cruisers and 6 destroyers to the north of his transports to block the Japanese from getting through. 2 American destroyers were sent on ahead to guard the approaches around Savo Island through which any Japanese force would have to penetrate to reach the landing beaches. Both destroyers were equipped with radar and would warn the rest of the escort force as soon as the enemy appeared. Late in the evening, Turner decided that without the carriers, his transports were simply too vulnerable to air attack. The following day, he would begin withdrawing them from the landing zones. Turner radioed General Vandegrift on Guadalcanal and requested that he join him on his flagship, the USS Macaulay. Shortly before midnight, Vandegrift arrived to confer about the situation. Turner informed him that Admiral Fletcher had departed from the invasion area with the 3 carriers. Without air cover, Turner said he felt compelled to withdraw. This news was a stunning blow to Vandegrift. He had hoped to have at least 2 more days to bring ashore the rest of his supplies and equipment. He persuaded Turner to give him an opportunity to find out the military situation on Tulagi before the admiral made his final decision. Vandegrift was en route to Tulagi aboard the minelayer USS Southard when the blackness of the northern horizon was lit up by a series of brilliant explosions. It sounded like distant thunder. One of the ship's officers thought it might be heat lightning. Standing on deck, Vandegrift knew it came from heavy naval guns and that a major naval battle was taking place to the north aboard. The Southard sailors began cheering with each rumbling explosion, confident that the American and Australian escort force was dealing the Japanese a serious defeat. The explosions went on for more than 40 minutes before the northern horizon went dark again. For a sea battle, it had been the worst disaster in American naval history. The two American radar-equipped destroyers had not detected the Japanese force as it approached Savo Island under the cover of the black, moonless night. After evading the American picket destroyers, 6 Japanese cruisers and 1 destroyer had closed on the rest of the unsuspecting Allied escort force, first using their long lance torpedoes, which ran true for more than 10 miles at a speed of 50 knots, and then using barrages of deadly accurate gunfire. The Japanese force sank the heavy cruisers Astoria, Quincy, Vincennes, and Canberra. Another cruiser, the USS Chicago, was heavily damaged in 40 minutes. 1,300 American and Australian sailors had been killed, with hundreds more grievously wounded. Oil-soaked and delirious survivors floated for miles across what was soon to become known as Iron Bottom Sound. Incredibly, the Japanese had not lost a single ship. The only saving grace for the Americans was that, after annihilating the Allied escort force, the Japanese naval commander made the wrong assumption that Fletcher's 3 American carriers were still protecting the transport ships at Guadalcanal. Not wanting to be caught in daylight by American dive bombers and torpedo planes, he withdrew at high speed toward Rabaul, sparing the transports almost certain destruction. Sunday, 9 August 1942, Guadalcanal, 1st Marine Division, 1800, Admiral Turner's transport ships sailed away from Guadalcanal late that afternoon, taking with them artillery pieces, anti-aircraft guns, trucks, barbed wire, food, and ammunition. The Marines stood alone. General Vandegrift was enraged at what he viewed as a desertion by the Navy, first by the carriers, and now by the vital supply ships. The Marines on Guadalcanal and Tulagi were well aware of what had happened to the American forces in the Philippines just 5 months earlier. On Bataan, the Americans had been forced to surrender to the Japanese army when their food and ammunition ran out, after which thousands of Allied soldiers had died while being herded 60 miles at bayonet point into captivity. Now the Marines had to wonder if they would share the same fate. After inventorying what they had ashore, including captured Japanese supplies, Vandegrift's staff estimated that if each man was limited to 2 meals per day, there was a 3-week supply of food. Along the landing beaches, shell-shocked survivors from the sunken cruisers were still floating in on life rafts, when Vandegrift brought dozens of his senior regimental officers together to brief them on what they could expect in the weeks ahead. They sprawled out on the sand under a lashing rain squall, staring up at him with slack faces and bloodshot eyes. Vandegrift knew that if they were to survive, he needed to convince these men that they could hold the islands against whatever the Japanese threw at them until they were relieved. It was too soon to know the final score from the naval action at Savo Island. But the results didn't look good as he spoke to his officers. The cruiser Chicago, its bow sheared off, slowly crawled past the beach on its way out of the invasion area. This was no time to sugarcoat the truth. He decided to hold nothing back, telling them he had no idea when they might be resupplied, while assuring them that this was not going to be another Bataan or Wake Island, where the Americans would be forced into a humiliating surrender. Even if they had to fight on alone, the Marines were going to hold. The first thing they needed to do was establish a coordinated line of defense to meet the all-out counteroffensive that would soon be coming at them by air and sea from the Japanese fortress at Rabaul. Their next priority was to finish the airfield so it would be ready for the Marine Air Group that was on its way to provide them with air support against the Japanese attack planes. The final priority was to disperse all of the supplies and ammunition from the landing beach to protected supply dumps that could withstand air attack by Japanese bombers. They were in a tough spot, he said as his officers sat through the downpour, but Marines had fought and survived in a lot of tough spots before. They had everything they needed to defeat the Japanese, as long as every man pulled together and did his job. While Vandegrift was concluding the briefing, a patrol of the 5th Marine Regiment encountered Japanese troops on a jungle trail near the Matanikau River, a few miles to the west. In the ensuing firefight, a Marine officer was shot and killed. The battle for Guadalcanal had begun. Sunday, 9 August 1942. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, Commander Imperial Fleet, When news of the American invasion of the Solomons reached him, Admiral Yamamoto immediately recognized the strategic significance of American control of the airfield on Guadalcanal and made plans to expel them. He ordered the advance force of the Japanese Second Fleet, as well as the carrier striking force of the newly created Third Fleet, to provide the naval muscle required by the Imperial Army to clean out the American ground and naval forces in the Solomon Islands. The advance force of the Second Fleet was ordered to sail in 48 hours. It consisted of 1 battleship, 5 heavy cruisers, a seaplane carrier, and 2 destroyer squadrons. The carrier striking force of the Third Fleet, which would provide air support for the counteroffensive, included the Empire's newest heavy carriers, the Shokaku and the Zuikaku, along with the light carrier Ryujo. The carriers had a combined complement of 127 combat aircraft and would be escorted by 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, and 10 destroyers. The Navy's success, however, would depend on an equally potent contribution by the Imperial Army. Unfortunately, its high command did not share Yamamoto's views about Guadalcanal's strategic importance. At that moment, the Army was in the process of planning a ground offensive against Port Moresby in New Guinea, and considered the American thrust in the Solomons to be little more than an annoyance. Initial reports sent to Rabaul led the Army to believe the Americans were conducting a reconnaissance in force at Guadalcanal, not a full-scale invasion. Although Japanese pilots claimed they had sighted 30 transport ships in the invasion force, an Army staff officer contended that due to the softness of American troops, they required 20 transports for a single regiment, with no agreement on the size of the American ground force. The Imperial General Headquarters decided to allocate 9,000 troops from 3 different military units to retake Guadalcanal. More than 10,000 Americans were already there. Another 7,000 held the island of Tulagi and the other initial invasion objectives. The lack of accurate intelligence by the Japanese would have serious consequences. The only Japanese military unit available for an immediate counterattack was on the island of Guam. It was a detachment of 3,000 seasoned troops commanded by an aggressive and highly decorated Army colonel named Kiyonao Ichiki. He was ordered to immediately prepare his men for action. Sunday, 9 August 1942, USS Saratoga, Torpedo Squadron 8, 1800. As the Saratoga continued steaming away from the invasion area, Swede Larsen was tallying the results of the previous 2 days of squadron operations. He commended Pete Peterkin and Chief Hammond for their roles in successfully preparing all the aircraft for combat. Not one plane had experienced a serious malfunction, and all of them had returned safely to the Saratoga. In his after-action report for the Dawn mission on August 7th, Swede described it as a glide bombing and strafing attack on Langa Langa Harbor, Malaita Island, destroying observed seaplane and motor torpedo boat moorings and adjacent clusters of grass huts. He made no mention in his report of having sighted a torpedo boat in one of the creeks. John Tarman remained convinced that they had attacked a native settlement. Commander Felt, the Saratoga Air Group commander, decided to recommend Swede for the Distinguished Flying Cross for his heroism and extraordinary achievement in aerial combat against the enemy. It was Swede's first combat citation, and the first received by the squadron for the Guadalcanal operation. That Sunday, most of the pilots on the Saratoga were simply grateful to have a chance to relax after 2 days of constant flying. After 40 days aboard ship without reprovisioning, their monotonous diet was temporarily enhanced when the officers' Gidunk bar began operating again, serving ice cream made from powdered ingredients as long as they lasted. Smiley Morgan privately wondered whether the battle for the Solomons might already be over. It sounded to him like a lot of Japanese planes had been shot down in the first 2 days. Some of the fighter pilots were already declaring victory. No one seemed to know why the American carriers were heading away from the Solomons invasion area, but the obvious reason was that they weren't needed there anymore. The Galloping Dragon, Wednesday, 19 August 1942, USS Saratoga, Torpedo Squadron 8. To some of the pilots it felt as if they had suddenly been cut off from the war, from the world itself, and had become guests aboard a tourist ship cruising the South Pacific. The Saratoga wasn't as elegant as a tourist ship. The food in the officers' wardroom continued to worsen. A typical supper would be boiled rice served with canned Vienna sausage. The next night, it might be chili beans served with rice and canned corn. In the enlisted men's mess, those meals would have seemed like delicacies. Each morning, Smiley checked in at the squadron office to find out if any missions had been scheduled. A few pilots from the squadron were flying daily air patrols, but he was never asked to fly one. The task force was evidently in safe waters, because the jarring klaxon of the general quarters signal had become a distant memory. Even the weather cooperated, with a succession of beautiful days in which the pilots spent hours sunbathing on the breezy flight deck. Then the rumor mill started gearing up again. The word was that Fletcher was planning to ambush the Japanese carriers before their planned counteroffensive against Guadalcanal. John Torman told Smiley that he thought Guadalcanal might be like Gettysburg, where no one expected a big battle to take place, but both sides kept raising the stakes after they got there until it became a deciding battleground in the war. On August 17th, Admiral Noyes flew over from the Wasp to confer with Admiral Fletcher. The latest intelligence from Pearl Harbor suggested that 2 and possibly 3 Japanese task forces carrying troop reinforcements had converged on Guadalcanal. On August 19th, the carrier USS Long Island arrived for a rendezvous at sea with the Saratoga. The Long Island's flight deck was crammed with combat planes. It was the Marine Air Group that had been promised to General Vandegrift to defend Guadalcanal. Fletcher ordered the Saratoga cleared for action. The 2 carriers headed north again toward the Solomons. Thursday, 20 August 1942. Guadalcanal, 1st Marine Division. Since Dog Day, Vandegrift's Marines had done everything they could to prepare for the Japanese counteroffensive. By August 12th, 2,600 feet of packed earth runway had been completed at the airfield. It was a remarkable achievement. In just 3 days, his Marines moved 7,000 cubic yards of dirt to fill the long depression left in the runway. When they were finished, it was decided to name the field after Lofton Henderson, a Marine dive bomber pilot who had been killed at Midway. Vandegrift was concerned that the Japanese might assault the same landing beaches along the northern coast that his own men had used. He had the Marines dig in along the beach's entire 5-mile length. On Dog Day, the Japanese Army garrison on Guadalcanal had fled west across the Lunga River. He placed the 5th Marines along its banks to repel any counterattack from that direction. On the eastern perimeter, he put his defensive line along a stream called Alligator Creek. There he deployed the 1st Marines. To the south of Henderson Field there was only dense jungle. Along this less vulnerable part of the perimeter, he placed support troops, including the engineers, artillerymen, and construction units. His most precious assets were the artillery pieces that had been unloaded before the transports left. There weren't many, mostly short-barreled howitzers, but they could stop a Japanese ground attack in its tracks. He placed the howitzers in a central position within the perimeter so their fire could be shifted in any direction. The few anti-aircraft weapons were deployed north of the airfield to meet the Japanese bombers when they arrived from Rabaul. Enemy air attacks had been constant. The Japanese came over whenever they pleased, day and night, dropping bombs and strafing positions around the airfield at night. Japanese submarines would surface offshore and lob shells at the American positions. Without air cover, there was nothing for the Marines to do but endure it all in their trenches and foxholes. On the night of August 12th, tragedy struck. Colonel Frank Getke, the division's senior intelligence officer, had led a 25-man patrol to the far side of the Matanikau River after a Japanese prisoner indicated that a group of Japanese soldiers there were looking to surrender. No word was received back from the patrol until early the next morning, when a naked and bleeding Marine crawled back into the American lines and reported that the patrol had been virtually wiped out. Another survivor claimed to have witnessed Japanese soldiers hacking wounded Marines to death with samurai swords. Vandegrift immediately sent a reinforced company to recover Gaydich and his patrol. No trace of them was found. The island itself had also begun to take a serious toll on Vandegrift's men. After 1 week ashore, his medical staff estimated that nearly 20% of the Marines were suffering from dysentery. Another steaming hot day was coming to a close on August 20 when Marines at the airfield heard the distant drone of aircraft engines. At first, they assumed the planes were Japanese, although the enemy usually attacked at midday and from the north. These planes were coming from the east. When an officer with binoculars held them up to his eyes, he saw that the first plane in the formation had white stars under its wings. Like Yankee fans watching a ninth-inning DiMaggio home run, the Marines started cheering. The raw-voiced howl spread across the length of the airfield and to the farthest corners of the defense perimeter as each man recognized what it meant and joined in. When the first dauntless dive bomber braked to a stop in a cloud of dust at the edge of the packed earth runway, Lieutenant Colonel Dick Mangrum, who commanded the Marine dive bomber squadron, dropped down from the wing. General Vandegrift stepped forward to shake his hand. "Thank God you have come," said Vandegrift, close to tears. Behind Dick Mangrum's Dauntless were 11 more dive bombers, followed by 19 Grumman Wildcats under the command of Major John Smith. Now the Japanese could no longer fly over Guadalcanal without a fight. The Marines could finally hit back prior to the invasion. American war planners had designated Cactus as the code name for Guadalcanal. Now, 2 weeks after Dog Day, the Cactus Air Force had been born. That evening, Vandegrift personally celebrated its arrival by bathing with his men in the slow-moving Tanaru River. As he slathered himself with soap in the brown water, he glanced up to see a resolute young Marine on the riverbank cradling a .30 caliber machine gun. Somehow it filled him with a transcendent confidence. He went to sleep on the night of August 20, feeling secure that they were ready for whatever threat the Japanese could mount. The only remaining question was when the Japanese counteroffensive would begin. It began 5 hours later, Friday, 21 August 1942. Guadalcanal, 1st Marine Division, 2,300. The first Japanese attempt to retake Henderson Airfield came out of the darkness at the edge of Alligator Creek on the northeastern rim of the defense perimeter held by the 1st Marines. The attack was led by Colonel Kiyonao Ichiki of the Japanese Imperial Army. His 900-man detachment of elite shock troops had been secretly delivered the previous night by 6 destroyers to a position several miles east of the American lines. Ichiki was a veteran of China and Malaya, dedicated to the code of Bushido. His martial philosophy allowed no pity for the enemy or for himself. Time and again, he had watched Allied troops retreat in panic in the face of his fierce banzai charges. Ichiki's orders were to attack only if he felt he had enough men to retake the airfield. Otherwise, he was to secure a position on Guadalcanal and await the reinforcements that would be delivered in a few days. Ichiki had no idea how many Americans were on Guadalcanal, but it didn't matter. They were the same decadent breed that had surrendered at Bataan. He didn't need reinforcements. Ichiki's plan was simple. His men would burst through the American line with the concentrated force of a spear point and then drive inland to the airfield. As soon as it was in his hands, he would radio for reinforcements. Near the mouth of Alligator Creek, a sandbar ran parallel to the beach where the lagoon met the sea. It was here that he would launch his spear thrust. At 0200, a green flare exploded in the darkness over the sandbar. Under its garish illumination, Ichiki's first wave of shock troops came charging toward the Marine defense line, shrieking, "Banzai! Banzai!" Waiting 25 yards behind a strand of barbed wire at the western edge of the sandbar was a group of 100 Marines. They were supported by 3 emplaced machine guns and a 37mm gun. None of them had ever fought at night or against an all-out assault by veteran troops. For most, this was their first combat action after 2 months of training in New Zealand. Ichiki expected the Americans to break and run, just like the British troops had in the Malayan jungle. Instead, as his first wave of screaming attackers closed on the American line, the Marines sent back a concentrated hail of rifle and machine gun fire, cutting down many of the Japanese as they reached the string of barbed wire at the end of the sandbar. A handful of attackers were able to breach the wire and run the last 25 yards to penetrate the American positions. There, the fighting became hand-to-hand until all of the Japanese were killed, As the sound of the growing firefight reached General Vandegrift's command post, he waited nervously by his field telephone to learn the results of the first major action of the campaign. Seeing the failure of his first assault, Colonel Ichiki ordered 2 more companies forward in a second banzai charge. It too broke under the disciplined fire of the 1st Marines. Undaunted, Ichiki ordered another company to wade through the surf to get behind the American line. They were cut down with machine gun fire as they charged up the beach. With hundreds of dead Japanese troops covering the sandbar, Ichiki fell back with the remainder of his force to a large coconut grove. In the morning, a reserve Marine battalion got behind him and cut off any further retreat. His last pocket of resistance was reduced with mortar fire, and 4 American tanks rumbled into the coconut grove to force their surrender. The remaining Japanese refused to give up, even with the outcome no longer in doubt. They fought the tanks with rifles and pistols. A wounded Japanese soldier would wait for an American medic to examine him, then pull the pin on a hand grenade to kill them both. Ichiki's men gave no quarter, and expected none. The battle ended late on the afternoon of the 21st. 1 Japanese soldier surrendered. Between the sandbar and the coconut grove, nearly 800 Japanese soldiers lay dead, some of them half buried by the pounding surf, others literally ground into the loamy soil under the treads of the tanks. Colonel Ichiki disappeared into the slaughter ground along with the rest of his men. 44 Marines had been killed and more than 70 wounded. For his part, General Vandegrift realized that the Japanese had underestimated the size of his defense force and the fighting caliber of his men. He doubted they would make the same mistake twice. Saturday, 22 August 1942, USS Saratoga, Torpedo Squadron 8, 600, the Saratoga's air group was going back into action. They were heading north toward the Solomons to intercept the biggest concentration of Japanese warships since the Battle of Midway. Smiley Morgan was the duty officer that morning as 3 of Torpedo 8's Avengers prepared to take off on air patrol. Standing in a blustery wind on the flight deck, he watched the planes taxi up to the starting point. The second pilot in line was his roommate, James Hill Cook, from his cockpit. Cook motioned Smiley to come over. Running across the flight deck, Smiley climbed onto the wing and leaned into the cockpit. "I'm a little dry," Cook shouted over the roar of his engine. "You got any gum?" Smiley found a pack in his shirt pocket and handed him 2 sticks. Cook unwrapped them and put the gum in his mouth. "Thanks," he said. Smiley jumped off the wing and ran back to the edge of the flight deck. The first Avenger was already taking off. Cook was next. When he revved his engines to the straining pitch, the control officer waved him forward, and the plane shot down the deck. Smiley had watched hundreds of takeoffs. This one seemed no different from the others until he felt the ship canting over to port and saw Cook's plane begin to drift left. Near the end of the runway, his left wing was extended out over the side of the ship. As he attempted to gain altitude, the plane lost headway and went over the port side. Smiley watched it hit the water, left wing first, and quickly go under. A few seconds later, he saw one member of the crew bob back to the surface. A destroyer following behind the Saratoga picked up the lone survivor. It wasn't James Hill Cook. He had gone down with the plane along with his tail gunner, C.E. Thompson. The next morning, Smiley boxed up James Hill's personal property, including the desk photograph of Cook's wife, Marjorie. He remembered Cook's own words after Smiley's gunner, Nick Chorak, had died back at Ford Island. "You have to forget about it, Smiley. It's best not to look back until this is all over." It didn't make Cook's death at the age of 24 any easier to accept. Sitting in their stateroom, Smiley found the words to write a letter to James Hill's mother. He hoped it would give her some comfort to know that his last days aboard the Saratoga had been good ones. Sunday, 23 August 1942, USS Saratoga, Torpedo Squadron 8, 1340. As the Saratoga headed northwest to engage the Japanese fleet, PBY search planes sighted an enemy task force of 8 warships. It included heavy cruisers, destroyers, and transports, but no carrier. Commander Felt assembled the pilots of the dive bomber and torpedo squadrons in the Saratoga's wardroom. "The Japanese are about to make a major effort to recapture Guadalcanal," he said. "The weather is very bad, but we will try to find them." Felt told them he would be leading the formation of 31 Dauntlesses. Swede would lead the accompanying flight of 6 Avengers carrying torpedoes. Clark Lee, the AP correspondent who had flown with Bruce Harwood on Dog Day, received permission to fly with Swede. While PBY search planes continued hunting for the Japanese carrier forces, the pilots waited in the wardroom. An hour passed. Frustration mounted as an hour, and then a second one slipped past. The jarring sound of the telephone on the bulkhead wall finally broke the tension. Commander Felt listened to the message and replaced the phone. "No carriers yet," he said. "We'll attack the cruisers." At 1440, the Saratoga turned into the wind to launch the attack. Felt's 31 dive bombers and the 6 torpedo planes formed up above the carrier and headed northwest. As they climbed through the dark, overcast sky, Clark Lee noted that Frenchy Fail was flying on Swede's port wing. Bert Ernest was on his right. The planes broke through the first layer of overcast at about 1,000 feet. Within minutes, they flew into a violent storm front with ferocious winds and torrential rain. Clark Lee lost sight of Fail and Ernest in the murky gloom. He became terrified that Swede might collide with one of the other planes. The turbulence continued to grow as the formation continued on the course that hopefully led to the enemy cruiser force. Lee had finally managed to calm himself again when they began encountering a sickening combination of updrafts and downdrafts. One moment they would be flying along on a level course. The next moment the Avenger would be plunging straight down in free fall. For the first time, Lee felt the physical sensation of having his heart in his throat. He clutched the steel frame of his cushioned seat and held on. Over the Pacific Torpedo Squadron 8, Newton Delchamps, 1500. As Commander Felt's 37-plane formation continued northward, Bill Dye and Bob Evarts were fighting southeast through the same violent sky, attempting to find the Saratoga after a 2-plane flight from Guadalcanal. Aviation Ordnanceman 3rd Class Newton Delchamps had never experienced anything like it before. Delchamps, a ruddy 6-footer from Theodore, Alabama, was the tail gunner in Bill Dye's crew. A month earlier, he had celebrated his 18th birthday aboard the Saratoga. Some of the men thought he was a bit hot-tempered, but had plenty of guts. It was probably because he had pretty much raised himself after being orphaned before the age of 10. Dell had already seen enough combat to last him for a while. He had been aboard the Yorktown at Midway and was one of the last men off the ship. An exploding bomb had trapped him in a badly mangled steel catwalk. He was still entwined in it when the announcement came over the loudspeakers: all hands abandon ship. He had finally freed himself and slid down a line to the sea. As a boy, Dell had lived through the killer hurricanes that regularly battered southern Alabama. The storm they were now flying through was worse. From the tail, he couldn't see where they were going. He could only see where they had just been, and that was all over the goddamn sky. Earlier that day, they had ferried Commander Walter Schindler, Admiral Fletcher's staff gunnery officer, from the Saratoga to Guadalcanal. Dell had wondered why they were going over until he got inside the tail compartment and found the cargo of freshly baked bread, rolls, pastries, and a decorated layer cake. It struck him there was a big difference between the chow they served up in Admiral Fletcher's flag mess and the crap the enlisted men had been eating for weeks. A staff officer was waiting for them at Henderson Field. He had 2 Marines remove the precious cargo and stow it in his Jeep. No one asked Dell if he had sampled the baked goods. It was afternoon when Bill Dye found Dell at the mess tent and told him to prepare for takeoff. Commander Schindler had returned, and they were heading back to the Saratoga. When Dell climbed into the tail again, it no longer smelled like a bakery. The compartment was crammed with Japanese military gear: Nambu pistols, rifles, helmets, swords, flags, and uniform jackets with brownish stains. Unlike the bakery, it didn't smell very good, although once they were headed down the runway, the fresh air streaming through the turret carried the odor away. They ran into the storm front soon after leaving Guadalcanal. The vicious combination of updrafts and downdrafts made him sick to his stomach. One moment, it was like he was on a rocket ship heading to the stars, and the next it was like the bottom had dropped out of the world. The storm wouldn't have been quite so bad except for the Japanese souvenirs. Each time the plane hit a downdraft, the compartment would fill up with flying military gear. The helmets were the worst. He found himself punching at them as they flew up at him from the deck. It wasn't enough that he had to fight the Japanese while they were still alive. Now their junk was beating him to death. Finally, he heard Bill Dye's voice on the intercom. They had been in the air for a long time, but Dell had no idea where they were. Dye told Commander Schindler that they had marginal fuel to make it to the Saratoga and adequate fuel to make it back to Guadalcanal. He was asking Schindler to make the decision. "You're the pilot, Bill," said Commander Schindler. "You make the call." Dye radioed Bob Evarts to say that they were returning to Guadalcanal. Over the Pacific. Torpedo Squadron 8. Swede Larsen, 1630. Clark Lee was ready to give up flying altogether if they ever made it back to the Saratoga. He decided there were plenty of other good stories to cover in the war without ever getting in another combat plane. So far, Swede had managed to fly through the blinding rain and fierce winds without colliding with any of the others. Personally, Lee thought it was a miracle. More incredibly, Commander Felt was still searching for the Japanese cruisers. The weather had finally moderated a little when they arrived at the place where Felt expected the Japanese cruisers to be found. Descending through the clouds, the 37 planes slowly circled in formation over the area. The ocean was empty. Commander Felt radioed the group that he would lead them farther north, but 10 minutes later they encountered a new storm front. Felt broke off the search and radioed that they would head for Guadalcanal instead of returning to the Saratoga. The rain and winds followed them as they flew south. About an hour later, Lee, sitting in the seat behind Swede, heard his voice on the radio. Swede had spotted a landmass off to starboard and thought it might be Savo Island. The northern coast of Guadalcanal slowly emerged ahead in the rainy darkness. As they came in over Lunga Point, Lee could see that the Marines had lit bright flares along both sides of the runway. It was like a wonderful beacon welcoming them home. The Japanese gave them a different welcome. The first Dauntless was coming in on its approach to the field when blue tracer bullets from enemy machine guns in the jungle near the field began arcing toward the plane. Luckily, all 37 planes made it down safely. A jeep came out to pick up Swede, and he invited Lee to accompany him to the pagoda, the one-story building constructed by the Japanese that had been converted to the Marine Air Group's headquarters. There, Lee ran into Commander Schindler, whom he knew from his time aboard the Saratoga. Schindler had his own hairy story to tell about his aborted flight back to the carrier. He invited Lee to join him at General Vandegrift's command post for drinks. Across the airfield, Del Champs was sitting on an empty gasoline drum under the wing of Bill Dye's Avenger and wishing he had a drink too. As a curtain of warm rain fell in sheets off the lower edge of the wing, he wondered where he was going to sleep that night. It definitely wasn't going to be in the tail compartment with the smelly Japanese souvenirs. Suddenly, he heard the distant boom of thunder. A few moments later, he saw a cannon shell explode in the trees north of the airfield and realized they were under attack. He ran for one of the slit trenches. A Marine lying alongside him in the mud told Dell that a Japanese submarine surfaced almost every night in Sealark Channel and lobbed shells into their positions. None of them came close, but Dell didn't get much rest. When Clark Lee and Swede Larsen came back from Vandegrift's headquarters after sampling some captured Asahi beer, Lee curled up in Swede's tail compartment, falling soundly asleep as rain hammered the metal fuselage above him. Swede slept in the cockpit. Japanese battleship Yamato, Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, 2200. As his flagship moved through rain squalls north of the Solomons, Admiral Yamamoto issued final orders for the counterstrike that would wrest control of Guadalcanal's airfield from the Americans. In the weeks since the landings, he had tried to convey the strategic importance of retaking the airfield to the high command of the Japanese Imperial Army. but with only marginal success. They did not fully share his views and had committed only 10,000 troops in total to the effort. Convoys carrying the first reinforcements were on their way to Guadalcanal. Yamamoto's goals were more ambitious than landing reinforcements. As he had planned at Midway, he wanted to destroy the American carriers. To hold Guadalcanal, he was sure the Americans would have to expose them, and he was ready. Now converging on the Eastern Solomons were 3 Japanese naval task forces. They comprised the bulk of the remaining striking power of the Imperial Navy and consisted of 3 aircraft carriers, a seaplane carrier, 2 battleships, 14 cruisers, and 24 destroyers. At dawn on August 24th, Japanese scout planes would be launched to the east and south to find the American carriers. If their search was unsuccessful, the focus of Yamamoto's carrier attacks would be the airfield at Guadalcanal. Denying the Americans, the use of the field was almost as valuable as taking it back. The carrier attacks would be supported by Japanese bombers and fighters flying from Rabal Yamamoto's 2 big carriers, Shokaku and Zuikaku, would launch their full complements of 90 dive bombers and torpedo planes, supported by 36 fighters. A 3rd carrier, the Ryujo, would be sent on ahead of the other 2, escorted by the cruiser Tone and 2 destroyers. If its 33 attack planes failed to locate the American carriers, they too were to bomb the airfield at Guadalcanal. The Ryujo was a lucky ship. In English, the word meant galloping dragon. Monday, 24 of August 1942, Guadalcanal, Newton del Champs, 0707. Overnight, the ferocious storm fronts had finally moved off, ushering in a torrid morning on Guadalcanal. Shortly after his breakfast of oatmeal and black coffee, Del Champs was told that the Marine Air Group on Guadalcanal was short of bombs and that he was to remove the 4 500-pounders from Bill Dye's plane. As an ordnanceman, Del had been taught the proper procedures to both arm bombs and safely defuse them. First, he needed a bomb hoist to place under the open bomb bay so that the bombs could be safely unloaded when he finished defusing them. When he asked a Marine sergeant where he could find a bomb hoist to remove the 4 bombs, the sergeant just laughed. They only had one, he said. A Marine slept with the goddamn thing, and it was a good stretch away on the other side of the field. Forget the bomb hoist, he told him. Del should just disconnect the safety wires from the bomb shackles, get up in the cockpit, and pull the salvo lever. The bombs would drop 5 feet to the ground and then be carted off by the Marines. It didn't sound good to Del Champs. He had been taught to do it the Navy way, and there had been plenty of warnings back at Ordnance School of what could happen if a bomb accidentally fell out of an airplane, even if the plane was on the ground and even if the bomb had been defused. And this was 4 bombs, all dropped together. He looked around for Bill Dye to ask him what to do, but the pilot was nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, the Marine sergeant was yelling at him to get to work removing the bombs so the planes could be gassed for takeoff. Getting under the open bomb bay, Del quickly removed the wire leads to each igniter. Then he climbed up on the wing and got into the cockpit. As he looked down at the salvo release lever, a horrible thought went through his mind of the bombs hitting the ground, exploding and disintegrating him. Freak accidents happened all of the time. After calling out for everyone to get clear, he was about to pull the salvo release lever when he heard a shout from just behind the wing. "What the hell are you doing up there?" screamed Swede Larson. "Get out of that cockpit and come down here." The big 18-year-old climbed out and dropped down from the wing. He started to explain that there was no bomb hoist and that the Marine sergeant had told him to release the bombs onto the ground. Swede didn't let him finish. "You're an idiot, Del Champs!" he shouted. "Do you want to blow up all these planes?" Del looked around for the Marine sergeant, but he had disappeared. The crews from the nearby planes were grinning at him like hyenas as Swede continued to dress him down as a loser and a disgrace to the Navy. "Go find the bomb hoist and do the job properly," Swede shouted. In the middle of the tirade, Del had started feeling really hot. There was no need for Lieutenant Larson to put him down in front of everybody, not when he hadn't even given him a chance to explain. It was suddenly all he could do not to swing at the son of a bitch. But Swede was already walking away. After using the bomb hoist, Dell found out that the dauntless crews had been ordered to unload their bombs, too. With only one hoist available, most of them had toggled their bombs into the mud, just as the Marine sergeant had told him to do. USS Saratoga U-0930 at mid-morning. An American search plane sighted a new Japanese task force far to the north. It included a single carrier. Based on the search pilot's position, the enemy carrier was about 300 miles north of the Saratoga and still out of striking range. 30 minutes later, the Saratoga's air staff received a report that another PBY had spotted a second task force that included heavy cruisers and destroyers. At 1,100, Commander Felt arrived from Guadalcanal with the group's dive bombers. Swede landed behind him with 7 Avengers, including Bill Dye's plane, which was carrying Commander Schindler. Bob Evarts's Avenger had to be left at Henderson Field after it had a mechanical malfunction. After arriving back aboard with Swede, Smiley Morgan had gone below to shower and change into fresh khakis. As soon as he got to the wardroom, he knew that something big was up. The word was that enemy carriers were coming at them from the north, bringing along half the Japanese Navy. Clark Lee sensed the excitement, too. It was like the last few seconds before the gong rings to start a heavyweight championship fight, he wrote in his journal. This was the day, and no mistake. Aaron Katz had been assigned to fly in Gene Hansen's section, and Gene pulled him aside over coffee to let him know that he was fine with the decision. He thought Katz was a good guy, but that Swede's constant baiting and criticism might have taken something out of him. Swede's favorite expression for Katz was Jew boy, and he said after Katz's arrival that he wouldn't fly with him unless the whole squadron was going out together. Hansen felt bad for Katz, but there was little any of them could do except show their personal support, particularly in front of Swede. Hansen had found Aaron to be modest and unassuming, the exact opposite of the way Swede claimed that all Jews were. Gene told him he was glad to have him flying with him. Aaron thanked him for his confidence. Above them on the flag bridge, Admiral Fletcher continued to hold back his dive bombers and torpedo planes in readiness for a solid sighting of the big enemy carriers. At 13:20, the Saratoga's radar sets picked up a large formation of enemy planes headed for Guadalcanal. Fletcher's staff reasoned that they had to have been launched from a Japanese carrier. Fletcher decided he could wait no longer. He ordered half the air group to locate and attack the carrier. The remaining dive bombers and torpedo planes were to stay aboard as a reserve force in the event another carrier group was sighted later. When flight quarters sounded, the pilots assigned to the flight tore out of the wardroom to man their planes. Swede was convinced that the mission was another wild goose chase, just like the one the day before. The sighting report of the enemy carrier was several hours old and hadn't even been confirmed. Believing the real action would come when the main Japanese carrier force was sighted, he told Bruce Harwood to take the first flight. Going with Harwood were Gene Hansen, Aaron Katz, Bert Ernest, Andy Devine, Tex Grady, Bill Dye, and Smiley Morgan. Remaining behind with Swede were John Tarman, Red Doggett, Frenchie Fail, Jack Barnum, and Bob Rees. Us, Saratoga, 1420. Waiting to take off, Bert Ernest felt the same nervous tension he had experienced before every combat mission he had flown. He was almost ready to greet the thing as an old friend. Something struck him as comical when the crews came out to board their aircraft. Maybe it was because the air group had just been on Guadalcanal and had seen Marines walking around with Bowie knives strapped to their belts, but a lot of the pilots and crewmen were suddenly armed to the teeth. Bert wondered what good a Bowie knife or a Colt .45 would be if he went into the sea. Just more weight dragging him down. After his Midway and Guadalcanal missions, all he usually wore were khakis, his leather helmet, comfortable shoes, and a Mae West life vest. When he could remember, he carried a canteen of water. The launch went off without a hitch. When the 36-plane group had formed up, Commander Felt led them north, following the compass bearing given to him by the Saratoga's air plotting staff to take them to the enemy carrier. The afternoon was brilliantly sunny and clear. That would help them spot the task force if they got close. 30 minutes into the flight, The engine in Bildai's plane began to stutter. Quickly losing oil pressure, he fell behind the others. The problem only got worse, and he radioed Bruce Harwood for permission to turn back. Harwood gave his approval, urging Dye to jettison his torpedo if he had problems maintaining altitude. As they continued north, Smiley Morgan felt a sense of pure exhilaration. Part of it was the guttural roar of 36 combat planes flying in formation above the glittering sea. But there was something else, too. For the first time in his life, he felt he was part of something really important. Commander Felt radioed the group that they were approaching the area where he expected to find the carrier and told them all to keep a sharp lookout. They continued on the same course for another 20 minutes, but the sea below them remained empty. Felt changed course and led them west. USS Saratoga, 1602. The radar screens aboard the Saratoga suddenly registered a large formation of aircraft coming straight toward them from the north at a distance of about 100 miles. They could only be Japanese. The mutual game of hide and seek was over, and the Japanese had won. The planes were from the Japanese carriers Shokaku and Zuikaku, and they had found the Americans due to the heroic sacrifice of a single Japanese scout plane pilot. Earlier in the afternoon, the pilot had managed to penetrate to within 35 miles of the American carrier force. Although attacked by 6 Wildcats, the Japanese pilot kept going. With his aircraft on fire and going down, he radioed that he had spotted a large enemy force and was being pursued by enemy fighters. When the message was delivered to Admiral Nagumo, who commanded the Japanese striking force, he correctly surmised that the pursuing American fighters had to be part of a combat air patrol, protecting an enemy carrier. Based on the compass heading that the reconnaissance plane had been following, as well as its elapsed flight time, Nagumo's staff made a guess at the approximate location of the American carrier. Nagumo was not going to wait and be surprised as he had been at Midway. This time, he would hit the Americans first, gambling that all of the American carriers were in the same area. He ordered an attack by every plane he had. Nagumo's gamble had been sound, although on the previous night Admiral Fletcher had released the carrier Wasp to head south for refueling. Now Enterprise and Saratoga could only send up their Wildcats in a defense screen and hope for the best. Over the Pacific, Torpedo Squadron 8, Smiley Morgan, 1605. Smiley had looked down at the dazzling blue sea, and it was empty. A few moments later, he looked down and saw the wakes of ships in the distance. As they drew closer, he could see it was a Japanese task force, its still tiny ships heading southwest at flank speed. In the center of the formation was an enemy carrier. It was the Ryujo, the Galloping Dragon. It didn't have a 10-story high island like American carriers, but it was just as lethal, with 8 5-inch cannons and dozens of heavy machine guns emplaced around the perimeter of its deck. The carrier was a couple of football fields long, and Smiley could see a great red circle painted on its flight deck. Steaming in formation with the carrier were a cruiser and 2 destroyers. The destroyers were racing through the sea on the carrier's flanks to keep pace with it, while providing fire support from its anti-aircraft batteries. This was what they had come for. Black bursts of anti-aircraft shells began appearing above and below them as the Ryujo's gunners attempted to bracket the group's formation. Commander Felt gave instructions to divide the group into columns. He ordered 7 of his dive bombers to go after the big cruiser escorting the carrier, and told Harwood to assign 2 Avengers to it as well. Smiley Morgan was section leader, and Harwood ordered him to launch the torpedo attack on the cruiser, taking Andy Devine along as his wingman. Smiley was disappointed that he wouldn't have a chance at the carrier, but acknowledged the order. The heavy cruiser he was about to attack was the storied Tone, which had participated in the Pearl Harbor attack. At Midway, it was Tone's scout planes that had found Admiral Spruance's carrier force, and had then reported the position of Waldron's squadron as it approached the Japanese fleet on the morning of June 4th. While Felt was making his dispositions, a flight of Zeros took off from the Ryujo's flight deck, after which the ship accelerated again to flank speed and heeled over in a tight turn, its wake carving a broad white circle on the dark blue sea. Gun flashes erupted along its entire length as it sent up a solid screen of anti-aircraft fire. Bruce Harwood radioed the 4 remaining Avenger pilots that they would attack low in a hammer and anvil maneuver, launching torpedoes at the carrier from both the port and starboard sides at the same time. Whichever way the carrier turned, they would hopefully hit it with a spread of at least 2 torpedoes. Harwood would lead the starboard attack on the Ryugo with Ernest and Grady. He ordered Gene Hansen to lead the port attack with Aaron Katz on his wing. Smiley peeled off from the rest of the formation and headed for the cruiser. As he circled above it, his first impression was that it was even faster than the carrier and braced one hell of a lot of anti-aircraft guns. Commander Felt ordered his dive bombers to begin their runs on Ryucho. One by one, they nosed over from 3 miles above the carrier, screaming down in near vertical dives. The first 5 bombs missed badly, splashing far off to port and starboard. The Ryujo might have been 9 years old, but her captain was skillfully putting her through a combination of tight skidding turns as the Dauntlesses made their runs. The next 5 dive bomber pilots found it equally impossible to get a hit. One of them mistakenly dropped his landing wheels and dove at slower speed. He was the only one who came close to hitting the carrier, sending a great plume of water up alongside it. 11 more dive bombers dropped their payloads as the Ryujo's captain continued to demonstrate his remarkable dexterity in ship handling. None of the bombs struck home. 21 misses in a row. It seemed the carrier had a charmed life. Still circling above the Ryujo, Commander Felt radioed the 7 Dauntlesses and 2 Avengers that were preparing to go after Tone to come back and attack Ryujo. Lieutenant Sid Bottomley, the flight leader of the 7 dive bombers, acknowledged Felt's instructions and broke off to return to the carrier. Smiley never heard the recall order. He assumed that he was still part of the 9-plane formation as he maneuvered into position to launch his torpedo attack. He and Devine were alone. Felt didn't wait for the arrival of his last 7 Dauntlesses. He pushed over in his own run on the carrier, having taken note of its speed and turning power, and focusing his aim on the red rising sun painted on the flight deck. Going down, he maintained a good angle, almost 75 degrees, and was careful not to overshoot before releasing his bomb at 2,000 feet. The explosion briefly engulfed the ship in a tall plume of spray. It might have been a hit, but it hadn't caused any immediate damage. Ryujo continued its skidding turns at flank speed. It remained for the last 7 Dauntlesses and Bruce Harwood's 5 Avengers to try to bring the charmed carrier to bay. In his dive, Sid Bottomley waited to release his bomb until he was less than 1,500 feet above the flight deck. He was a veteran of the Midway battle and had made a direct hit on Admiral Nagumo's flagship. The Akagi, his bomb hit the carrier amidships, setting off a column of orange fire. Following him down, the next 6 Dauntlesses dropped their bombs toward the soaring pyre of flames and smoke. From Gene Hansen's vantage point, it looked like they had scored at least one more hit as the carrier continued wildly circling. It was the Avengers' turn. Hansen headed down to set up the port side attack. Aaron Katz followed on his left wing. The Zeros were waiting for them at 2,000 feet. The first one came directly at Hansen with its machine guns blazing. If he turned away, Hansen was sure it would make him an easy victim. Instead, he pulled up the nose of his Avenger and aimed it at the oncoming Zero, firing his .30 caliber nose gun as the 2 planes raced toward one another. For a few terrifying moments, he was sure they were going to collide. Then the Zero veered off to the right and passed under the Avenger's tail. He could hear his gunners, Shorty Obe and Frank Balsley, firing away at him as the next Zero appeared in front of him. He heard Aaron Katz's excited voice on the radio. The Zeros were aiming high, Aaron told him. He had seen the tracers. As the next fighter cut loose with his machine guns, Hansen once more aimed his plane directly at him, and the Zero sheared off. When Hansen's Avenger began drawing anti-aircraft fire from the Ryujo, the Zeros disappeared. He led Katz down to 200 feet and headed toward the carrier's port bow. The carrier was turning away from him, which made launching from a good firing angle even more difficult. He and Katz had to swing farther left before turning to head in for the attack. Closing, Hansen could see the Japanese firefighting teams trying to extinguish the fires from the bomb hits. Opening his bomb bay doors, he pressed the switch to release his torpedo. He felt it drop, but didn't wait around to see the results. After shutting the bomb bay doors, he made a quick turn to port, temporarily exposing the underbelly and wings of the plane to the carrier's gunners. He felt the plane shudder as a hit from one of the Ryujo's shells tore loose the vertical fin in the tail and took a big chunk out of the rudder. Aaron Katz was right behind him. He had attacked at an altitude of less than 50 feet in the hope that the Ryujo's guns couldn't be depressed that low. The theory didn't seem to be holding water. The tracers followed him wherever he went. Turning away from the ship, he glanced back to see if his torpedo was running true. It was. He didn't see how it was possible for the thing to miss. Bert Ernest had come under attack from a zero as Harwood brought them into position to make their run from the starboard side of the Ryujo. As he remembered from Midway, the fighters were amazingly fast, darting in and out of range in a few heartbeats. In an incredibly difficult maneuver, the pilot of 1-0 rolled on his back and pulled through to get on Bert's tail. "Here we go again," was the only thought that ran through Bert's mind as he dove to their attacking altitude of 200 feet. The Zero pulled away when the anti-aircraft gunners on the Ryujo opened fire on him. Black smoke now surrounded the wounded carrier. It was billowing in their direction, and Harwood was forced to abort 2 attacks because it completely obscured the ship. On the 3rd try, he was presented with a perfect broadside opportunity when the ship turned toward him. The smoke hadn't suppressed the Ryujo's ability to deliver an intense barrage of anti-aircraft fire. The destroyer steaming beside her on the starboard side was pouring it at them, too. Harwood was the first to launch his torpedo. Grady's went next. Heading in last, Bert tried to jink and weave away from Japanese tracers as they danced toward him. He couldn't see an enemy ship in the port direction after launching his torpedo. Dropping to 50 feet, he swerved to port. Circling far above them, one of the dive bomber pilots observed a single torpedo drive into the starboard side of the ship. For a moment, the force of the explosion seemed to lift the bow out of the water, after which the ship quickly lost speed and came to a stop. The attack on the Ryujo was over. While it was still underway, Smiley Morgan had proceeded to attack the Tone, still having no idea that the 7 dive bombers had left and that he and Andy Devine would be going in unsupported. He had assumed the dive bombers were preparing to make their runs from a higher altitude, so he decided to go in first, hoping to draw some of the carrier's fire away from the Dauntlesses. The Zeros came after him, and Andy Devine as soon as they descended below 5,000 feet, spraying them with disciplined torrents of machine gun fire. Devine's plane was hit several times as Smiley moved into position for his run. 1-0 pilot stayed on Smiley, giving him repeated bursts of machine gun fire even after the cruiser let loose a salvo from its anti-aircraft guns. The Zero finally swerved away when all the starboard batteries on the ship seemed to open up at once. To Smiley, it looked like a solid wall of blazing fire. How was he going to get through it? He had been taught by Commander Waldron to avoid attacking in a predictable head-on rush that would allow them to draw a bead on him. He had been taught to essentially feint like a halfback, quickly jinking the Avenger back and forth, while corkscrewing it in a spiral motion. The gunfire tracked him left and right as he flew toward it at 200 miles an hour. In the intensity of the moment, time itself seemed to come to a standstill. When a shell exploded close enough to make the plane leap, he actually closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was still heading for the massive ship. Cutting the throttle to launch speed, he held the control stick in his right hand and reached for the torpedo release switch with the left. The cruiser filled his line of vision when he released the torpedo and veered off to the right. It had been a perfect run, and he was sure he had made a good hit if the damn Mark 13 torpedo exploded on contact, as it was supposed to do. The anti-aircraft fire continued to chase him as he made his escape. When he was clear of the guns, Smiley looked around for Andy Devine, but didn't see him. He looked for the Dauntlesses, too, but the sky was empty. A few miles away, the carrier was dead in the water. Behind him, the tone had definitely slowed down. Then he heard Commander Felt's voice on the radio calling the group to rendezvous southeast of the enemy task force. By the time he arrived, most of the others were already there. Smiley had shoved the throttle all the way open and came up so fast that he saw one of the 50 caliber machine guns swing around to aim at him. He quickly slowed down. Amazingly, they were all there. Even Andy Devine, as they began heading back to the Saratoga, Gene Hansen glanced back at the Japanese task force. A pyre of smoke rose almost 20,000 feet in the sky above the stricken carrier. Nunt's Enterprise, 1638. The first wave of 37 Japanese attack planes from Shokaku and Zuikaku found the Enterprise first. She was hurtling southeast through the deep Pacific swells at almost 30 knots to present the smallest possible target to her attackers. Every gun battery on the ship was brought to bear in the direction of the approaching planes. 10 minutes prior to the enemy's arrival, the Enterprise had managed to launch its full fighter defense screen, followed by a counterstrike group of 19 Dauntlesses and Avengers, which had been ordered to go after the Japanese heavy carriers. The Saratoga, which was 10 miles to the south of the Enterprise and also fleeing southeast, had sent up its own fighter screen to meet the Japanese attack. In addition, 5 of Swede's Avengers and 2 Dauntlesses were ordered to join the counterstrike group from Enterprise that was going after the enemy carriers. Swede had been reviewing the latest sighting reports when the launch order came down. He suddenly remembered that he had left his plotting board below decks. It would be getting dark soon, and he didn't want to be caught in the middle of the Pacific without the chartboard to find his way home. He ran to get his navigational gear. The Saratoga's takeoff control officers were under strict orders to clear the flight deck before the Japanese arrived, with or without Swede Larson. They waved the Avengers forward for an immediate launch. John Tarman took off in the plane carrying Swede's flight crew. Frenchie Fail went off with a different crew, too. Jack Barnum and Bob Rees didn't have their flight or navigational gear. Running along the carrier's dimly lit passageways, Swede fought through a crush of sailors rushing to their battle stations. By the time he made it to the flight deck, the Saratoga's defense screen of Wildcats was already dueling with the first wave of Japanese attackers. Swede was shocked to see that 4 of his 5 Avengers were already gone. Red Doggett's plane was the only one left. Red was at the starting line, and the takeoff control officer was winding up his black and white checkered flag to send him off. Sprinting across the deck with his plotting board, he leaped up onto Doggett's wing. Red couldn't hear him over the noise of the thundering engine, so Swede just thumbed him out of the cockpit. The enlisted pilot unstrapped himself and got out. Red wasn't happy about it. Swede would deal with that later. He revved the engine and took off into the crowded sky. The other Avengers, along with the 2 Dauntlesses, were waiting for him. They headed north to join the Enterprise counterstrike group. Nuss, Saratoga, 1640. Associated Press correspondent Clark Lee felt an unwelcome tremor of fear as the growing roar of airplane engines signaled the arrival of the Japanese bombers. He tried to reassure himself that this was why he had come out to the Pacific in the first place, to witness a great battle. Standing with the lookouts and spotters, Lee had put on a Mae West life jacket in case he would be swimming shortly. The bombing attack unfolded above him in a kaleidoscope of brilliant color. He felt the deck shudder beneath his feet as the boom of the carrier's anti-aircraft batteries reverberated in his ears, combined with the thundering salvos from the escort ships. A few moments later, he saw one of the Japanese bombers falling through the sky, trailing a long comet tail of reddish-black smoke. Another blossom of flame erupted far above him, followed by a second enemy plane plummeting down to the sea. The burning sky turned orange, black, purple, and red as the ship's batteries hurled up thousands of exploding projectiles. In some places, tiny shards of shrapnel came down like falling rain. Mingled with the astonishing array of colors came the screaming whine of the enemy bombers as they began their dives on the carriers.